Good morning and welcome to the September 28th, 2023 meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnique Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to turn on their cameras, and I'll do a roll call to identify who's present. Good morning, all. First, Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning. Board Member Auerbach is present.
Excellent. Board Member Beatty.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty's present.
Excellent. Board Member Bell. We couldn't hear you, but I saw your mouth move. So I heard you say, I think I heard you say present. And Board Member Failer.
Good morning, Board Member Failer present.
Excellent. So as we have all of us present today, we do have a quorum. Before we begin the meeting, I'll go over a few procedural points. The camera function has been enabled for presenters and board members. At the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. And when cameras are off, each person speaking should identify themselves. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case. I'll then ask the applicant to present their project plan. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available for those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented and the board is ready to ask questions and deliberate, I'll ask board members, staff, and the presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board is finished deliberating and taking a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off again for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to all of the ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as part of our deliberation and includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why, or why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice. And then they post the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. We do have quite a full agenda today and a number of cases on our consent calendar that we want to address before proceeding with our full agenda. So I do believe at least one board member has comments on most of the consent calendar cases. So before we start, any other board members, board member Failer has expressed a desire to give comments. Any other board members have comments on consent cases? Okay. And there was one, Gretchen, that you said you did not have comments on, I think.
Actually two, the first
Okay.
one on the landmark and the one on the Shaw district. They're all numbered 1, so I can't tell you the numbers, but the Shaw Historic District one, I don't have any comments on. The other ones I just do.
Okay. All right, so that's officially A and I on the final agenda.
Okay.
So we can take a vote on those two. If no one has any comments on them, I'll make a motion that we approve consent calendar cases A, the historic landmark, and I in the Shaw Historic District. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right. So then let's go down the list. We'll start with B, which is in the Anacostia Historic District, if you want to
Yeah, Yep.
comments.
thank you, Monique. So it's HPA 23-177. There are some notes on the drawings that talk about where the new construction is, new construction buildings are, where they talk about proposed materials and then also matching existing, but there is no existing because it's a new building. So I'm not sure what they're really matching. And I think also on the new buildings, there's not a lot of clarity on what the materials are that are intended to be used for the porch, particularly the screening below the porches. I think the design looks appropriate and compatible, but I would like it to come back on the consent calendar at least for the final approval, so that we can look at the materials and what are the materials, what are the windows, are they 1/1s, and are they wood? There are some places where they note wood trim, and some places where they note cement board siding. And I just want to, it just doesn't, it's not clear because it talks about matching existing for some of those materials in the elevation drawings. And because there's that lack of clarity, I'd like it to come back for the final approval so we can look at what they're really proposing for the final documents.
Okay.
The Capitol Hill Historic District case, which I think is C. For that one, they show and maybe this is for Moira, I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% clear if there's one version that they're proposing where the stair that goes from the second floor to the third floor has a sloped roof. I don't think the building code allows that any longer. I think with clearance, you have to have the clearance going all the way to the landing, which flattens the roofs now. I know that's true for roofs to stairs, stairs to the roof, and I think that this would qualify for that. So, if that's the case, then that stair becomes very, very visible off the front elevation, and so I'm okay if we vote for this one as long as the solution that's shown is allowable by the building code. But I don't want HPO to get in a position where it gets built because it has to be changed to be met by code, and suddenly it's visible because of that. And I think that the slope on the stair is not something that's allowed anymore. And so I think it would be good if staff could verify that either before we vote on it. I will leave that to you, Chair Heath, or we could vote on it. And if it is compatible with the code to have the stair as shown with the sloped roof up to the top floor, then it's fine. But if it needs to flatten out or change in its slope in any measure at all, then it becomes visible, and I don't think that is approvable.
So if we approve it, assuming we do, let's make our approval contingent upon the code allowing what has been shown.
Okay.
And that way, if it's not, then it has to come back to us.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I may, oftentimes in circumstances like this, staff will include with our vote an admonition that the vote is not an endorsement of any proceeding before, zoning relief or other matter. So I would ask that we include that kind of note with our order.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Andrew.
And this one also, yep, and this
On
one
that one?
also, yep, this one also, I would ask for the applicants to provide Moira with a preservation plan for the facade, the front facade, and any of the windows, to preserve the windows in the building. there's no note about what they're doing for the existing building, and I think that's important, especially with the amount of addition and change they're doing to the building. What are they going to do to preserve the rest of the building, which is part of our directive. The next one is the DuPont Circle. That's the office to resi conversion building on Mass Ave. On this one, I have some concerns about the visibility of the penthouse on this, and I think it's not because it changes the proportion and the historic character of the building. I recognize that it's if it weren't a historic building, that it is offset 1-to-1 and it works with the width of the road and it's appropriate. But I think it changes the character of the historic building, and so I'm wondering if there's any possible revision to that penthouse because it's an amenity feature. It's not part of the enclosure for the equipment to operate the building now that it's changing to apartments. But I have some concerns about that, and I wondered if any of my colleagues on the board also had any concerns or comments about that.
Gretchen, this is Steve. Just to be clear, it's a non-contributing building to the historic district. It's not an historic building.
Oh, I thought this was a contributing building.
No, it was built in 1972, which is well outside of the period of significance for both Massachusetts Avenue and DuPont Circle.
Okay, then I'm good. Thanks, Steve. That's a quick resolution to that. Then the next one is Cleveland Park, which is E. On that one, just a quick note, the staff report mentions that the approval is given in their staff report because of the situation of the building within the trees. And typically we don't allow for that or consider that as an appropriate or compatible setting for approval. I think certainly because of the amount of buildings around there and the variety that exists, I agree with everything in the staff report. I don't agree with the mention about trees providing any sort of shade or enclosure or lack of visibility because that could change seasonally, and we haven't allowed that in the past. Then for Georgetown, I have a question about the subdivision of this. These alley lots, Georgetown usually, can have some really crazy lot layouts. They have really crazy, like small tax lots that are like floating in the middle of the blocks, and just things are strange as they evolve through time because of the density of Georgetown and the scale of it, and its relationship in the history of our city. But these are pretty regular garage lots that are set, and I recognize that they front to the side of them fronts to the street, but they are some of the more regular lots in the area, and so that one I really wonder about the compatibility of merging all of them into one larger lot, and the larger lot then is larger than some of the other lots adjacent for buildings, not just secondary buildings or supporting buildings in Georgetown. And I don't know if anybody else had any comments on that or any thoughts about it on the board. Okay, nobody did.
I do have one question, for Steve, I think. I just received correspondence from Bruce saying that there was an applicant for one of these cases. It may have been the Anacostia case, because Amania's copied on it. The applicant wants to speak to answer questions. Steve or Juliana, are you aware of anyone who may want to speak on that?
I am not. I'm just looking for
Okay.
Bruce's email.
Fairheath, this is Juliana. I'm unmuting Adam Carballo.
Okay,
Good morning.
good morning.
Hi, thank you for allowing me. I just wanted to provide a clarification point, if that's appropriate for the Anacostia case. I'm the architect of record, for that property.
Okay, was this regarding a comment or question? Board
Yeah,
had?
a comment, Ms. Gretchen,
Yes.
yeah, a clarification point, requested clarification on materials. We are intending on providing wood materials on the front of the property, and the mention of matching existing, there's two new construction properties at 1527, 1529. However, the 1531 is an existing property adjoining that lot that's part of uh, you know, part of the same ownership. We're matching the materials and detailing of that existing adjacent property.
Great. When you submit your final documents, I still would like it to come back on the consent to show that. I think there's enough ambiguity in the information, that it'd be good for the final. That's my opinion. So I might be the only one on the board that feels that way, but that's my opinion. But thanks for clarifying that matching existing means matching the adjacent property that exists.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and we've worked with Ms. Amania throughout the design period to at HPRB to ensure that it's appropriately scaled and appropriately detailed, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay. Thank you for filling in those gaps for us.
Thank you.
All right, sorry about that, Gretchen.
No.
You want to keep going?
Yep. Next is Colorama Triangle on Allen Place, HPA 23504. I think there should be a preservation plan presented to staff on the existing facade and elevation. I don't see anything like that in the application. And the work is substantial, and so on the rest of the building. So I'd like the applicants to provide information to staff what they're doing to preserve the doors, the windows, the masonry facade of the existing building. I think is important to know. Then for Mount Pleasant, I just wanted to note that I think the what's being proposed is acceptable because of the variety in the alley. There's a lot of variety, so I think that's acceptable. I have no comments on Shaw. And then for Walter Reed, the 1280 Dahlia, I think that I'd like staff to continue to work with the applicants on the facade that's shown on page 16. They don't label what's north, south, east, west on their drawings. So it's just page 16 facade. And I think that the detail that's shown for the windows that we asked specifically about is thin. The windows are flush with the facade, and they've applied one layer of a cement board siding as trim. And so, that's set back like maybe half an inch, 3/4 of an inch from the face. And so I think where those windows land in the facade is something that should be looked at with staff. And I'd like them to be pushed back. Otherwise, it just reads like a big, long, flat building. And I think there needs to, because the only variation is this trim and the depth of the windows, besides the masonry on this building, and it's such a length of uniformity, I think the windows need to read more as they're punched, not so much as a flush skin.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good observation. Can you all hear me now?
Yep.
We can, yes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Matt. I didn't mean to talk over if you were talking before. I didn't hear you.
No, I think that's
That was earlier, yeah.
a very astute observation about the windows. The windows there and the depth of the wall is one of the critical features of the character of those buildings.
Okay,
And Terry, those are all my comments.
okay, all right. So I'm fine to accept those comments as a part of the conditions of our approval. If everyone's in agreement, go ahead, Gretchen.
The only one that I might differ and not have the ability, that I might not be in support of still, is the Georgetown Historic District F, because of the lot configuration. But I don't know how other board members feel, so I don't know if you would consider pulling that one out separately. But I think the rest with comments I could vote for.
Okay, so that one you were not in support of?
correct.
Okay. Do others have thoughts on that? Actually, why don't we take that one separately? We'll come back to that. So this motion is in support of cases B, C, D, E, G, H, and J.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, thank you. With the conditions that have been cited. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Great. Then let's talk about F, which is in the Georgetown Historic District. This is one that Gretchen expressed issues with, significant enough that this, she's suggesting not approving this. Others have thoughts? Do you want to make a motion, Gretchen? And just maybe reiterate.
I guess my concern again is that the lots that are being asked to be subdivided into one larger lot are small garage lots, right? And it's the garage lot that would have paired with the residential lot across the alley or street. And so the one thing that I think is challenging about it is that when you subdivide them, the front face of the side of the garage lot becomes the front face of the street. So it becomes more like a residential lot, but it makes fewer of those garage lots. But it's more of a traditional layout of a block that we've seen in other areas in the district. And it's one of the more regular blocks within Georgetown. Georgetown has some pretty wonky and unique conditions for its tax lot layouts in some cases. But this one I think is pretty regular in its layout, and so I'm not clear why. I don't have any design comments about it. I agree with the CFA's and OGB's comments on the design. I have no comments with that, and I think our purview is primarily on the subdivision of the lots. But I think it's a regular constructed condition, and so I think it's not compatible with the historic district because when they're subdivided, it makes a lot that's larger than some of the other residential lots that are buildable, and it also changes a pretty regular condition of smaller garage lots. I recognize that the garage lots also are very small, and you could only build a small garage on those lots, and so what you could build on those lots is very limited. So that's the other thing that sort of puts me back and forth on this one. So I wondered what other board members might think about it.
I guess if you look at the design, it looks to me like the architect has tried to kind of engage that platting with the design, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
they've tried hard to kind of maintain a kind of sense that there was a kind of historic scale of the platting, at least, and that the way they mass the building and distribute the materials, it seems like they're trying to be extremely conscious of that, which to me is a big plus. You know, if it were otherwise and it is read as one monolithic building, that would be a very different thing, don't you think? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm not as troubled by this. I think the project is handsome and it does a nice job of memorializing a historic condition to the extent possible. I recognize that in cities, I guess, this sort of thing does happen. People do consolidate lots, right? So I'm, you know, if the building was reading more monolithically, I think I would be more inclined to agree with what you're saying. But I find the design actually seeks to ameliorate the sort of total obliteration of that platting, which I think is clever.
Yeah. That was how I saw it. So I would tend to agree.
Okay. So we would say that I don't know how we could look into the future, but if this building, if this building were demolished and a new building were built on this site, we would want this sort of recognition to continue, you know,
I
100
think
years
that's
from
a,
now.
yeah, I think that's a, yeah, I think that's a fair compromise, to tell you the truth. That,
Mhm.
that it seems unlikely in our lifetime that that would happen, but maybe
Right.
it would. And, you
Yeah.
know, but I think that's a fair sort of balancing.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Mhm.
All right, so then we will, I'll make a motion that we support this application. And add to the conditions that we would expect anything that might be built here in the future to, meet the same standard of, the appearance of maintaining a subdivision rather than creating a monolith. Is that?
I would second that.
Okay, all right. Then, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Right, then the motion carries, and that completes our consent calendar cases for today. We're ready to proceed with the first item on our full agenda, which is the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. And I believe Director Cozart would like to speak first.
Yes, good morning. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Great, great. Very happy to be here. Thank you for having me, HPRB members. It was about a year ago or so I joined you all as we were getting ready to launch these guidelines, really wanting to hear from you about some of the things that would be helpful. These guidelines are expected to be an important tool for you all. This is kind of a first of its kind effort for us, which we're really proud about and happy to join with you and collaborate with you about creating a tool that's going to be helpful as we think about kind of the future of Connecticut Avenue, particularly in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park. So I did want to share just a little bit of context about the purpose of these guidelines, really set them in the broader kind of citywide work that the Office of Planning is doing on behalf of Mayor Bowser. And then I'm going to turn it over to staff at OP to talk more specifically about the guidelines. I'm sure you recall 4 years ago, Mayor Bowser set a goal of 36,000 new housing units by 2025, including about a third of those as affordable housing units, recognizing the unique challenges that we face in the district around housing affordability and overall a lower supply than we need of housing. In addition, this goal also included very specific targets for each of the district's 10 planning areas, which in many ways mirror our wards. I'm happy to report that today we're about 85% of the way towards those goals for the overall 36,000 housing units goal, and we're about 2/3 of the way towards the affordable housing goal. That certainly is one that is more challenging, as you can imagine. And what's important about these district planning area goals is that this, to our knowledge, is the first time any city had really set neighborhood-specific affordable goals in order to facilitate greater access to opportunity. And we quickly, after those goals were established, worked to embed them into the district's 2021 comprehensive plan. And we really identified more affordable housing production as a key civic priority for the district. To achieve these goals, we really moved forward some new land use designations, particularly on corridors across the district, which really helped to unlock additional capacity for new housing, particularly near transit stations and along major bus corridors. And furthermore, in particularly affluent areas, opportunity-rich areas where residents today have access to high-quality schools and grocery stores, and also areas that are transitioning from primarily commercial uses to more mixed-use neighborhoods and desiring to welcome more housing. And in order to implement those land use changes from the 2021 comp plan, we embarked on place-based planning initiatives across the district, including in corridors you may be familiar with on Wisconsin Avenue, New York Avenue, and then certainly Connecticut Avenue Northwest, which we're happy to present to you today. This place-based planning really informs zoning changes that are being considered or will be considered shortly by the Zoning Commission to facilitate that additional housing and in some cases additional commercial development. And we foresee over the kind of 20 years, the next couple decades, these place-based land use plans will really help to facilitate the development of up to 20,000 new units of housing, including 6,000 dedicated affordable units. We see this coming through new construction, through preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing, as well as adaptive reuse of historic properties and other infill development. We are pleased to present these guidelines to you today, and I'd like to close by extending my gratitude to the many, many individuals and groups who contributed to this planning effort, certainly our staff, who have worked diligently and creatively to advance these guidelines over the past year and engage with residents and community stakeholders on them. We really want to thank the residents of Cleveland Park and Woodley Park and those who spend time in the neighborhoods, whether you work, play, worship, etc. We really want to thank ANC3C, who gave valuable feedback and engaged in a number of meetings with their constituents around these guidelines. And certainly our civic associations like the Woodley Park Community Association, Cleveland Park Community Association, Cleveland Park Smart Growth, Cleveland Park Historical Society, and the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park Main Street organizations. We're also thankful to Councilmember Fruman for advice and guidance, and certainly to you all, the members of the HPRB. You've allowed us to present on 3 different occasions and really given us thoughtful guidance and feedback as we work to put these together. So with that, I just want to again extend my gratitude, looking forward to the next steps and adoption of this. And I'll invite our project manager, Helga Wish, to discuss the guidelines in more detail, and Steve Colcott may be working with her on that as well. Thank you again.
Excellent. Thank you, Director, for coming back and speaking to us again this morning. We appreciate it. Great to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Steve, would you like to give your staff report first, or should we hear from OP?
We don't have a formal written staff report. Instead, we have a PowerPoint presentation, and Heather's going to start off, and I'm going to chime in sort of midway through, and then she's going to conclude it.
All right, excellent. You all can proceed.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board for having us again today, presenting on this project, and thank you, Director Cozart, for opening it up for us. So just building on the context that Director Cozart provided, the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines take an urban design approach to demonstrate how future land uses that have been adopted as part of the 2021 comp plan could be implemented in the commercial areas around Cleveland Park and Woodley Park metro stations. And really the goal here is to guide growth and change in these historic districts alongside preservation, while supporting the need for housing at various income levels, sustaining a thriving commercial corridor, and enhancing the public realm for current and future residents and visitors. Next slide. So as described in the 2019 Housing Equity Report and the 2021 Rock Creek West Roadmap that Director Cozart alluded to, achieving the affordable housing goals in Rock Creek West really requires leveraging the district's financing tools, land use regulations, as well as opportunity sites. And in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park, this means contributing a greater number of set-aside affordable housing units through zoning map amendments that would be subject to inclusionary zoning plus or otherwise known as IZ Plus, as well as planned unit developments. And the graphic on this slide really illustrates how IZ Plus can be triggered for a development project. So for example, a property that redevelops under an existing zone with a floor area ratio of 2.5 FAR would be required to set aside 10% of housing units as dedicated affordable. However, if this property were to get rezoned to allow a density of 5 or 6 FAR as described in the document, then the set aside for affordable housing through IZ Plus would increase to up to 20%. And that percent set aside is determined by the percent increase in maximum permitted density of the former zone to the total density built under a new zone. And the Office of Planning's focus on development regulations is occurring in tandem with other partner agencies that are focused on housing finance tools, such as the High Needs Area Tax Abatement and Housing Production Trust Fund, that are targeting qualifying affordable housing projects in Rock Creek West. These additional financial subsidies and others are particularly important in achieving affordable units that serve a variety of household sizes and deeper affordability levels. On the next slide. So we've described our engagement approach throughout the planning process to this board, but I wanted to highlight that in addition to all the activities that have occurred in 2022 and the first half of 2023, we've also received over 180 responses on the draft document that was released back in April, and we've presented at 8 community events during the public comment period, which ran through the last week of May. And these responses came in the form of comments through our online form that was on the project website, as well as emails, letters from different organizations, and an ANC resolution from ANC 3C in support of the guidelines. Next slide. And since submitting the draft in April and receiving feedback from both HPRB and the public, the Office of Planning made a number of revisions to expand the description of housing equity in the document and refine the massing diagrams for greater clarity. Those refinements included new and revised diagrams that better illustrate height transitions, demonstrate compatibility between historic 1 to 2 story buildings and taller buildings of up to 7 and 8 stories, identifying ground level commercial space configurations that better support urban vitality, and highlight case studies across the district through precedent images. Next slide. So I think you're all familiar with the document, but following an introduction chapter, the document is really divided into 2 sections. The first is focused on building form, massing, and design, and is followed by a streetscape chapter, which outlines opportunities for public realm enhancements to support a growing and changing corridor, and will kind of provide an overview of these different chapters and sections within them over the next few slides. Next slide. Specifically to the building design guidelines chapter, these are really informed by 6 principles. The preservation of historic assets in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park, increasing housing choice in these transit and amenity-rich areas, supporting active and vibrant commercial main streets, being stewards of the environment through use of sustainable materials, ensuring harmony between new and historic buildings, and coordinating development activities to prevent the disruption of daily activities. Next slide. And the building design chapter starts with guidance for future zoning changes that align with the comprehensive plan land use policies, with refinements that take into consideration the historic nature of the area. And in Cleveland Park, that translates to future zoning that allows buildings of heights up to 75 feet and 5.0 FAR. And for Woodley Park, on the next slide, looking at zoning changes to allow building heights of up to 90 feet with a floor area ratio of 6.0 on the west side and 75 feet and a 5.5 FAR on the east side. These different height and mass recommendations take into consideration the surrounding context, where existing high-rise buildings are found to the west side of the Woodley Park commercial area, while the east side tends to have lots that are narrower and is more adjacent to lower-scale residential. And now I'll turn it over to Steve to walk us through some of the specific design strategies that demonstrate how compatibility can be achieved.
Thanks, Heba. And actually, I'm just noticing that the maps on these two slides got reversed with the neighborhoods. So apologies for that. This map is actually Cleveland Park, but you get the idea. So the section of the overall development guideline that's most pertinent to the Historic Preservation Review Board is the building design guidelines themselves, and we organize those to embody principles that we think are consistent with principles that the board normally applies in its review process citywide to achieve compatibility with new construction and additions to historic buildings. This talks about height transitions and the need for setbacks and changes in wall planes, particularly in contexts like the east side of Connecticut Avenue in Cleveland Park, where there's a very defined one-story context, one and two-story context that needs to be respected with any new construction. Architectural compatibility, which is talked about in terms of throughout the document, but here in terms of materials and relating again to existing historic buildings. We provide examples from other historic districts throughout the city in which small-scale buildings have been retained, and new construction and additions to historic buildings incorporated within them in a way that the board has found compatible. We also included the graphic to the left to make clear that this is not licensed, this development guideline is not licensed to demolish historic buildings, that the new development needs to work with the existing structures and provide the relevant engineering to make that work. Facade modulation, another principle that the board often applies in its review of new construction and additions to historic buildings to help break down the size of buildings to smaller scaled elements, and the use of bays and projections and setbacks and such to provide variety to building facades. We talk about building entries, and retail to ensure that we don't get large expanses of building that is out of scale with the cadence and relatively small scale character of these historic commercial corridors. Street wall activation, an important principle. Again, through things like the street wall height design and the sort of window wall relationship to ensure transparency. Materials and articulation, another important principle that the board often looks at in their and is encapsulated in most of your design guidelines. There's a very nice sense of materiality to these historic districts, a lot of masonry, a lot of limestone specifically, and we're encouraging future applicants to consider materials and articulation to achieve compatibility. And Heba, I'm going to pass the streetscape section back over to you.
All right, so yes, I wanted to quickly touch on the streetscape section of this document, which really focuses on enhancing the pedestrian comfort throughout the corridor by specifying sidewalk improvements that create designated areas for active building frontages, clear pedestrian paths, and functional amenity areas. On the next slide, the streetscape chapter also looks at opportunities for expanding public open space along the corridor, specifically looking at the zoo entrance, the Woodley Park Metro Plaza, as well as potential repurposing of the Sam's Park and Shop parking lot for some potential redevelopment alongside public space programming that can generate activity and revenue at this commercial node. And then finally, on the next slide, additional guidance is provided for placemaking elements that can enhance the experience of users in the public space, such as wayfinding, public art, green infrastructure, special lighting, and street furnishing. So taken together, these development guidelines create a pathway for responsible transit-oriented development that can lead to equitable and inclusive growth in Rock Creek West planning area. And then finally, just looking at next steps, following the conclusion of this process, the Office of Planning will start the process to initiate a zoning text and map amendment for the areas zoned NC3 in Cleveland Park and NC4 and 5 in Woodley Park in alignment with the comp plan land use policies, along with guidance from this document. And, today we're looking for HPRB's adoption of these guidelines, which would then be used by HPO staff and HPRB in the review of future development applications in Woodley Park and Cleveland Park commercial areas, as well as by architects and design professionals in developing their concept designs. And that concludes our presentation.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for this presentation. It's very comprehensive, very easily digestible. So thank you for walking us through this. Do board members have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So this is all very impressive, and congratulations to everybody on pulling this together. One question I have is, there seems to be a little bit of a presumption that new development is going to be a certain scale, but we've seen, particularly along Wisconsin Avenue, uptown, a lot of pop-ups. Did you all spend any time talking about those and any kind of different approach or adapted approach you might make to address those? Because I think a lot of these properties are in different ownership, and one of the illustrations has a very large building behind a number of the retail storefronts, which would assume somebody would aggregate all those sites. I guess my question is, would you do anything different with more if the increment of development was smaller, like some of the pop-up things we've seen? Particularly, there's a couple over on Wisconsin Avenue that are not very well done, but they're there nonetheless.
Yeah, we did talk about that a little bit. I think we were presuming that anybody that was going to be proposing anything close to the sort of 75 feet or 90 feet that is being proposed in the zoning would have to aggregate a certain number of properties rather than just a single storefront to be able to make a building work with the vertical circulation and such. But to sort of back up from that, I think there certainly is the possibility that people might propose somewhat less than the full height that is being proposed if they were not able to obtain, multiple properties. We didn't model that out specifically, and the board would have to review those as they will for all projects for compatibility as to whether or not the sort of proportional relationship of additions sitting on top of those buildings, even with setbacks, is an appropriate one that retains the sort of character of the historic districts. But we didn't specifically model those out because we thought they were a little bit less likely to result in the sort of scale of development and housing that we're hoping to see.
But somebody could aggregate two sites and do kind of a, I don't know. I just put it out there because most of those sorts of things have not been done very well, but that you see around, not in historic districts, but in other places, they're kind of eyesores in some cases. But there are cities that have that kind of scale, a kind of wider than a row house, but not as wide as a big apartment building, that do go tall. You do see that, and it's actually in some places it's a very compelling urbanism. That results. And I just think you all might think, I don't know, as this evolves and, as you sort of start to see projects coming in and you may get some of these, it may be something worth thinking about or putting an addendum in or something like that, because I think you may get people aggregating sites, but you might not too.
Yeah, very good point, Matt. Any other follow-ups or questions from other board members? We do have quite a few people who have registered to speak, so I imagine we'll have some questions after we hear testimony. So we're going to begin with testimony, first hearing from the ANC. Then we have a number of individuals and community organizations who have people registered to speak. Just to reiterate the rules of HPRB with testimony, individuals, those representing themselves will be given 3 minutes. Organizations, those representing organizations will be given 6. And I will keep time and I'll let you know once you've exceeded your time. So we're going to begin with ANC Commissioner Pagets for ANC 3C. And I'll continue calling names as I go down my list. Is Commissioner Pagets on?
I am here.
Excellent. Good morning. You can begin.
Good morning, Chair Heath and members of HPRB board. I am the ANC for 3C03 Woodley Park at the border with Cleveland Park, the chair of ANC 3C and representing ANC 3C on this matter. ANC 3C has submitted a letter regarding the Connecticut Avenue development guidelines into the record. The comments provided in the letter were voted on at a regularly scheduled and properly noticed meeting on September 18th, 2023 with the quorum present. ANC 3C voted 7-1-0 to approve the letter. In the letter, we ask that the Historic Preservation Review Board adopt the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines submitted for your consideration by the Office of Planning and Historic Preservation Office staff as the approved guidelines to be used in the future consideration of proposed projects in the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park commercial areas. ANC 3C expressed a positive opinion of the April draft of the guidelines, along with a number of recommendations outlined in our May 2023 resolution. We are pleased that several of our recommendations were addressed by staff in the current version, including expanding the section on housing equity, while others will need addressing during the rezoning process. ANC 3C has been consistent in support of the Office of Planning's proposal to increase housing in these locations, both of which are located within historic districts. We supported the amendments to the comprehensive plan calling for greater density in the future land use map for these 2 commercial corridors, as well as for the amendments calling for the implementation of a planning process prior to rezoning. ANC 3C, as well as the broader Cleveland Park and Woodley Park communities, has been actively engaged in the planning process that produced the final report before you. ANC 3C's priorities are clear and ones we hope the board shares. 1, these two commercial areas which surround metro stations, bus lines, retail for daily living and entertainment, all within walking distance of good schools and recreation, are the exact places where dense housing should be added. 2, adding the maximum housing allowed under the future land use map and subsequent rezoning can be done through the application of thoughtful design strategies as outlined in the report, which will ensure that new buildings and additions are added are compatible with the historic districts. 3, there are existing historical buildings of similar height and density in our historic districts that add to the historic character of the neighborhood, and adding more similar buildings will increase the vitality and livability of our neighborhood. ANC 3 has expressed our appreciation and thanks to the OP team for the level of community engagement throughout the duration of the development of the guidelines. I would like to repeat and reinforce that sentiment again here. It is challenging to find ways to engage a large and diverse audience to participate in planning processes. They found many creative ways to engage and inform. This engagement has led to Connecticut Avenue development guidelines that reflect what the majority of people want to see in Woodley Park and Cleveland Park. Part of this planning process included a Connecticut Avenue public life study phase that surveyed people on the avenue. One of my fellow survey takers told me that he had just surveyed a group of early 20-somethings enjoying their Vache's pizza slices on the benches outside the Cleveland Park Library. He said when he asked the question about what would you like to do here that you can't currently do, the response was, live here. The development guidelines before you are a result of the whole of the District of Columbia government, the mayor, the council, and the residents and communities they represent, who have all acknowledged the need for more housing to be built to meet demand, especially in Rock Creek West. With the 2021 amendments to the comp plan, the updated future land use map, the study areas on Connecticut Avenue corridor were identified and improved to support the need for greater density, with full knowledge that these were within historic districts. There are many hurdles to building more housing: the high cost of land, the cost and risk associated with HPRB, and even zoning review. This uncertainty has caused owners to avoid the risk and not even attempt to enter the area. These guidelines are intended to, and hopefully will, provide that certainty that will lead to new housing here. ANC 3C heard from many residents over the past few years. Consistently, we heard the need for more housing in these high opportunity areas. ANC 3C supports the guidelines because we and the majority of the communities we represent want more people to be able to do something they can't currently do in Woodley Park and Cleveland Park. Live here. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, and for your help and input in the development of these guidelines. It's always really helpful to have you all participate in helping to make sure the community is engaged and that their viewpoint is heard and incorporated. Any questions for the commissioner? And thank you for sticking to your time.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, then we will keep going. The next person that I have is single member district commissioner, Siddiqui. I believe representing yourself. So you'll have 3 minutes.
Presenting as an ANC commissioner, but not on behalf of the ANC.
Right, yes. Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Heath, and members of the Historic Preservation Review Board. Really appreciate everything you do. It's a pleasure to be here today as the Commissioner for Cleveland Park. I am testifying on behalf of my single member district, 3C05, which is the largest SMD in terms of surface area and number of people in the Cleveland Park Historic District. My SMD, which covers nearly all of the west side of Connecticut Avenue in Cleveland Park, back to 34th Street, Reno Road, also contains the majority of the surface area and number of people in the current study area for the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. We express our wholehearted support for the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines submitted for your consideration by the Office of Planning and Historic Preservation Office staff. These guidelines hold immense significance for maintaining the historic charm and the vibrant future for our cherished, cozy neighborhood. First and foremost, let me convey our appreciation for the tireless efforts of the Office of Planning and Historic Preservation Office staff in crafting these guidelines. Through robust community engagement of all stakeholders in the neighborhood, they have demonstrated a deep commitment to preserving the historical essence of Cleveland Park while also addressing the pressing need for increased housing options for a thriving neighborhood. The majority of my constituents and I, along with the ANC, have consistently advocated for the expansion of housing opportunities within our historic district. We firmly supported the amendments to the comprehensive plan, which call for greater density in the future land use map for our commercial corridors. Moreover, we endorsed the amendments calling for meticulous planning process before any rezoning decisions were made. Our engagement in this process has been unwavering, driven by the belief that these commercial zones, which envelop metro stations, bus lines, daily living essentials, and recreational options, are ideal candidates for increased housing density while still maintaining our historic charm. My SMD's priorities, those who live in and closest to the planning area before you today, align with the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. First, we're confident that the maximum housing envisioned under proposed development guidelines and potential rezoning can be achieved without compromising the architectural and historical integrity of Cleveland Park. We know this because buildings taller and denser than the ones proposed under the guidelines exist today in the planning area. I myself live in an apartment building that would not be allowed under current zoning, but would be allowed under the new development guidelines, while the Broadmoor and Kennedy Warren are both taller and denser than the proposed in the guidelines. Second, we recognize that these are areas strategically located with excellent access to public transportation, educational institution, and recreational facilities. These factors make Cleveland Park the perfect candidate for responsible housing expansion. The guidelines presented today articulate a vision that we believe strikes the right balance between growth and preservation. The Cleveland Park Historic District already boasts structures of similar height and density that have not only seamlessly integrated into the fabric of our community, but enhance it with their gorgeous architecture. By introducing more such buildings, we believe we can enhance the vitality and livability of our neighborhood without detracting from its historic charm. We are delighted to see the latest version of the guidelines have incorporated many of the recommendations outlined in our May 2023 resolution. Notably, the expanded focus on equity and tenants' rights demonstrates a commitment to inclusivity and accessibility that resonates deeply with our community's values. While we acknowledge that some of our suggestions will need further attention during the rezoning process, we remain optimistic that our collective vision for Cleveland Park will be realized. In closing, we urge the Historic Preservation Review Board to adopt the Connecticut Avenue guidelines today as the approved framework for evaluating future projects in our commercial areas. These guidelines are not just a set of rules, they represent the aspirations of our community, striving for a harmonious blend of growth and preservation. By embracing this vision, we can secure a brighter, more sustainable future for our neighborhood, one that respects our rich history while welcoming the opportunities of tomorrow. I also want to remind you that your decision today has implications beyond those of historic preservation. While that is your mandate, what you decide impacts the future of housing affordability, business vitality, and community growth in our neighborhood. Housing prices in Cleveland Park continue to increase, making us more exclusive and inequitable. The current zoning also hampers our small businesses beyond restricting the number of people that live here. As an example, current zoning restricts the number of bars and restaurant seats in Cleveland Park, something our community overwhelmingly rejected and the Office of Planning endorsed as needing to be removed in the proposed development guidelines. Finally, there's no community without people. And our community, which is one of the whitest and richest in DC, cannot thrive unless we welcome more people in. While we know that you cannot make your decision based on these factors, we hope you understand that your decision will impact Cleveland Park for decades. I would like to think that a similar group of people like you 100 years ago approved the 1927 building that I am giving this testimony from. And I am thankful to them for thinking about me and my family that could otherwise not afford to live in Cleveland Park today. Thank you for your time and consideration. Together, we can shape the destiny of Cleveland Park for generations to come, ensuring that we remain a vibrant, inclusive, and true to our historical roots.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Any questions for him? Great.
I have one question. If
Go
he
ahead.
could manage
Go
to,
ahead, Matt.
if he could manage to convey some level of enthusiasm, we'd appreciate it.
We'll ask him to work on that for next time.
I'll wear a brighter shirt.
All right. Commissioner Prinzo is the next person that I have representing single member districts 3CO2.
Commissioner Siddiqui's enthusiasm all the time.
Yeah.
Good morning, members of the Historic Preservation Review Board. I am speaking to you today about the OP Connecticut Avenue Design Guidelines. As the Commissioner for Woodley Park, I am testifying on behalf of my single member district 3CO2, of which I am proud to represent the more than 2,000 residents of my SMD. This SMD runs along the west side of Connecticut Avenue from Calvert Street to Woodley Road, and unlike Commissioner Siddiqui, we're actually the smallest, but we have the largest population in 3C. Firstly, I'd like to commend the Office of Planning for a robust community engagement process. OP took on multiple in-person events, including multiple community walks, in-person events that were both interactive and engaging with residents in both Woodley Park and Cleveland Park. And they further engaged with the public online through their survey, multiple virtual meetings, and many, many long ANC meetings, as well as presented during different community groups and associations during the writing of this guidelines. Secondly, throughout this community engagement phase, and also in talking with my constituents, one thing is clear: people want more housing in Woodley Park and Cleveland Park. Many people would love to live in our historic districts, but the lack of housing supply and affordable housing more often than not leads people to selecting other areas to live. People want to live in this area for multiple reasons. We are conveniently located for public transportation with 2 metro stops, multiple bus lines, and soon with the implementation of Concept C, protected bike lanes for safer bicycle travel. This area is a quick trip to downtown DC for work and/or pleasure. We are conveniently located to Rock Creek Park and other parks. We have the award-winning Oyster Adams School right here. And we are conveniently located to other great areas in DC. By approving these guidelines and allowing for greater density, we will allow for more people to live in this area, creating a more vibrant Woodley Park and Cleveland Park. The SMD I represent is split, with everything east of 24th Street falling in the Woodley Park Historic District and everything west of 24th Street falling outside of it, I should say. The entirety of my SMD is made up of apartment buildings and condos and other multifamily dwellings, as well as the former Marriott Wardman Park Hotel, which if you hear any background noise, that's what that is, which is in the process of being redeveloped. The design guidelines call for up to 9 stories in the Woodley Park Historic District, whereas across the street on 24th Street, you have buildings that top out at 10, 11, or even 12 stories. If you look at the area in person, you would see that these adjacent buildings do not by any means overwhelm the Woodley Park Historic District. In fact, the architects went to great lengths to complement it. In closing, we are excited to ask the Historic Preservation Review Board to approve the Connecticut Avenue Design Guidelines as the new set of rules for reviewing potential projects in our neighborhoods moving forward. It is long past time that we had a holistic review of rules in Rock Creek West area, and it's time to bring both Woodley Park and Cleveland Park forward and reframe some of the restrictions that have slowed growth in this area for decades. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions? Commissioner Prenzo? If not, we have one more single member district commissioner who is registered to speak, Rick Nash, representing 3C08. Is Commissioner Nash on?
Yes, can you hear me?
You can, yes, you can proceed.
Well, thank you, Chair Heath and board members. I'm the ANC Commissioner for SMD 3C08, and I submit these comments in that capacity. SMD 3C08 includes a substantial portion of the Cleveland Park Historic District. I'm also the co-chair of the ANC's Residential Historic Preservation Committee and a past president of the Cleveland Park Historical Society, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to testify again today. My comments and my written testimony on the record draw primarily from examples in the Cleveland Park Historic District, but they're also applicable as well to Woodley Park. The board should neither adopt nor endorse the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines, and in fact should take no action concerning the guidelines for 3 reasons. First, they contravene the council's clear directives in the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan, which has been enacted by the DC Council and has the force of law. They also contradict the 2025 Historic Preservation Plan and HPO's Historic Preservation Guidelines. Second, they fail to address significant public concerns about facadism and incompatibility between low-rise historic contributing structures and OP's maximum development vision. And thirdly, if the board were to adopt these guidelines, it would contravene past precedent and abdicate an essential element of the board's authority. Among the ways that the guidelines contravene significant provisions of the comp plan's historic preservation element include policy HP 241, that zoning for each historic district shall be consistent with the predominant height and density of contributing heights buildings in the district. And the OP guidelines acknowledge that the contributing buildings that comprise the study area in Cleveland Park are mostly 1-story, with a few exceptions of 2- and 3-story structures. And in fact, they contemplate zoning and encourage heights of additions and infill buildings up to 90 feet, not just 75 feet with a habitable penthouse. And the guidelines would so substantially change the height and fabric of the historic district blocks facing Connecticut Avenue to infill at least actually greater than 4 times the height of prevalent 1- and 2-story contributing structures. They also contravene HP 251, that new construction, including additions, are in scale with and respect their historic district context. And I want to address something that my other commissioners had noted. The statement there are buildings of similar height and density in the study area. That is flatly incorrect. The maximum or prevailing height of buildings in the study area are 1 to 2 stories. There are a couple of buildings in the historic building district, some 100 yards away, or hundreds of yards away, the Kennedy Warren, actually that is just outside the district, in the Broadmoor, which are set back behind large lawns and are not within the commercial area, which is the subject of these guidelines. They also contradict policy HP 2.5.5, which does discourage treatments like facadism. And unfortunately, in fact, the final guidelines, rather than addressing facadism as the board had asked for, flaunt facadism as a feature. They're not to historic preservation, even touting the opportunities to preserve and restore facades in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park. Now, there can be no clearer statement of the council's strong support for the comp plan's historic preservation element than its rejection of OP's proposal under Mr. Felchicchio and Trueblood to water down the HP element by deleting directives like preserve and ensure. Only the council can change that element. But the council spoke rather forcefully when it refused to do so. OP cannot do through the development guidelines what it failed to do legislatively, nor should it enlist the board to adopt or endorse guidelines that contravene the HP element's directives. I mentioned that they also contradict the 2025 Historic Preservation Plan, which states that zoning that conflicts between development rights and preservation policies should be discouraged, and that the comp plan's guiding principles recommend using zoning and preservation laws to ensure that neighborhood character is preserved and enhanced. The historic preservation is clear that zoning should support preservation, not the other way around. Again, the development guidelines not only fail to address facadism, but that they actually emphasize that this is a likely impact in Cleveland Park, where 8-story new buildings loom above 1-story narrow storefronts with no setbacks or minimal setbacks from a row of 1 or 2-story narrow storefronts of uniform heights. The final guidelines illustrations, which are repeated in my written testimony, mock the requirement to preserve the contributing structures by piercing them with new structural supports while encapsulating them in new construction above, below, and alongside. And they demonstrate that the proposed relationship between 1 and 2-story contributing buildings to tall buildings and additions is simply not compatible there. Now, guidelines typically provide the opportunity for planners and consultants to put forward their idealized development vision, unburdened by budget constraints and business cycles. The Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines purport to do that with a full-page illustration of the future Cleveland Park, which is actually on the front of the guidelines part 2. The illustration could be anywhere, Arlington, Friendship Heights, or the Navy Yard, but it bears scant resemblance to the Cleveland Park Historic District. Its character and singular assemblage of contributing structures subsumed, pierced, and encased by incompatibly tall and dense buildings. And finally, if these foregoing reasons are not sufficient grounds for the HPRB not to approve or adopt development guidelines, there's an additional reason why the board should act with restraint. To do otherwise would contravene the board's past precedent of only adopting guidelines developed by HPO staff under the board's own auspices. The guidelines by their own terms are development guidelines and not historic preservation guidelines. And if the board were to approve or adopt them, the board would effectively be abdicating an essential element of its own authority to ensure that infill, additions, and new development in the Cleveland and Woodley Park historic districts are compatible, including in height and massing. If the development guidelines are adopted, project applicants will be able to argue that height and density within these districts are settled issues as to compatibility. And I thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Any questions for him from board members? Right. Then we'll proceed on with our next person, Martin Kleinbard. Is Martin Kleinbard on the line?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes. You have 3 minutes. You can begin your testimony.
All right, thank you so much. I want to start by saying thank you to all of you who've taken the time to hear the testimony of me and my fellow residents. I greatly appreciate this time and care that you put into the project and ensuring the best possible outcomes for the local community and the district at large. Excuse me. My name is Martin Kleinbard. I'm a homeowner in Cleveland Park, and I'm speaking in support of the Office of Planning's Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. Low housing density in high demand cities has a serious drag on economic output. One influential study found that spatial misallocation of labor due to housing supply constraints in cities like DC lowered aggregate growth by almost 50%. Right-sized development projects like those outlined in the Office of Planning's Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines can help the district realize some of that lost growth potential. Not only would these projects be a boon for businesses in Cleveland Park, Woodley Park, and the surrounding Rock Creek West neighborhoods, but they will provide a valuable boost to the city's tax base that could go to a bevy of worthwhile causes, reducing homelessness, investing in critical infrastructure, and increasing civil servants' pay, to name a few. As the development guidelines clearly show, and contrary to what some may argue, there is no need to think of right-sized development projects and historic preservation as mutually exclusive. Drawing from the district's municipal regulations on historic preservation, the guidelines demonstrate that buildings of differing heights can still achieve architectural compatibility. Quote, architectural compatibility is achieved when a collection of buildings is aesthetically harmonious. Compatibility does not require matching or copying attributes and may involve the relation of dissimilar things that are juxtaposed to produce an agreeable effect, end quote. The guidelines achieve that level of compatibility through the preservation of existing facades, the use of harmonious materials, textures, and colors, and the deployment of height transitions and setbacks. The time has come for Cleveland Park to live up to its billing as a, quote, major cohesive urban neighborhood, a title that came not from a developer's pitch deck in 2023, but from its own application to the National Register of Historic Places in 1987. As the written and spoken testimonies today make clear, the community is behind that true north vision for the neighborhood and its main street. It's a vision that can come to pass if the Office of Planning's Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines become a reality, which is why I wholeheartedly support its approval by this board. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kleinbard. The next person that I have is Ellen Herr. Is Ellen Herr available and on the line? Do you see Ellen Herr, Juliana? If not, we can come back.
Hi, Chair Heath. Yes, they're unmuted.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. We're still not hearing you if you're speaking. Right. Maybe we're having technical difficulties. I see Ellen Herr is unmuted. We can't hear you still. We will come back to you. So stay on the line. Hopefully we can get your technical issues resolved. The next person I have is Bob Ward, representing Cleveland Park Smart Growth. Is Bob Ward ready to make your statement?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Chair Heath and members of the board, my name is Bob Ward. I'm speaking on behalf of Cleveland Park Smart Growth. I testified before you in May supporting the first draft of these guidelines. At the time, I noted the clear record of support for greater height and density in these two historic districts along Connecticut Avenue. Support from the mayor, from the council, from the ANC, and the overwhelming public feedback during the just concluded planning process. So I was pleased to see that one of the additions to the final version of the guidelines was the inclusion of this statement, quote, the overall expected height, density, and use mix are defined in the comp plan as approved by the Council of the District of Columbia, end quote. In other words, our elected leaders have already decided through a very lengthy public process what the height and density in these historic districts should be. That same new passage in the guidelines goes on to say, quote, the building design guidelines for Cleveland Park and Woodley Park recommend ways to achieve compatibility through design strategies that address building massing and height transitions, facade modulation, rooftops, street wall design, and activation, building projections, materials, and articulation, end quote. In short, you, the HPRB, and the architects that come before you have the tools to make this heightened density work. We support other changes made to the guidelines over the summer, such as clearer diagrams of setbacks and transitions in the building design guidelines section, clear explanation and diagram of how new construction must work around the existing historic structure. And to Board Member Bell's inquiry, a more expansive explanation and graphics on strategies for retail floor plates. Although this might be an area that can get addressed more clearly in the rezoning process through the inclusion of a form-based code. The final version of these guidelines are an improvement on the previous draft. The members of Cleveland Park Smart Growth are passionate about their neighborhoods, but they see ways to make them better, to be more welcoming to others, and to add more vitality to our Main Street. But they love the early 20th century feel of the storefronts and the smatterings of Art Deco architecture. They hope new buildings capture that spirit. These guidelines are key to making these aspirations a reality. It's also worth mentioning that contrary to the eye in the sky, quote, God perspective that we see depicted in so many architectural renderings, we mere mortals experience these historic districts from the sidewalk. From that vantage point, especially when the design strategies mentioned above are employed, the pedestrian can't make a distinction between a 4, 5, or 7-story building. And yet, those few additional floors are opportunities for more people to live car-free, to shop at our retailers, to produce 20% of their floor area for affordable housing. That's why it's so important that these guidelines say yes to the staff's recommended height and density goals. When combined with the forthcoming rezoning, they will create some certainty for property owners, showing them what is possible, so they take the risk to create something positive for the community. Lastly, and here is a point raised, I think, very effectively by the letter you received by the Ward 3 interfaith leaders, I urge you to recall the history of these districts, the real one, not the one told in the historic district nominations. These neighborhoods, like so many others, were designed to be racially and economically exclusionary. It was Cleveland Park that initiated the zoning changes to put a stop to the side street apartments, the ones we cherish in the neighborhood today. Apartments back then, they said, were objectionable and degraded single-family homes. That's the history. Due to economics and restrictive land use rules, these neighborhoods are still exclusionary. And let's be honest, the presence of historic districts do not help in that regard. Although that was kind of the point. A Washington Post article from 1986 entitled "The Panic in Cleveland Park" described how contentious it was to include the commercial area in Cleveland Park into the historic district. A quote by Tersh Boasberg of the Cleveland Park Historical Society from that article reveals much about the purpose of including the commercial area in the historic district. He said, quote, "Can an urban neighborhood control what happens to it? Or is development inevitable? I think if the community can get organized, everything that is commercial need not be developed," end quote. We have an obligation to look at our exclusionary land use controls with a more progressive eye. And yes, as Mr. Boasberg highlighted, historic preservation is often practiced as a land use control. Our elected leaders and staff guidelines are moving us toward correcting these mistakes. This board now has an opportunity to advance this goal while ensuring the results are new buildings that look like they belong here. We ask that you please approve these guidelines for your future use, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll come back to Ellen Herr, if she's still here. See if we can hear you now.
Chair Heath, I don't see Ellen on the line anymore.
Okay, all right. I see her under attendees. She's muted now, of course, but I see her. All right, I'll come back to her again. Oh, here she is. And unmuted. Do you want to try again? No. Okay. All right. We'll try again. Wait, so the next person I have is Sarah DiGiulio or Julio.
Chair Heath, one suggestion to Ms. Her, if the computer link's not working, maybe she just wants to call in on the phone. Use the phone number and that might work better for her.
Sure. Thank you. She can try that. If you, Ms. Her, if you want to try calling in from the phone as an alternative, you're certainly welcome to. In the meantime, Sarah DiGiulio or DiGiulio.
Yeah, I'm Sarah. Hi there.
Okay, great. You can make your statement.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sarah DiGiulio, and I'm a resident and homeowner in Woodley Park, and I frequently shop in Cleveland Park. I just want to say I love the new development guidelines for Connecticut Avenue. It makes me want to cry. I just think it's so amazing. And I really want to encourage the Historic Preservation Review Board to support the guidelines, in particular, allowing more height and density in our neighborhood. It's incredibly important to me that we have more affordable housing so that the people who work in DC can also live here. DC is one of the most expensive cities in the country, and it's outrageous that so many people who work cannot live here. In addition, the current character of our neighborhoods is semi-abandoned, with many closed shops and restaurants along Connecticut Avenue. This isn't something we should be striving to preserve. More people living in our neighborhoods will mean more people going to local shops and restaurants. No one benefits from boarded up storefronts, which are much more of an eyesore from my perspective than a third or fourth or even 10th story on a building. Finally, given the incredible existential crisis presented by climate change, I believe it is imperative that we act with all possible haste, not delaying for another year or 2 years or 3 years, to create housing in ways that reduce our dependence on cars and leaves nature for nature. Having more density in our cities is key to this. Without dense housing, the alternative is more suburban sprawl and more car use. I really encourage you to support these guidelines, and in doing so, I believe you'll help to ensure a vibrant, sustainable future for our neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great. Next person that I have is Abigail. Abigail D. I don't want to mispronounce your last name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, it's Abigail Demopoulos. Thanks so much,
Perfect.
Keith and members of the board for permitting me to testify this morning. I'm a resident of Ward 3 who has used the Cleveland Park Metro to get to work multiple times a week for over 20 years. And I'm testifying in support of the Planning Office's Connecticut Avenue Design Guidelines. I think that OP has undertaken a thoughtful process to identify design strategies that address building massing, height transitions, facade modulations, rooftops, etc., to accommodate the mayor's desired housing and density goals for the city. So I recommend that you support those recommendations because I believe that they demonstrate that good design can yield higher density buildings that are compatible with the look and the feel of the two historic districts. I'm going to offer my thoughts on the Cleveland Park District as a pedestrian and not a historic preservation or architecture expert, but the Cleveland Park Historic District right now, from my point of view, covers an area that quite honestly is just a mishmash of structures that have no unifying aesthetic. It's true that some of the buildings are Art Deco and have a little bit of flair, but others have really no clear design. And frankly, the signage clashes, so it's not really very attractive. And it's true that while many of the side streets in the area contain really gorgeous, attractive historic homes, from my point of view as a pedestrian, the Connecticut Avenue strip is pretty underwhelming, and oftentimes it looks, as the previous speaker said, at risk of falling into disrepair. It's not a thriving area. I think the neighborhood is incredibly fortunate to have a metro station and reasonably frequent bus service, but it really doesn't have as many retail or dining options as other areas because the commercial area is not conducive to new investment. And I support these design guidelines because I think that they would provide an incentive for property owners to invest in new buildings or renovations of the existing structures in the historic district while preserving the street level character, which is what is really the goal of the historic preservation. I think other parts of DC contain many examples of developers preserving facades or older buildings or making other interventions while incorporating new housing and new development and new retail. And I think Cleveland Park should be no exception. You know, there shouldn't be an exception for Cleveland Park. I also believe that it would be beneficial to allow more multi-story residential buildings close to the metro so that people can access the metro comfortably and safely without having to walk several blocks in the rain. And I recognize this is sort of not the HPRB's purview, but many of you may recall that during COVID, WMATA shut down the Cleveland Park Metro Station because of lack of use. And I really would want that amenity and that incredible asset in the city to always be in use enough to justify the expense of keeping it open. So overall, I think that these design guidelines are a positive step for the neighborhood, and I hope that you will support them. And in closing, I'd just also like to note that I also submitted written testimony on the 3515 Wisconsin Avenue application for the ballet school that's on your agenda for very late in the day, probably today. So I thank you for your attention, and I wish you the best of luck in getting through your agenda for the day. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the luck. We got a lot to get through. We have, I believe, Stuart Schwartz registered to speak on behalf of Coalition for Smarter Growth. That's a change to the speaker list, a late change. Is Stuart Schwartz on the line?
This is Stuart Schwartz stepping in for Cheryl Court, who is our DC policy director and lives in DC and has spent a lot of time working with the community in Ward 3. I'll keep my testimony short. I'm the executive director of the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and we are the leading nonprofit organization advocating for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Washington, D.C. region to grow and to provide opportunities for all. Therefore, we strongly support the revised development guidelines and are excited by the strong local resident ANC support that you've heard today. The revised guidelines will help us meet the comprehensive plan goals of increasing housing and improving the mix of uses while ensuring building forms that integrate with the historic districts and foster a people-friendly streetscape around the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park metro stations. The comprehensive plan amendments of 2021 support citywide goals of increasing housing in Ward 3 and addressing the history of racial and economic exclusion. It identified the commercial areas of the Connecticut Avenue corridor as appropriate for much needed housing and changing land use to allow greater heights and larger buildings for the housing we need. The guidelines help us provide more housing while also respecting the function of the historic districts. And with these new guidelines and its existing authority, HPRB has the tools to ensure buildings constructed within the zoning's allowable height and density are compatible with the surrounding architecture and urban form. They will also provide more predictability for all stakeholders, including the developers who would be investing here. We appreciate the recommendations for compatible materials, step backs at appropriate floor heights, building articulation, and the streetscape. By approving these guidelines, the board will provide important assurance that substantial new housing and mixed-use development can be gracefully integrated into the neighborhood. Therefore, we urge you to approve these guidelines, and we thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. The next person I have is Michael Matthews. I see you. Yep, I think we can hear you now.
Great. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate the board's hard work on this, and as well as the Office of Planning's work on it. I am a former resident of Cleveland Park who had to leave because of the high costs of living in the neighborhood. I lived in Cleveland Park for 6 years before I had to move up into more affordable part of AU Park. I would encourage the board to support these guidelines to create a vibrant community around Cleveland Park. It was a great neighborhood to live in, and I still miss it today compared to the more residentially focused AU Park. I like how it expands the commercial options in the neighborhood as well as allowing out more residents. And that is the extent of my testimony today. Thank you for letting me speak. And I encourage the board to adopt the guidelines.
Hey, thank you and appreciate your brevity. Thank you for your testimony. The next person I have is Bonnie Lepard, representing Cleveland Park Historical Society. We have Bonnie oh, here you are.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Heath, and thank you, members of the board. The Office of Planning's development guidelines are really a planning or zoning document, which is not within the purview of the HPRB. It is instructive to have the guidelines presented to the HPRB, but it is not the role of the HPRB to approve or disapprove them. To adopt the guidelines would remove the HPRB from its important role and diminish its established independence from OP policies. Compatibility is paramount in historic preservation review. The guidelines seek to change the standard for compatibility. The guidelines advocate for very tall additions based on deep lots and wide alleys. Lot depth and alley width should not replace scale, proportion, and articulation. The OP guidelines state that height and massing set the framework for development decisions. In historic preservation review, height is never considered as a standalone element. Massing is an element in determining compatibility. Height and massing must be considered with scale and proportion. The OP's guidelines assume that heights up to 90 feet with an inhabitable penthouse that could visually overwhelm a contributing property are fine. The HPRB has always applied a different lens. The guidelines attempt to replace historic preservation principles with urban design principles. Increased affordable housing in Cleveland Park can be achieved while respecting historic preservation. And I just want to say, as a resident of Commissioner Siddiqui's SMD, he misrepresents that there's the overwhelming support. There's a large part of the historic, his SMD that I live in contains a great part of the historic district. And there's not we do not share his enthusiasm for these guidelines. And in closing, some other points have already been made by Commissioner Nash, but and I just want to reiterate that having 1 and 2 story storefronts, and I think it's been said in the past, I think board member maybe Bell said at the May meeting at which I spoke as well, and many people spoke out against these guidelines. Cleveland Park is has a very unique streetscape and really special character. And with 1 and 2 story storefronts, that are very, they're all contributing structures, and they really make for a wonderful historic corridor. To put 8 stories on top of these buildings without much consideration, it would really greatly change the character of Cleveland Park. And we worry about the facadism. There really will need to be some substantial setback for these infill buildings. And I just want to say that I don't think that I really stress that the board should not be adopting or approving such guidelines. They might be instructive, and I think as LP Ms. Cozart said, they could be used as a tool that would be helpful. And that's just it. They can be a tool, but to adopt them, I think, would undermine and take away the authority and the independence of the board. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for all your hard work for our city.
Thank you, Ms. Lepard. The next person we have registered to speak is Nicholas Deladon with the DuPont East Civic Action Association.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board and the Cleveland Park Development Guidelines. My name is Nick Deladon. I am the president of DuPont East Civic Action Association. And I am a member of the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team, which continues its struggle for more affordable housing at that site, which is part of the plan, I believe. The Wardman Hotel strategy team agrees with the Cleveland Park Historical Society that the Office of Planning Guidelines will diminish HPRB's independent role in development planning and protection of our historic resources and lead to the destruction of our historic districts. The current one chief concern is that OP guidelines will displace the preservation guideline of compatibility with a new standard of height, putting inappropriate pressure on HPRB to approve projects to a new maximum height of 75 feet. Adding height and density to 2-block commercial strip on Cleveland Park will not meaningfully increase affordable housing. It will, however, benefit developers at the expense of the current users, notably small businesses. If DC government were serious about affordable housing in Ward 3 and citywide, the mayor and the council would have acquired the Wardman Hotel at the bankruptcy sale in 2021. This failure is producing 900 luxury units and a mere 72 affordable units in the midst of a housing crisis. And a shout out to Commissioner Rick Nash. Thank you. We need to talk. Please do not approve OP's plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. The next person we have is Deborah Chalfie, representing Art Deco Society of Washington, D.C. Okay, looks like you're unmuted, so you can begin.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Heath and board members. I'm Deborah Chalfie, the Preservation Chair of the Art Deco Society of Washington, and we're a nonprofit membership organization encompassing the Washington, D.C. region, whose mission is to foster awareness of, celebrate, and preserve the architectural, decorative, industrial, and cultural arts of the Art Deco era and adjacent modern movements of the 20th century. We hope you've had a chance to review our written statement, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We respectfully disagree with Director Cozart. These Connecticut Avenue development guidelines are not a tool for you. Steve said that the CADG were written to embody principles that the HPRB normally applies in its reviews. It would be great if historic preservation standards were used as a tool by OP and the Zoning Commission in their work. That might produce better development proposals. But to be clear, the Office of Planning CADG are a tool for OP and zoning, not you. The support you've heard this morning from the ANC and some others should be directed at them. Our key point this morning is this. While HPRB can certainly take notice of the CADG, HPRB should not approve or adopt development guidelines for HPRB purposes. As you are well aware, the board's authority and jurisdiction is governed by the DC Historic Landmark and Preservation Act of 1978 as amended and Title 10C of the DC Municipal Regulations, and its work is guided by historic preservation principles articulated in National Park Service standards and in the HPRB's own promulgated historic preservation design guidelines interpreting its mandate. The CADG are not design guidelines, let alone historic preservation design guidelines. They are essentially what the title says they are. They are development guidelines formulated to implement a zoning and development plan as part of a broader Rock Creek West Corridors planning initiative. As such, they are outside the zone of HPRB's legal authority to approve or use in HPRB reviews. When OP made an informational presentation about its draft to the HPRB last May, Chair Heath expressed a concern that the draft did not properly describe the relationship between the CADG and historic preservation law and standards. The historic preservation groups that testified also objected to the April draft's repeated mischaracterizations of that relationship. In response to the objections and concerns expressed at last May's hearing, HPO staff promised to review and revise the language to make clear that historic preservation law and guidelines are legally distinct from each other, and that the CADG do not equal or supplement HPRB guidelines. However, this was not done. To the contrary, not only do the final CADG make no changes to the mischaracterizations we again enumerate in our written statement, OP's final guidelines further encroach on HPRB jurisdiction, which we cite in our testimony. Even if HPRB wanted to somehow utilize the Connecticut Avenue development guidelines for projects within the Cleveland Park Historic District, it could not, because the development proposals and illustrative designs in the CADG are fundamentally in conflict with the principles and standards applicable to historic preservation. For example, the massive rooftop additions being proposed in the CADG are a prime example of the conflict. The CADG propose adding 7 stories on top of the single-story commercial strip on the east side of Connecticut Avenue, almost all of which is considered contributing to the Cleveland Park Historic District. Yet the district's historic preservation regulations state that the new work shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. The HPRB's own interpretive guidelines on roof additions state that adding vertically to a historic building is generally discouraged, as such additions typically alter significant features such as its roofline, height, relationship with surrounding buildings, and overall form and mass. The CADG's development proposals are also incompatible with the HPRB's roofline visibility standard. HPRB's guidelines state that under most circumstances, roof additions that are visible from a public street are not appropriate, as they would alter a historic building's height, mass, design, composition, cornice line, roof, and its relationship to surrounding buildings and streetscape. But in the final CADG, OP urges HPRB to unwind this standard. Development certainly need not be incompatible with historic preservation. In this case, however, the CADG for the most part cannot be reconciled with historic preservation law and standards, and thus HPRB cannot simultaneously apply both. Consequently, unless the HPRB is agreeable to a significant usurpation and deviation from its historic preservation jurisdiction, HPRB should just take notice of the CADG, but should not adopt or approve them, nor use them in your own future project reviews. The only decision you should make today is to make no decision. Thank you for your consideration of our views.
Thank you for your viewpoint. Let's see, the next person that I have is Jeff Berman. Is Jeff Berman ready to make your statement? Jeff Berman, still don't see him.
Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Listen, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Jeff Berman, and my wife and I live in Cleveland Park at 2812 Ordway Street. We're just up the block from Connecticut Avenue. And I'm speaking here today to ask the HPRB to maintain your independence of judgment on historic preservation vis-a-vis the Office of Planning's Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. The OP guidelines were developed by OP for the purpose of planning and zoning. The HPRB, on the other hand, determines whether development is consistent with historic preservation principles. In the HPRB, you need to follow your own principles and judgment to execute your mission of ensuring historic preservation, in this case in Cleveland Park, but obviously throughout the District of Columbia. The OP guidelines call for tall structures, up to 75 or even 90 feet with habitable penthouse levels. On the commercial corridor, that would be truly inconsistent with historic preservation of the existing low-rise structures there. The OP's tall structures would loom over the commercial corridor and create a canyon with walls going up high on both sides of Connecticut Avenue that would be incompatible with the massing of the existing low-rise historic structures there. You should focus the HPRB on your review of development in this corridor on proper massing and compatibility with the existing historic structures. It's for that reason that I hope you will not adopt the OP guidelines, which they created for the planning and zoning, as your guidelines for historic preservation. As was said before, you do not need to take action on the guidelines. It's the guidelines of OP, and certainly everyone can be mindful of them. But you need to preserve your own judgment and independence as an agency to carry out your mission, which is historic preservation. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for everything you do on historic preservation in the district.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. The next person that I have is Connor Ward.
My name is Connor Ward. I'm a high school junior and a lifetime resident of Cleveland Park. At my school, I've started an organization called Students for Housing Equality that is the mission to look for opportunities to change how our city's rules inhibit housing growth. Advocating for the approval of the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines is one of those opportunities. I'm asking the board to please accept the recommended Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines so we're able to implement more housing availability in our community. The guidelines rely on designs created to ensure the proposed structures look and feel as though they belong on the historic corridor. I'm in support of this development not only because of the seamless nature of the design, but also because it will offer the opportunity for more affordable housing in Ward 3. The U.S. is currently experiencing a housing shortage, and no surprise, D.C. is not an exception. This development would implement dense, well-designed housing with around 20% of said housing being labeled as affordable. This is a much-needed addition to the sparse single-family landscape of Ward 3. I'm very aware of the history of my neighborhood. Whites-only schools, property rules that excluded non-whites and people of low incomes. While racial discrimination is illegal today, I cannot believe that we still use the law to make it harder to build housing that people can afford. I ask that you be a part of the progressive change that balances our desire to preserve our architectural history while also looking forward and changing our exclusionary past by creating a framework that welcomes more diversity to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your participation, Mr. Ward. The next person I have is Karen Caston. Karen Caston. Don't see. Oh, here we go. You're unmuted.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. There's a huge amount of echo.
There is. Do you have two sources?
Two sources.
Are you just on one computer or phone or?
No, I'm on one computer, but I had to access WebEx twice because I went away for a second.
Okay, it sounds like you're still on WebEx twice.
Can you take me off?
Let's see if Juliana can do that.
Please.
I don't know if you have the ability to shut someone off, Juliana.
Let me see.
Hi, this is Juliana speaking. I can, so the login that isn't unmuted, I'm going to remove it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
See if that works.
Can you hear me?
Yes, much better.
Okay, very good. I'm Karen Caston, and I live in Ward 3 on Connecticut Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the Wardman Hotel strategy team. The hotel was located in Woodley Park. And I might just note for a minute that regarding all the comments about penthouses adding extra footage for affordable housing, I will tell you that Carmel, the developer of the new buildings, glass towers on the Wardman site, has asked for and received permission from the zoning administrator to exclude its upper floors from affordable housing residents. So that's an insight into what can be done behind the scenes. In any event, I'm opposed to the Office of Planning's redevelopment guidelines in their present form. OP is greenlighting massive redevelopment on Connecticut Avenue without taking into account the city's affordable housing crisis. One way they're doing that is by talking about 20% IZ affordable housing, but they don't want to talk about what level of affordability they're going to allow. And in most of the redeveloped areas of the city that have talked about, where the developers have talked about affordable housing, they have put in units that only people who make 60 to 80% of the area median income can afford to live in. That does not provide housing for teachers, nurses, police, and first responders who are just starting out in their careers and therefore earning modest incomes, not to mention low-income clerks, grocery store cashiers, and restaurant workers who work in the ward and provide services to those of us who live here. So I think that if OP really believes what its guidelines are supporting housing equity, they should consult with staff from CORE, which is the council's body that renders decisions on housing equity. Council of, maybe it's Review for Equity. And please note that I'm referring to this body, CORE, that's part of the council and not a somewhat similar part of the executive branch, which I'm sorry to say doesn't have the same level of integrity as CORE. Because what we have now is OP saying that they're going to support housing equity. That's a claim. Anyone can say anything, but to give credibility to OP's claims of equity, I hope that they will be able to prove that what they envision does involve equity by consulting with CORE.
Ms. Caston, you've well exceeded your time. I gave you extra and you exceeded the extra.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to ask you to bring your statement to a close.
You
Still have a
gave
number of
me-
other people.
You gave me time that corresponds to my representing an organization, right?
I gave you double the time. We don't show you as representing an organization, but I ended up giving you that just
Well,
to.
you don't show it because there was nothing in the instructions that I received about the length of time people could talk. And if I had known that, I would have told the Juliana that
You can
I'm
always tell
representing.
us, you can always tell me as soon as you begin your statement.
I did just tell you, but so I'll just end this way.
But what I'm saying is I gave you extra time to correspond with that. And you've exceeded that.
conclude?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I agree with the Historical Society's conclusion that increasing affordable housing in Cleveland Park can be achieved while respecting historic preservation. But OP's currently presented development guidelines will not accomplish affordable housing, no matter how much mass or density or setback are allowed. OP, please go back to the drawing boards. Thank you very much. Thank you for your generosity.
Thank you for your participation and your statement today. The next person I have is Kevin Kelso. Kevin Kelso.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Super. My name is Kevin Kelso. I'm a resident of Woodley Park. And full disclosure, I'm also the vice president of the board of the Cleveland Park Historical Society. As such, I have a keen interest in architecture, history, and urban planning, and I strongly support smart growth and the critical need for affordable housing in Washington. I also strongly oppose the adoption or endorsement by the Historic Preservation Review Board of the DC Office of Planning's Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. I feel fortunate to live in a historic district after having seen the effects of the unrestricted and incompatible development in neighborhoods that lack the designation, such as Adams Morgan and Columbia Heights. OP's guidelines propose zoning and planning changes that have little to do with historic preservation. They would dramatically alter the character and scale of our neighborhood, leading to the expensive, overbuilt architectural mediocrity that has often taken over NoMa, Navy Yard, and the Southwest waterfront and other areas of the city. Deference to community historic district design guidelines and future development can lead to vibrant, imaginative, and innovative growth that is in harmony with existing architecture. And affordable housing can be created without yielding to developers' insatiable appetite for an even more towering cookie-cutter luxury apartments. I urge HPRB not to undermine its purpose or compromise its oversight by endorsing OP's guidelines. Historic preservation is meaningless if zoning is given precedence over a neighborhood's architectural integrity. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Kelso. The next person I have is just listed as Umi. No last name. And Juliana, while we wait for that person to get online, we also have now Ms. Herr calling in from a phone line. You should have received the number by email.
Chair Heath, yes, I do see Ellen on the line. I do not have Umi on the line.
Okay, let's try Ms. Herr now that she's calling in from her phone. All right. Can you try now, Ms. Herr? You should be unmuted.
I am unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now, finally.
Yes, great.
Yes. Hi, sorry, having trouble. My name is Ellen Herr, and I was an 11-year resident of Woodley Park, but have recently moved to Logan Circle. I participated in the walk study and other public engagement opportunities that the Office of Planning initiated for the development of these guidelines, and appreciate the effort that OP took to craft such a thoughtful and comprehensive document. I wholly support the development guidelines for Cleveland Park and Woodley Park. I wish they went further and recommended even greater density. The Cleveland Park commercial strip is dying. Simultaneously, DC has a housing shortage and affordability crisis. Affordability and lack of units of the size my family needed is why we had to move out of Cleveland Park when it came to time to buy our own place. This neighborhood has much to do, more to do to contribute its fair share to building additional housing that the city needs, which will help with the affordability issue. It cannot continue to wall itself off from the rest of the city under the guise of historic preservation or preserving neighborhood character and put the burden of building housing on areas where residents have less time and resources to advocate for how housing is built in their community. Historic preservation, while useful in some cases to preserve certain properties, should not be used by citizens as a tool to preserve the results of exclusionary and discriminatory housing policies, or be allowed to take precedence over the city's need to build additional housing that is sorely needed. It feels like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic to argue over massing and whether materials are historically sufficient when we need to be building thousands of more units for people who should have an opportunity to live in this area. It is time to move forward and build more transit-oriented development in the Connecticut Avenue corridor. These development guidelines are a good first step. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Herr, and thank you for your patience and persistence. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Working through the technical challenges. Great. The next person I have is Nancy McWood, who's representing C100.
Heath and members of the board, I am Nancy McWood, Vice Chair of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. We're testifying today because we're very concerned that the Office of Planning is asking the Historic Preservation Review Board to endorse its proposed development guidelines for Connecticut Avenue in Woodley Park and Cleveland Park. Doing so would risk upending the separate legal and policy functions of the HPRB and the Zoning Commission. The proposed guidelines exist because the DC Council directed the Office of Planning to create them before submitting proposals to change zoning on Connecticut Avenue in the two neighborhoods. One of the few ways a property owner in the designated neighborhoods could request upzoning before the guidelines were developed was to offer to set aside at least 30% affordable housing rather than the lesser requirement of 8 to 10% or up to 20% when zoning permits more density. Nowhere in the comp plan does the council mention the HPRB as being involved in the creation of the guidelines, or most importantly, being subject to the guidelines. The instruction was to OP to create a zoning document for the use of the zoning commission in deciding how to upzone those two neighborhoods. Since OP is trying to draw this body into what should be exclusively a zoning process, it is necessary to highlight some conflicts in its proposal. For example, the discussion of compatibility is based on urban design principles rather than historic preservation principles. The essential elements of OP's version of compatibility are height and mass. Scale, proportion, and articulation, which are key elements in an historic preservation review, are not code determinants in achieving compatibility according to the OP proposal. It would be appropriate for the HPRB to make comments to the Office of Planning on how its proposal may conflict with specific policies in the comprehensive plan that are intended to guide the HPRB. For example, within historic districts, the established lot coverage limits, height limits, and open space requirements are recognized as creating the character and attractiveness of those areas. Any new development must be in scale with and respect the historic context through sensitive siting and design and appropriate use of materials and architectural detail. This policy is directed to the HPRB. It reiterates the board's mission to independently evaluate zoning limits on a case-by-case basis in a historic preservation context. The Office of Planning should respect the independence of historic preservation review from zoning standards. When it comes to zoning in historic districts, the historic preservation element of the comp plan is unequivocal, and this should be noted by the Office of Planning. Zoning for each historic district shall be consistent with the predominant height and density of contributing buildings in the historic district. To make it clear that OP has flexibility to tailor zoning, even though the council changed the designation for Cleveland Park and part of Woodley Park from low density to medium density residential, it included this statement in the framework element of the comprehensive plan. A designation of an area with a particular land use category does not necessarily mean that the most intense district described in the land use definition is automatically permitted. And how is medium density residential, the new designation for Connecticut Avenue and Cleveland Park and Woodley Park, described in the comp plan? Medium density residential is, quote, used to define neighborhoods or areas where mid-rise 4 to 7 story apartment buildings are the predominant use. What OP is proposing on Connecticut Avenue and Cleveland Park is the most intense district, despite the on-point policies in the historic preservation element that zoning within historic districts should be consistent with the predominant height and density of the area to be zoned, which in Cleveland Park is the area between Macomb Street and Porter Street. We are frustrated and concerned that OP is attempting to make the case for maximum density through zoning and to convince the HPRB to join them in endorsing the proposed guidelines, partly with an affordable housing argument. Let's be clear that DC affordable housing resources are not being used in Ward 3. There is one recent example of the Housing Production Trust Fund gap financing being used in Ward 3. And there are recent financial incentives to produce up to 30% affordable housing in Ward 3 that are not being used by developers. That leaves the inclusionary zoning program, which requires at most 1 unit of affordable when 10 units of market rate housing are produced. If OP's proposed zoning changes are accepted by the Zoning Commission, the affordable housing equation would increase to maybe 2 units of affordable housing when 10 units of housing are built. The HPRB should know that OP could request a higher percentage of affordable housing set aside if it wants. The council has signaled that it would like to see a greater set aside in areas like Cleveland Park and Woodley Park. The ball is in the OP court to recommend a better balance between the inventory of affordable and market rate housing. The HPRB has no authority to do that. The Committee of 100 urges the HPRB to press the Office of Planning to respect historic preservation principles as documented in the comprehensive plan in proposing changes to zoning in historic districts, and to respect that HPRB will not cross the line between zoning and historic preservation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. McWood. We appreciate your testimony as always. I have 2 more people registered to speak. That's Rebecca Miller, Executive Director of DC Preservation League, and then I have Brian Ricketts. So we'll hear from Ms. Miller and then Brian Ricketts, and that will conclude our public testimony for today.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we
Wonderful.
can. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Heath and members of the board. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. I wanted to start off by just kind of talking about what I think might be the confusion here is that this was noticed in the HPRB agenda as an informational presentation, not that there would be any kind of action taken on this. And from listening to the testimony this morning, there's a tremendous amount of testimony asking you to approve these, to to approve or deny or do any such thing. Yet the board doesn't have the authority to do this. This presentation is really suited for anticipating whether there may be conflicts in the future that from the board's own guidance. I think in this particular case that giving feedback for this is what's important. I'm looking at this last slide that's up on the screen, and it says HPRB and Historic Preservation Office to use the CADG in review of development applications within the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park historic districts. That is not what seems to be the case on the agenda as an informational presentation. And I think that that's misleading for the public and what we're here to do today. I'd like to align ourselves with the Committee of 100 and the Capitol Hill, on the Cleveland Park Historical Society and the Art Deco Society of Washington in their comments. We do stand by the fact that HPRB does not have the authority to adopt these guidelines moving forward. And we do appreciate that the mayor has set this public policy of creating more affordable housing and denser development at metro stations. But there is also the public policy of the DC Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act that was declared a matter of public policy in 1978. And it is for the protection and perpetuation of properties of historical value. It also calls for the enhancement. So yes, there can be enhancement to the historic districts, but the key word is enhancement. And your jurisdiction is governed by the Preservation Act, and your work is guided by historic preservation principles set forth in the citywide guidelines and in some cases specific neighborhood guidelines. The proposed Connecticut Avenue development guidelines do not affect this authority. You as board members will continue to review projects as you have been under the guise of the historic preservation guidelines. There has been a long-standing conflict between zoning maps and historic districts. Just because zoning allows for say a 75-foot building doesn't mean it's compatible with the historic buildings around it. However, if the board finds that a building of 75 feet is not compatible on a particular site due to its context and asks for a reduction in height, historic preservation becomes the bad guy. These guidelines will inevitably be referenced when land use attorneys, developers, architects, and individuals come before you. And as you all have done in the past, you look at the compatibility, not at whether it was dictated as an example in this document. Zoning and historic preservation do not need to be in conflict. It's through proper zoning designation and careful consideration by this board that we create neighborhoods where new construction, adaptive reuse, and intact housing and historic buildings exist in harmony and cohesiveness. So with that, I'd just like to move forward with that. And if anybody would like to comment on the difference between the agenda and what's being asked of you today, I'd like to hear that as well. So thank you for your time.
Sure, thank you for that. Rebecca, we'll come back to that question. And I will also, after this next person who's going to speak, we'll come back to that question, and then I will probably also ask staff to address that point as well.
Thank you.
Thanks. So our last person, Brian Ricketts, are you on the line and ready to make your statement?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes. Oh, you went away. I'm gonna try again.
Hi, sorry about that. I
Okay.
managed to mute myself. My apologies. Hi, my name is Brian Ricketts. I'm a resident of Cleveland Park. I rent here. I appreciate that I'm the last person, so I will do my best to be both brief and frank for you guys. Thank you to the Office of Planning and to the board here for hosting this discussion. I'm here to speak in support of the guidelines and to ask that you do what it says on this slide and use these guidelines when you're reviewing development applications going forward. I want to quickly co-sign what's been said about housing affordability. I know that I am going to have to leave this neighborhood to afford to have a family. I love living here, but I've accepted that, and I'm just hoping to leave it a little better than I found it here. I'm also speaking as an enthusiast for Art Deco. It's part of why I moved to this neighborhood. It's gorgeous. I love the buildings. I think it is very silly. The comments were made earlier that the architectural form made internationally famous by American skyscrapers is somehow going to be incompatible with putting an 8-story building in our neighborhood. But that's not what I came here to talk about. I came here because I'm 29 years old. I'm grateful that Connor Ward spoke earlier and I don't have to shoulder the burden of an entire generation. But I'm here to talk about climate, which has been missing from this discussion. There's beautiful streetscape laid out in this plan, lovely, support for businesses. But we just went through the hottest summer on record. There's a good chunk of it where no one would have been able to enjoy any of this anyway. The DC Council and the mayor, we've had a lot of discussion today about the, statutes and the will of the council and all of those sorts of things. But there is a goal out here that we reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And a significant portion of that, about 35%, includes mode shift from cars to transit and biking, shifting to denser housing. And Cleveland Park and Woodley Park have the elements to support those goals. It's mixed commercial and residential use, it's close to jobs, it supports entertainment for young people and their families. Net zero by 2050 sounds like it's a long way away, but building and residency shifts take a long time. We can't afford to keep kicking the can down the road while using up our carbon budget. So we need guidelines today. Not revised for another 2 years, not debated to death in committee, but today. And it's very silly that we had all these discussions fighting over jurisdiction. Folks are out here trying to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic. We are moving towards the climate iceberg here. And I appreciate that the board and the Office of Planning are actually working together and thinking about this. And they've put out guidelines that are a reasonable balance. They're an appropriate partnership. They look to how we can protect historic character and also provide a clear pathway to the development that's going to be necessary to meet these climate goals. Folks have said that these guidelines have little to do with historic preservation. They're clearly extremely responsive to it, and they've been revised to take things like that into account. It's just that folks are used to seeing the guidelines for preservation are roadblocks, and this is not. This is new, and I appreciate that government is working together and thinking about how we can do preservation and development in the 21st century to meet our climate and housing goals. The board here has a unique role to play and a unique preservation perspective, and I appreciate that folks are being innovative and thinking about how to do that through these guidelines. In closing, I'm a member of Commissioner Siddiqui's district. Housing and development was a significant driver in a very close election for him and for the election of Councilmember Fruman. And folks in my generation are always asking ourselves the question, like, does democracy still work in this country? Can we expect our elected leaders and the directors, board members that they appoint to do the work necessary to make it possible for my generation to live in DC, to live in a way that's sustainable? So I ask you to please support these guidelines and use them in your reviews going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ricketts. And again, thank you to everybody who participated today. Steve, I want to ask that you and maybe Heba come back to respond to specifically the question about the procedural issue here. I'm not sure if we want to ask David Lieb to comment at any point. We may on the potential legal question that some people have brought up as to whether or not this is within the HPRB's purview to approve and to then use as guidelines. It's certainly not the law for HPRB, but again, a guideline. So I just want to give you the opportunity to address this question.
Sure, yeah, and David, as you said, David Lieb is on the call, and I think is prepared to address any questions you guys have from a legal perspective. But I think you hit the nail on the head just now. This is not only not the law, it's not a regulation, it's not a regulatory document, it's a guideline that is intended to provide guidance on how the board and the public and the development entities in the future can approach new projects in the Cleveland Park Historic District to achieve compatibility. Ultimately, this board remains without any change at all as the arbiter as to what does constitute compatibility in the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park Historic Districts. And we would expect you all to do exactly what you've always done before, which is to review them using guidelines and standards to achieve that compatibility. So we certainly understand and have heard the anxiety of some about the potential for change. I think there are some that are sort of concluding already that that this change is inherently incompatible. I think we're a little bit more optimistic that the type of development that we're suggesting could happen under a changed zoning scenario could be compatible through the use of these guidelines. So, but again, that will be up to this board to decide when and if you get these future proposals. So, regarding the notice issue, we have always advertised guidelines as informational items and the board has often taken positions and adopted them, voted to approve them as informational items or under the auspices of an advertisement on the notice and on the agenda as an informational item. And clearly, from the beginning of this project, we made clear that we were hoping to obtain the board's approval of this document. And most recently, when it was presented in May, and then with the update in July, we made clear that we were going to be seeking the board's approval or acceptance of this document. So there doesn't seem to be any confusion about that from the testimony that you've heard. So we think that the board has the ability to move forward if it so chooses to with taking a position on the document.
Okay.
Could I ask a question, Steve?
Absolutely. Yes.
So, Steve, if we didn't take a position, what would that mean?
Well, Office of Planning will continue to move forward with with the zoning changes that are outlined on this slide here, and seeking approval from the Zoning Commission for zoning changes to be consistent with the future land use map changes that were done in the 2021 comp plan update. Honestly, I think that the design principles that are in the guidelines are the ones that we would apply regardless. You know, height and massing variations, materials, setbacks. Those are all the principles that you all apply everywhere for new construction projects, including new construction projects which include bigger buildings adjacent to smaller scale historic buildings. So I think the exercise that you all go through to determine compatibility, what we tried to capture in this document is what you all have always done. So I'm not sure that it would be a tremendous difference in how we would approach this, but we do think that there is value in the board understanding, particularly through this very public process of over a year, and you know, as initiated by the council in the upflumming of this area, that it is a public priority to achieve additional housing in this area. And I mean, I think one of the greatest benefits of our historic preservation program in DC is your decisions are you know, you have very little political review of your decisions. When the board designates, you all have the final right to determine what should be designated, and doesn't go through a legislative or executive review. Similarly, you all have a lot of autonomy related to design review. But I think that incumbent in doing that and in having that autonomy is having to be aware of what the city's planning priorities are, and taking those into account. And again, I think that the board has done that in a way, at the same time being entirely consistent with its role as reviewing things for compatibility and consistency with the purposes of the Preservation Act, but at the same time being cognizant of what the bigger planning perspective is in the city, and using that to, you know, avoid conflicts to where historic preservation isn't working at cross purposes with city's planning goals.
So if okay, thanks. That's really helpful. So sort of what you're saying is, in a way, the Office of Planning is looking for us to give it a support, rather than, it's not binding necessarily every aspect of it, but to give it support in terms of its philosophical framework and in terms of its, to the extent to which it helps guide us in making decisions about compatibility.
Yes.
Yeah, I particularly find that helpful. I think that this is similar to what the board has asked for in other historic districts, where we're looking for a little bit more guidance so that we are doing what's in keeping with the comp plan and other overarching goals within the city. I know we've mentioned several times that guidelines for Anacostia, for instance, would be really helpful. I find this very similar to that. I think that what the Historic Preservation Office has done in representing how density can be accommodated in a compatible way here is very consistent with other approaches to density that the board has taken. So from that perspective, I think it just underscores what the board has already supported and helps us to not have to go back and look at a lot of past cases in order to understand that, but simplifies what we should understand as a way to think about supporting density. Again, in support of what the board has always said we support, which is more density and certainly more housing. And more housing does, it doesn't guarantee us more affordable housing, but it certainly helps, which we've heard from many applicants who are working toward affordability. So those are my thoughts, not that we're deliberating yet, but that was how I saw this being used, not as a tool that stipulates exactly how the board is to act, but just a framework that we can reference as we make our independent decisions case by case. Any other questions from board members? Okay. Then if there are no other questions, I think we're ready to deliberate and determine whether we are ready to move forward with a vote on this. I'll ask that board members turn on your cameras. See Matt, I don't see anybody else yet, but so I've sort of, oh yeah, I see Carissa now. So I've stated my initial thoughts. I think this is a really helpful tool for us, and I do see it as a tool, as guidelines have always been for the board. We still are governed by the preservation law, first and foremost, and every case will come to us for us to evaluate on its merits individually. So I don't see this as restricting us in any way. I'm certainly in favor of supporting this as a tool for the board to use. I think it's been helpful to hear how it's developed, to have been able to provide guidance along the way. And certainly, as always, to allow the community and others to participate in the development of this. So I would be curious to hear from other board members as to your position.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Beatty. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I see it as a tool. I see it as actually being commendable in terms of it being comprehensive to your commentary, and allowing feedback from the community and also taking into account the administration's priorities. And so I think as a board, as a body, we are more than capable of using this tool as such, and also understanding what sort of we are bound, and you know, put it in the context of what we're actually supposed to be doing in terms of our rules and regulations. So I don't see these two things in conflict. As a matter of fact, I see it as what we've said it is, as a tool, as an implement that's helpful in decision making. So
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think some of the tenor of the testimony, which has been really interesting to listen to, I think has tended to view the guidelines, the development guidelines, as the last word in what will be built in these areas. And I think the fact that the board has purview to review projects is really an important thing to consider in this regard. We've been all seeing projects that have been in historic districts where what was approved was not the maximum zoning that was allowed. And I think that's a fairly common thing because the board felt that there was issues of compatibility that needed to be addressed in the design. So I think that that's an important thing. I think the other thing to consider here is, from my point of view, is that cities do change. And I think this is obviously a challenge in terms of what the city is proposing in terms of the zoning, upzoning these areas. But I welcome it as a challenge. I feel very positive that the board can have a positive impact on, in terms of the process of reviewing and judging compatibility in a way that introduces new development, but also sustains the principal aspects of the character of these two neighborhoods. And I think the guidelines do a good job at suggesting a number of ways that could be considered. I think that one thing, as I mentioned before, I think the pop-ups are a bit of an issue. I think we're going to see more of them because of the very, very fragmented nature of property ownership there. And I think that's something that Anita Cozart and her crew might consider a little bit. But I think as a guideline, yeah, why wouldn't we want this in terms of how we proceed forward? It's thoughtful. It provides some all matter of thinking, from streetscapes to heights and character and things. But in the end, it is we who judge the compatibility, not that document. And I think that's an important distinction.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Matt. Anyone else?
Sure, Madam Chair, and thank you. And thank you to everyone in the community for both the participation in the process of crafting this document as well as testimony today. My thoughts are aligned with the views of the board members who've already spoken. Preservation in this city came about at a time when the city population was shrinking and when conditions on the ground were very different than they are today, and how preservation evolves with demographics of population leaving the city versus population growth, and how that growth is managed in the context of the historic districts and our historic assets is a challenge. And so, I like others have said, this is a tool. This is not an edict. This is not, visuals that will one day be translated into reality, but rather a framework within the context of a preservation, a historic district, and zoning that is evolving to accommodate a growing city. I will support a move to adopt this as a guideline, understanding that any redevelopment or rehabilitation proposals still come through the board, still go through the same design review process with staff, and will hopefully result in any potential new development being compatible with the historic districts that these are impacting.
Okay. Thank you all. I'm going to make a motion then that we approve the guidelines as they've been presented to us, and ask for a second.
I'll second. I would just one point of clarification. Does it make sense to more accurately reflect what we discussed to say approve the guidelines as a tool in our process of, I think the word tool is a very useful word here. Instead of saying, because we don't, as has been pointed out to us, this is not a binding document on us. It is a tool.
Sure. I think that we've discussed that at length. I think adding that to the motion absolutely makes sense. So I will amend that motion by saying we approve the guidelines as a tool for the board's use, with the understanding that we are still regulated by the preservation law and will review each case individually on its merits.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay. Is there a second? Was that a second, Matt?
Yeah, I hit second. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, then the motion carries. Thank you to everyone who participated in this process today and over the past year. It's very helpful. I'm going to use the chair's authority to defer our next case, which was another informational presentation. In the interest of time, we can have this come back to us at another time, but certainly you don't have to hear informational presentations. I do think it might be helpful for us to ask staff to bring this back, but because we spent so much time, which was really valuable on our first informational presentation, I'd like to remove this from today's agenda and proceed with our historic designation of Little Tavern Shop, which is was supposed to be on at 10:15. We're well beyond that time. So, all right, thank you. We'll ask for staff to present first, unless you'd like to hear from the applicant on this prior to your presenting your staff report.
Good morning. This is Ann Brockett, and actually the Historic Preservation Office is the applicant or the co-applicant in this case. So you are only going to get one presentation from me. That's sort of a combined staff report and history overview of the Little Tavern Shop number 27. If you want to go to the slides, there it is. The nomination for the Little Tavern Shop number 27 comes as a result of the collaborative effort of the owner, LCOR, the community, the Office of Planning, and the Historic Preservation Office. Its preservation is part of a planned unit development or PUD project on the site. And as a result of that, LCOR submitted the nomination and agreed to preserve the Little Tavern building while also adding density to the site with a 10-story mixed-use building. A nomination prepared by History Matters was submitted before the site construction had begun and prior to the rehabilitation of Little Tavern. So we asked if we could co-sponsor it in order to amend the nomination with current photos and a current building description, as well as a more developed statement of the history of little taverns in general and a discussion of integrity. The building was built in 1963. Sits on the corner of 6th and Morse, and it's sandwiched right between the historic districts for Gallaudet College to the east and Union Market Terminal Historic District to the west. It's a small concrete block building. You can go ahead to the next one. We'll get different views as I'm talking. It's faced with porcelain enamel steel panels on the south and east walls and on the roof. The enameled panels were painted over in about 1991, but have been fully restored to their original condition, with a few replaced in kind where the originals were too damaged to repair. The north and west walls were removed to construct the PUD, which is attached to the Little Tavern. The shop is rectangular with the front third under the gabled roof and the rear 2/3 under the flat roof, with a stepped parapet along the east elevation. Its distinctive steeply pitched gable roof slopes down to the storefront, where a small front gable covers the main entrance. Distinguishing features include the bright green and white colors, curved corners with false coining, shed dormers designed to hold signage, brown porcelain enamel clapboards in the gable ends, and a sign frame projecting up from the roof ridge. You can go to the next one. Inside, we'll see that it is a vacant shell currently. And in places, it's easy to see the original masonry walls. Where the north and west facades were removed, concrete block walls with large openings into the new building denote their original locations. Next slide. Where the Little Tavern and the addition connect near the front, there's a 1-story glass section that mimics the takeout window enclosure that had been on the west side. And this is not a good side for showing that, but it does show you what the site currently looks like. Next slide. The Little Tavern Shops chain was the brainchild of restaurateur Harry F. Duncan. He opened the first Little Tavern Shop, a simple sit-down counter that offered inexpensive burgers, in Louisville, Kentucky in 1927. 1 year later, he moved to Washington, D.C., where he opened a Little Tavern at 814 E Street Northwest and continued to expand the chain into a regional empire. Within a decade, there were over 20 Little Taverns in Washington alone, with at least that many in the surrounding DC suburbs, Baltimore and Annapolis. A total of 27 Little Taverns were eventually built in the district alone, the last of which is number 27, the subject of this nomination. Let's go to the next one. Little Tavern's original appearance was an obvious copy of the White Castle chain, as was its slogan, "Buy 'em by the bag," which was a clear spin-off of White Castle's "Sell 'em by the sack." Beginning in 1930, Little Taverns found their own identity when Duncan hired architect George Stone and engineer Charles Brooks of the Stonebrook Corporation to design a signature look. The Tudor Revival green and white hamburger house they developed would prevail with few changes for the remainder of the chain's existence. The first of these quaint domestic cottages was Little Tavern Shop Number 6 at 630 North Capitol Street. And although it's hard to see here, it had such Tudor Revival elements as diamond pane windows, the door with vertical boards and metal straps, and elaborate gutter leaders. Duncan superimposed the commercial use on this homey structure with signs advertising 5-cent burgers and good coffee in the dormers and on the neon sign at the roof. Beginning in 1936, Duncan updated the design, partnering with Luther Reason Ray, the founder of the Structural Porcelain Enamel Company. The design streamlined the original with curved corners and signature steel panel exteriors that Little Tavern is known for. The design was patented by Duncan in 1937, and that's the drawing at the lower left corner, which was submitted with his patent application. All future Little Taverns followed this new aesthetic, and the older shops were eventually all refaced in the modern materials. And the next slide shows a couple of Luther Ray's drawings. These are fortunately preserved in the Library of Congress. So we have them available, and the preservation plan for the Little Tavern was developed in part based on these. And we'll go to the next slide, which shows Little Tavern number 27 in about 1986. Little Taverns were DC's local version of a fast food chain. Created in 1927, they're one of the oldest such chains in the country, following on the heels of White Castle, which was founded in 1922, A&W in 1923, and White Tower in 1926, and decades ahead of such major corporations as McDonald's, which started operation in 1955. What these chains shared, besides the wholly new notion of chain restaurants, was their use of building design as advertisement. Color and form became a sort of identification for each chain. For instance, Howard Johnson's bright orange A-frame roofs, A&W's signature towers projecting from low-hipped roofs, and the gleaming white and gooseneck lamps of White Towers and White Castles. Little Taverns, too, participated in this early corporate branding, combining a single building type with a standardized menu, uniforms, and food packaging design, all of which helped create a distinct and recognizable brand. When Harry Duncan retired in 1981, he sold the chain. It sold again in 1989, at a time when Little Taverns were not doing so well financially. But despite the economics, the new owner told the Washington Post, quote, "We're buying a piece of history. Everybody knows about Little Tavern. Everybody's been to one." Unfortunately, his enthusiasm didn't really translate into the hoped-for recovery, and Little Tavern shops began to close its remaining restaurants. Let's go to the next one. Number 27 was the last Little Tavern to remain in business in the district, closing in 1991. A Subway restaurant operated here until 2017, when it closed in advance of the PUD redevelopment. Little Tavern shop number 27 is one of only 5 remaining examples of the chain that was central to the experience of a wide spectrum of Washingtonians, from members of Congress to truck drivers, and included one fan, Phyllis Richmond, who was a longtime food critic for the Washington Post. We'll go to the next one, and you'll see what it looks like now, all cleaned up. Little Tavern shop number 27 meets District of Columbia criteria B for history and D for architecture and urbanism. It's associated with the historical development of the fast food industry and demonstrates generally the changing dining habits of Americans, early corporate branding, and it was a regional dining success story. Number 27 embodies the distinguishing characteristics of the Little Tavern building type as developed by owner Harry Duncan and the Stonebrook Corporation, with later improvements by Luther Ray. Not only is it an exemplar of the patented green and white Little Tavern Tudor cottage, once so familiar in DC, its design provides an excellent example of how fast food buildings in particular have been exploited as company advertisement. In terms of integrity, number 27 is a little bit unusual. It's in the unique position, perhaps, of being both restored and highly altered through the addition. However, the large building appended to its rear and west side has been achieved in such a manner that the building itself continues to be recognizable as a little tavern. The addition is black at its base, allowing the gleaming white of the restored little tavern to pop against the dark background. Further, the addition is separated on the west by a one-story piece that mimics the former carryout shelter. The front and east sides and the telltale little tavern roof have been fully restored to their original appearance and colors. Because of its restored appearance and the manner in which the addition was designed to allow the shop to read as a freestanding building, Little Tavern number 27 retains sufficient integrity to convey its significance. And this is the standard for designation as a DC landmark. We are not recommending that the nomination be forwarded to the National Register because its integrity standards are higher. The designation of the shop as a DC landmark is the culmination of the PUD amenity package that recognizes and celebrates the history of Little Tavern's presence throughout the district for much of the 20th century. And despite the changes that are happening around it, the building remains as a clearly identifiable Little Tavern shop, with its rooftop signposts awaiting a new neon sign to once again welcome customers. That is all I have. I believe the owner is on the line, or at least they were. And there were also letters of support in the file, and I'm certainly here for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Anne. If the owner is on, why don't we hear from him at this time, or her?
Hi, Anne, this is Juliana. Who is the owner?
It may have been Craig Phillips from Elcor, if he's available.
You see him?
I'm not seeing Craig on the line.
Okay. Great. If he joins, we can come back to him if he joins before we conclude this hearing. Are there any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Beatty. I have a question. Is there, and this is this for staff, is there any additional preservation plan as it relates to the building, or is the way it currently stands, is that the extent of what will be done?
Thank you for the question. The building followed a preservation plan to get to the state. It was actually lifted up and moved off-site during the construction because there was an underground parking garage, and a preservation plan was prepared in advance of that, so that it could be put back together appropriately. And if it's landmarked, any changes will, of course, come through us for review. So it will, our goal would be to keep it looking as it does right now.
Perfect. So it appears now in its finished state. I appreciate that. I'm sure the initial plan came before the board. That predates me, but thank you for the answer to the question.
Sure.
And because Carissa, because this was not designated at the time, it probably did not come to the board. But any changes that happened from this point forward, if we designate it, would come to the board.
So then what the developer did, then Madam Chair, they did that without direction from the board in terms of preservation?
Correct.
Thank you.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but
it was it was at the directive of the Historic Preservation Office staff. Steve Colcott largely was responsible for getting the building looking like it should. And the owner agreed to do that as part of their amenity package as a PUD development.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. If there are no questions, then I very much appreciate the presentation and the effort that was undertaken to preserve this. I'll ask if the board is ready to deliberate, and if we are, we can turn on our cameras.
I actually had a question for staff.
Sure, go
I
ahead.
apologize. And how many Little Tavern buildings, and this may have been answered in the presentation. If it was, I apologize, already exist in historic districts such that they're going to be preserved as they generally are currently?
Excellent question, Mr. Auerbach. There are 5 total Little Taverns in DC that remain out of the 27. 2 of them are in Georgetown, Sweet Green on M Street, and it used to be Paolo's restaurant on Wisconsin. I'm not sure it still is. And there's one in Capitol Hill on Pennsylvania Avenue called the Little Pub, if you know that, next to CVS. And there's one up H Street, which is a nail salon, I believe, at the present, and has been kind of altered. That one, the latter one, is not protected. The other 3 are in the Georgetown Historic District and the Capitol Hill Historic District. I don't know if they fall within the period of significance. I think they do, but the nomination doesn't discuss them. Nominations don't discuss them. And they're very focused on residential architecture, so they wouldn't touch this anyway. So this is the only document we have to sort of relate to the history of this chain, where there are protected under the other districts, but there's no sort of reason why. And this
Right.
document does that.
And by my mind's eye, this structure is the most pristine or original in its presentation to any of the other 5?
The one that has a Sweet Green in Georgetown is pretty similar to this. The others have been altered, I would say, painted over or added onto. This one is added onto as well. But I think this one has a good sense of integrity.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Another question? Yep, go
I was
ahead.
gonna say, I don't have a question, but I'm happy to start deliberation if that's okay.
Sure.
So so I'm personally happy to see this building here. I actually this building is a little bit a part of my family history. My father had a business in this market, and I didn't know this as the Little Tavern. I knew it as the Subway. And it was one of the only places that you could actually grab lunch if you were working in the market area. And so as a probably 9-10-year-old all the way up until my teens, my dad and I have fond memories of walking to this Subway to get lunch. So I'm happy to see it here. I actually also, of course, live in Brookland and frequent the market all the time. And so I see this building and have wondered since the addition. To call it an addition is a little bit strange because it certainly is more than addition, but I understand because the historic building was there first. But I've wondered what was going to happen. I see that they had preserved it and was happy to see that, but was hoping that something would be done formally to make sure that the building was still standing. So I say all that to say, again, I'm personally happy to see this being designated historic. My only sadness is that I wish it was operating. I hope there's some plans to have it operating. To see it dark is a little sad. but am glad that it's here in like I said, formal capacity to be preserved, and I'm happy, personally pleased to vote for it. So.
Sure, and I talked to staff about this last week, but it is not only preserved as a structure, but it also has been incorporated into the building that is the addition. So it has openings from that larger development into this building and will eventually operate as retail.
Oh, great.
So it will not remain dark.
Oh,
that was one of my concerns, or just questions about how it would be used and incorporated.
Great.
So that is coming.
Well, that makes me even more happy. So yeah, I'm pleased to vote for it and approve it, and probably shared more than you all ever wanted to know about my family, but I remember this place very fondly.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Here, Heath, this is Ann Rocket again, and I'm sorry to break in on the board's discussion, but Eleanor Kraus is on the line, and she is, I'm sorry, I didn't think to offer the mic to her, but she is on the line to speak on behalf of the owner, if that's possible, Juliana. And if the board is okay, if she just says.
Sure, you see her here.
Thank you.
She's unmuted.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Ann. And I'll only take a second. I know we're running late today, but I wanted to just thank you all for considering this landmark application. Elcor, the owner of the building, worked diligently with the Historic Preservation Office, and my firm was engaged a few years ago at this point during the PUD process to really assess the Little Tavern. We developed a complete preservation plan for how this was to be done, and are very pleased that I would say 80 to 90% of the original building fabric that you see was able to be restored, including the steel panels, the steel roof shingles, everything else. And so we're very happy with this. The owner is diligently looking for an appropriate tenant so that the Little Tavern can once again be occupied. You see in this photograph, they've retained the brackets for the rooftop sign that was original to the building. So we're, hopeful that by virtue of the addition to this, the opening into the lobby basically of the new building, that it's created a large enough retail space to allow them to get an appropriate tenant. Without that, it would have been very difficult. So we're very pleased with the outcome and appreciate your consideration for landmark status.
Right.
And if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Great. We'll go back to deliberation unless the board has any questions. Ms. Kraus. Right. Then I will make a motion that we approve the designation and ask for a second.
I'd like to second, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any further discussion? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Great, then the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Our next case then is another historic landmark, the Church of the Epiphany at 1317 G Street Northwest. Would staff like to make your presentation first?
Yeah, sure. This is Steve. This is a proposal regarding demolition of a parish hall at the rear of the building for construction of an affordable housing project, which would also include some church offices. The Church of the Epiphany has a very long history. It was originally built in the 1840s and has gone through a number of expansions and alterations over the years, albeit ones that are all very sympathetic to its wonderful Gothic Revival character. The parish house is located at the rear of the site, butting the alley. It also has a long and involved history to it. The oldest portion of it, we believe, dates to about 1865, with significant expansions in the 1880s, and then a very large four-story piece that was constructed in 1911. With sort of a single exception, it's not particularly architecturally significant, but it clearly is a reflection of the church's growth and evolution and its responses to its changing needs and congregation in providing ancillary space for the church, a lecture hall, a gymnasium on the top floor of the 1911 portion of the building, and a variety of different uses, classrooms and offices and such. It's a real sort of amalgamation of pieces and difficult to understand. And kudos to Traceries, the preservation consultant who is advising on this project in trying to piece together the complex history of the construction back there. The church is looking, as I said, to replace the parish hall with an 11-story building that would largely house new affordable housing, and then a few floors dedicated to church uses. The building would be accessed through the existing transepts of the church, the extensions of the transepts, with a church entrance on the south side and the entrance to the residential portion of the project on the north side, through the courtyards that are on each side of the church. The HPO believes that the proposal for the new construction is very compatibly designed, very handsomely developed. It takes advantage of the site by pushing the new construction back at the rear of the site, and within the context of the downtown around it, largely non-historic buildings around it. We think that the residential tower would fit quite appropriately and also be sufficiently set back from the front of the church as to not overly loom or feel oppressive on it. It would have some visibility from street view, but it's pushed pretty far back. And within the urban context that exists there, we think it would be quite compatible. However, to do this, it would require demolition of the parish hall, which we believe does constitute a demolition in significant part of the landmark. We provide further language in the staff report about the board's regulations regarding demolition. But we think it is a significant enough element of the church and the church's history to be determined a contributing component of it, and that the demolition would require review by the mayor's agent. We have discussed this recommendation with the applicants, who are prepared to go through that process. The mayor's agent process, of course, involves weighing the preservation benefits and losses, and we would expect the mayor's agent to inquire what sort of mitigation could be offered to offset the loss of the parish hall. In the staff report, we're recommending things such as further documentation of the history and architectural evolution of the church, the overall church complex. An updated and improved National Register nomination. Is a very old nomination, a little confusing in terms of trying to understand the complex development history of the site. Photographic recordation of the parish hall. And in some sort of a little bit of a late-breaking reveal over the past week, some photographs have emerged of the lecture hall that's located in a portion of the parish hall, which had been largely covered over in a renovation project, but which reveals that underneath the drop ceilings and built-out walls, the one space within the parish hall that was architecturally distinguished is possibly more intact underneath some of that later accretions than we initially anticipated. And with that, and the applicants are going to address that, and they're going to show you some photographs of that. With that, I think it does beg the question as to whether or not there should be a look at whether or not that space could be incorporated into the new building, returned back to its original volume and sort of highly decorated architectural characteristics. But we think that that's worth the applicants looking at as part of this project as it continues to evolve. So with that, I will pass it over to the applicants to go through the presentation in more detail, and we are seeking your comments so that the case can proceed to the mayor's agent for review of the demolition if the applicants seek to pursue that.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Is the applicant ready?
Yes. Hi, this is Kim Daly from Traceries. We'll start with Bruce Gilchrist, who will represent the church. And if Will Tiss is on, I think he needs to be elevated to panelist.
Thank you. This is Bruce Gilchrist. I'm a member of the vestry at Epiphany. And I'd like to take a few moments before Kim and Will make their presentations to provide some contextual background to the project. To supplement what Steve said, we will. I want to address two things quickly in what's Steve's presentation, staff report. First, just for the record, the entrance, the concept is for the entrance to not be on the south and north sides of the church, but rather on the east and west. The church entrance would be, parish hall entrance would be on the west side, excuse me, on the east side of the church, and the entrance, the residential entrance, be on the west side of the church through the courtyards that are already there. Also, as to whether we can integrate what remains of the old lecture hall, which is up above the drop ceiling, into the new space, that would involve flipping around the space. I'm not sure whether that will work, but if it's necessary for us to explore that, we'll do that. Now for some context. We at Epiphany recognize that we are blessed to have inherited a landmark church structure with a beautiful sanctuary where we worship several times a week. We share the sanctuary with the public by sponsoring weekly free concerts and other gatherings. We rent space to various art groups for their concerts. The space has very good acoustics, I understand. And we provide space for our Muslim neighbors to hold their weekly Jumu'ah every Friday. We are less attached to the parish hall, and the picture on the screen is something that just shows the parish hall. Parish house is almost the entire parish house is seen there, but from the alley view, it is this structure that would be replaced with a new addition to the church. We are inspired by the ministries that we conduct in the parish hall spaces, but the space itself, is not inspiring, whether either on the inside or the outside. It is in fact rather dysfunctional, and is likely to be beyond our means to repair or redesign the parish house as a standalone project. And I think that would also probably include just refurbishing the lecture hall if there was not an overall project involved. The parish was designed to meet the needs of a radically different parish with different community needs. As Steve mentioned, the The neighborhood around G Street in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was highly residential, and the buildings were low-rise. Our parish hall was designed to provide space for Sunday school classes, a gymnasium for community use, a lecture hall with a stage, and reading rooms. As currently configured, it doesn't serve the needs of the parish at all well. Over the past several years, our congregation has been exploring how to better use the parish house and the land on which it is built. Our explorations have led us to focus on the feasibility of using that land to construct a new space to serve our current and foreseeable parish needs, and that would involve the foreseeable needs of the community around us that we serve, and also to further our mission of service to the unhoused and underhoused by providing affordable housing to our neighbors. By doing this, we also hope to spur the growth of a more vibrant community on G Street. We believe our vision is aligned with the goals of the DC government. We certainly heard a lot about that during today's hearing. And in advance of this hearing, we have presented our proposed project to our ANC, which voted to send a letter of support for the project. We also met with the DC Preservation League and responded to their questions and comments. Today, we are seeking a conceptual review of our project by this board, including the demolition of the existing parish house addition and the construction of a new 10-story, Steve said 11 stories, it's 10 stories with a penthouse addition on the same footprint, with the lower floors used largely for parish purposes and the upper floors used for affordable housing. We recognize, based on our discussions with the Historic Preservation Office, this board may not be able to approve the demolition of the parish house. We may need to apply to the mayor's agent to get approval for demolition. But we hope that this board will be able to make favorable findings on the effects of the proposed conceptual plans on the historical church structures that will remain. That is the end of my presentation, and I anticipated that, I guess Kim was going to speak next, unless Chairman Heath wished for someone else to speak.
No, I think that's perfect. Thank you, Bruce. If we want to go to the next slide. So just a brief overview of the history of this extremely significant landmark in DC. The church was constructed between 1843 and 1844 by John C. Harkness, and it was listed in the National Register nomination in 1971. And I do want to point this out because it was very early National Register nomination, and as typical for those types of documents, there is no defined period of significance for this landmark. But that being said, no one in this meeting is suggesting that the parish hall additions aren't contributing to the landmark of the church, but they are later additions. As Steve outlined, portions were built in the 1865 and then altered in 1886, and then a very large addition in 1911 and again in 1926. And I have a couple of Sanborn maps on the next slide if we want to move forward. So you can see the evolution of the parish hall on the footprint, where by 1911, obviously shown in the 1913 base map on the right, the full footprint of the church as it stands now is completed. If we go to the next slide, we just wanted to talk about the interior renovations that have happened in the various locations of the attached parish hall. In 49, several of the original walls and windows were closed off and infilled. In 1953, floors were replaced, and in 1960, the Willard Room was renovated, and all of the original windows and altars were taken out, and a drop ceiling was put in. We'll see a little bit later about what is left in that lecture hall. And then in 2011, the church itself did a very rigorous interior renovation of their parish hall spaces. And we'll see some of those alterations on the next slides, if we want to move forward. So on the left here, you see the original lecture hall. It was a grand space, highly articulated and well-designed meeting space. And then on the right, this is actually the first floor of the parish hall or lecture hall as it is today. The top of the windows, as you'll see in a future photo, have been bricked in. Contemporary windows were put in the bottom sashes. There's a drop ceiling and wall finishes cover everything, and there's vinyl tile flooring. If we go to the next slide, these are the pictures that Steve was discussing earlier that came out last week, that they removed the drop ceiling to do some work in 2020, and we can see what remains. In the picture on the left, you can actually see the windows infilled if you can zoom in, but I know that's not possible right now, but they are bricked in, but what is remaining is crown molding, the chandeliers, and the plaster ceiling. On the next slide, this is typical conditions of what the other spaces throughout those additions look like. They are of contemporary flooring, drop ceilings, dry walls. As I mentioned, walls have been moved multiple times. There's a few things that remain, like some wood trim. There are some locations on original exterior walls that have wood baseboards, but this is the very typical condition of the building. And then if you go to the next slide, we have some of the second floor conditions. The picture on the far right is an original stair that has its slate treads and its original railings and newel posts, but much of the other remaining fabric has previously been removed. On the next slide, we show the existing gymnasium and track. As Bruce mentioned, for a period of time, a serious function in this building was a community rec center. That was the need then, and so they built a track and gymnasium. In 2011, when a lot of renovations were done in this building, an elevator was inserted and modern offices. The middle picture is actually looking at the modern offices. There are office suites behind that wall, and the track was interrupted, and so is no longer a complete round track anymore. If we want to go to the next slide, I think a very critical thing, component of this project that I don't know if Bruce mentioned, but part of this development will allow funds for the church to not only build a new addition to better serve their community, but would also provide much needed funding to repair the church. The main sanctuary is going to stay in perpetuity on that land, but there are many problems that need to be addressed, a lot of water infiltration, and the church currently does not have the funding to make those repairs. And so this project moving forward would really help that landmark be watertight and secure and stay in the DC community in the future. I believe that's my last slide. So, oh, no. I have one more thing. We did want to note that there is a rosary window behind the altar that was installed in 1891. And as the plan moves forward, you can see that we are respecting that, and we are having the new design allow natural light to continue to filter through that window. And that was a critical part of the design. And we think that the way that it's executed will really respect that historic space. I believe the next slide is moving on to Will.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Will Tays, an architect on the project. The slide before you is the existing site plan that shows G Street to the south and the public alleyway to the north. On either side of the building are large commercial buildings that adhere to the zoning envelope. Next slide. I also wanted to provide a little bit of context in the form of aerial photographs that show how hemmed in the church is, that really contrast with some of the previous images that you saw before the sites around the project were developed. Next slide, please. From the G Street, the church remains, the form of the church is very much a powerful form along G Street. And I think it's important to note that the work that we're proposing would be happening at the north end of the site. And really, while not completely meeting the invisibility standard, is very much set back from the street. And so that the context around it of the towers and our proposed wing addition, I think will blend in fairly seamlessly. Next slide, please. I also wanted to highlight the exterior condition of the parish hall. So these are images from the alleyway looking both to the east and to the west of the portion of the building that we would like to remove and replace with a new wing that's focused on affordable housing. Next slide. Church to remain, and the function of the church would remain in the darker gray. The green area is the wing that we're proposing to add to the north side. It would extend to the east property line. It would extend to the north property line along the alleyway, and then be set back from the west property line. And that gives us an opportunity to introduce windows around the perimeter to improve the conditions of housing inside. Next slide, please. Wanted to show an overall aerial. We've ghosted out the building to the east just to give the board a better sense of the project and its relationship to the existing church. And so what we're proposing to do is build a structure that conforms to the zoning envelope. It's 110 feet. We would be adding a zoning penthouse as well, but we also wanted to respect the original cruciform shape of the church. And so we've introduced an open court, or technically I think a closed court, that would allow natural light to still permeate the mass of the building and illuminate the altar window from the interior. Next slide, please. Standing at the street level looking to the northwest, again, we've ghosted out the building to the east, but the church itself would remain untouched with this proposed project, but you can start to get a sense of the residential wing that's added at the rear. Next slide. This is another view that moves a little bit tighter in, and while you can certainly start to see the residential wing that was added at the rear, I think given the context around it and the height and volume of those buildings, it seems more part of that language than it does of the church, which I think is part of the reason why it's successful. In this case, this is the east side, which is the entrance to the church offices. That church office entrance would remain. The landscape courtyard would also remain. The red door on the left is the doors into the sanctuary, and that flow of circulation would not be changed. Next slide, please. Moving to the other side of the site, so in this case, we're standing on G Street looking to the northeast. Again, we've ghosted out the building to the west to give a sense of the new construction as it relates to the existing church. One thing that we're proposing to do is separate the residential entry on the west side of the site and keep the church entry on the east side of the site. In this case, there's an existing surface lot with a curb cut, and we're proposing to create an entrance through that area into using one of the doors. Next slide, please. So there's some existing fabric at the corner of the church that would remain and form the entry to the new affordable housing wing of the church. Next slide. And so I just wanted to end with the initial view of, or not end rather, but illustrate the relationship of the existing church to the new addition at the rear. The intent is to build that to the zoning envelope, but again, because it's set back, in our opinion, it really does not impact the proportions of the existing church. Next slide. I also wanted to just illustrate a building section that talks about the connection of the new residential affordable wing to the north and where the location of the rosary window was that was discussed. And the intent is to provide a court that would allow natural light to permeate down and illuminate that feature from within the church. Next slide. And so at this point, I wasn't going to go through the plans, but I think turn it over to staff or to the board with any specific questions. Maybe we could go back 2 slides. Or one more slide if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the board at this time? Any questions? Okay, we do have Rebecca Miller registered to speak, so why don't we continue this pause from presentation and hear from Ms. Miller, and then we can come back to the applicant to respond if it's appropriate. Wait for her to get.
Hello?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
unmuted. There you go.
It used to give this kind of like beep beep noise.
Oh.
Give that anymore to the indication that you're on. So thank you very much, Chair Heath and members of the board. The DCPL Project Review Committee met with the applicant on September 18th and appreciates the Church of Epiphany's thoughtful approach and the time that they took and their design team spent reviewing the project with us. We're offering the following thoughts for your consideration. So the rear section of the building is historic, constructed in several phases between 1865 and 1926. Its removal represents a loss. Although obscured by modern finishes, much fabric from the parish hall remains in place, including columns, the cornice, the ceiling, and light fixtures. It would be helpful if the church could more fully describe their condition and potential for rehabilitation. Photos of the parish hall as it appeared in the early 20th century illustrate that it was a grand space, and should preservation be possible, it would seem to be an attractive venue for rental events. The DCPL Project Review Committee understands that the church concluded that the building could not succeed on event revenue only, but if the parish hall could be retained and the new building built above, it would seem two revenue streams might augment the financial position of the church. Understanding that the preliminary nature of the addition's facade design, the materiality and the massing, particularly the metal framing and oriel windows, appears clearly contemporary and somewhat incongruous in the setting. The committee suggests that the facade would benefit from a better balance between contextual and new features. Further study of the difficult context this site presents might spark some design insights and opportunities. Basically, the buildings on either side don't really lend a lot to be desired. So this will be a particularly, needs to be a particularly friendly background building to the church. The committee recommends eliminating the parking spots and landscaping the area to the west of the church so residents have an appropriately landscaped pedestrian approach to their residences. Perhaps any needed parking could be located off the alley inset into the building mass. Rather than creating a light well between the north end of the building to ensure the natural light of the grandstand stained glass window behind the altar, enclosing that light well with a skylight and creating usable space on the other side would turn the stained glass window into an interesting feature in the new building and would decrease maintenance costs for the window, as it would no longer be exposed to the weather. Artificial lighting should be planned to light the windows so that it is legible from the nave of the church. We also understand from the applicant that the fencing, the existing cast iron fence, will be kept along G Street, so we're appreciative of that. The committee understands that the current and shifting challenges that are facing the church and appreciates the parish's thoughtful approach to dealing with them. DCPL feels that it is partially our responsibility to advocate for the long-term financial health of the parish, not only because they are stewards of an important historic structure, but also because their parish is important to preserving the larger social fabric of the downtown neighborhood. We want this addition to be an economic support for the parish and would recommend that as the design progresses, it is carefully reviewed to minimize long-term costs to the parish. In addition, we encourage the parish to undertake studies necessary to determine if 100% affordable housing is really a viable long-term approach. We're very supportive of affordable housing, but in some cases, and it's very mission-based for this particular parish, but it may not meet the financial needs in the long term. And we also understand that the parish will be working with a developer in the process, and those entities are better equipped to make those kind of determinations. But the developers may not have the data and motivation needed to analyze the long-term maintenance costs of this building with regards to what the Church of Epiphany will be faced with in the future. So we just wanted to offer those comments for your consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Do board members have any questions for her? Any questions? All right, then we'll turn back to the applicant for any additional comments you'd like to offer, and potentially a closing if you're ready to do so before the board deliberates.
This is Bruce Gilchrist again. I appreciate the suggestions from the DC, from Rebecca. And I think some of them we had anticipated during our discussion last week. And we have not had a chance to think about them, but they are good ideas. And we particularly appreciate the, bringing in the long-term health of the church and its role in creating a vibrant community in the downtown area as important goals. We'll take all that into consideration as we move forward, as best I can say right now. As for the potential for preservation of the lecture hall, which we call our parish hall, in its prior form, I think we'll have to consider how that works with the, we have a relatively small footprint on the ground floor, and there's a lot of competing needs. We're going to have a parish hall, but it wasn't going to be quite as big, and it wasn't going to be in that location, so we'd have to totally reconsider the concept. But I think we're willing to do that if the board thinks that's an appropriate way to move forward.
Okay. Great, thank you. Does the board have any final questions for this applicant before we deliberate? Great. And see cameras coming on. I'll get mine situated. Would anyone like to start with their thoughts on this?
I guess I have a question. So the thing before us is about the demolition, which would mean it would have to go to the mayor's agent, right?
Right.
And the recommendation from the Office of Planning is that if the mayor's agent finds the project to be of sufficient, exceptional merit, it'd come back to us for final review. So
Correct.
in a way, what's really before us? Is it we're here to say, okay, we agree or not with the demolition, so that it goes to it's meritorious enough to go to the mayor's agent in our view.
So they can go, and technically I believe they could bypass the board and go directly to the mayor's agent. But what we are doing is providing comments on the design. That is often helpful for the mayor's agent as they evaluate the full case. And so we can say we support the design. We have to say that we don't support the demolition because it's significant, and that is not something that the board can approve. But yeah, I think what we're looking for now are comments on the architecture, the new architecture, and its compatibility to the landmark. And then we can make our comments on the demolition not being consistent with the preservation law. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. I mean, I do find this addition to be quite nice. I think it's been done in a way that is certainly compatible with the landmark and fitting with the context. And so, yeah, architecturally, absent the demolition necessary for this, I do find this to be a nice and compatible addition.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I admire its restraint and simplicity.
Mm-hmm. Yes, agree.
Given what one sees today.
Yes, it is a nice backdrop.
Yeah.
Any other comments on the architecture? Okay. All right, then I think we can take a vote to let's see, how do I want to state this motion? I'll say that the board, I'll make a motion that the board not support the demolition as it is not consistent with the preservation law and not something that this board can approve. But should they decide to go to the mayor's agent, they can be provided the comments that the board has stated on the architecture, the merits of the architecture as being compatible, though this is not consistent with the preservation law.
But it would still come back to us. So we're saying
Sure.
the demolition is not compatible with the preservation law, and we think the what
Do we
we've
need to
seen that's
ask that it come
proposed.
back?
Yeah, are we?
Madam Chair, that's in the staff recommendation specifically. In the event the mayor's agent finds the project to be one of special merit, HPO recommends that the board request the mayor's agent to refer the project back to the board for design development, including exterior materials.
Okay, then yes, thank you, Steve. We'll take that recommendation. Gretchen, I'm sorry. Was there something else?
No, that was it. No, thank you. That was it.
Okay. So with that, is there a second?
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, so Matt Bell, I heard first. Then if there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, then the motion carries. Thank you all. We've reached our last application before we take a break for lunch. This is in the Walter Reed Historic District at 1010 Butternut and 6099 Georgia Avenue. Staff like to present first on the revised concept.
This is the third appearance of the proposed alterations of Building 12 and its site for a hardware store. In light of the late hour, I offer 2 comments before I turn it over to the applicant to focus on those items that have been revised to address board comments. The fencing proposed should be further detailed. The rails and pickets should be solid bar stock, like those of the campus perimeter fence that are referenced in the application. Rather than being tubular fencing, which typically has thicker dimensions, U-channel rails, bracket connections, and applied or pinched finials. Tubular fences are also not as durable, which is a practical consideration here where building or garden materials may strike that barrier. And then at least one of the proposed sign locations is rather odd as it draws attention to the top of the elevator shaft, which was intentionally located to make it inconspicuous. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. So now the applicant can present, and we'll ask you to stick to the revisions that you've made addressing the last hearing's comments.
Right, thank you to the board. Again, given the hour and with lunch awaiting, I will just say this is our third time before you. We have appreciated all the comments we've received. We think it's helped to really make the project a lot better. So we really appreciate your time and effort on that. And with that, I'll just turn it over to our consultant, Traceries, which will speak to some of the preservation elements of the project, and then our architect BKV will address the staff's comments.
Thanks, Eric. This is Sarah Vonish with EHT Traceries, and we can go to the next slide. So since we were last here in July, Traceries has worked with the applicant to prepare a preservation plan to serve as a resource to the owners and the architects, and to also guide the treatments proposed as part of this project, as well as any future work. The plan compiles historic documentation, including drawings and photographs, provides an assessment of the existing conditions, and then provides some general and specific treatment recommendations for repairs. The images on the right, you can see the graphic of the front south facade illustrating the existing conditions, as well as some photographs of the building. Overall, the building is in good condition, the brick especially, no major masonry issues, which is, we're thankful for that. The most prevalent condition issues are concentrated around the front porch as well as the rear infilled porch, where there is significant wood deterioration and potentially some structural issues that will need to be addressed. We also observed a lot of damage around the wood cornice, caused primarily by an integral gutter on the top of that cornice, as well as failing painted finishes. Other conditions that are noted in the plan include biological growth, missing and damaged downspouts, some staining, and then incompatible alterations that have taken place over time, like the addition of the railings at the second floor of the porch and the addition of vents in not the most inconspicuous locations. And you can go to the next slide. The plan also includes a priority matrix of repairs. The proposed project is addressing the high priority repairs. I'm not going to go through each one of these because the architect's drawings go into detail on them, but they generally are focused on addressing structural deficiencies and damage, particularly at the porches, and the restoration of that second floor railing on the front porch. And then repairing historic fabric to ensure the protection of the building's integrity. Some of the lower priority repairs identified include, among other things, the removal of later incompatible alterations, but those will be addressed as part of a future project, hopefully. So then if you go on to the next slide, I'll hand it over to BKV to walk through the updated plans.
Thank you very much. This is Jack Borman. I hope all of you can hear me. I'd like to express our appreciation to the staff and to the board for their work with us on the project. We're very excited about being able to bring this building back to a very viable community use. And I'd like to ask my colleague, Waris, to walk us through our project improvements based on the comments we've gotten from staff and board. Waris?
Thank you, Jack. So what you're seeing on the screen is the existing site plan. Next slide, please. And this is the site plan improvements with the building improvements to the project. And again, we thank the board and the staff for their comments. One of the comments that Tim highlighted just a few minutes ago was referencing the railings in the fence that is encompassing the northwest corner of the site. We intend to follow the fence design that is shown at the playground that is already on the Walter Reed campus just east of the site. And it is highlighted there in a photograph as well as called out at the bottom of the sheet. So the design intent is to show the same sort of fence structure that we're showing that is currently on site to be deferential to that sort of design. Next slide, please. There are no changes based on staff comments to this elevation. Next slide. Same would be true for this elevation. Next slide, please. And if you move forward one more slide. Thank you. And this particular slide highlights there are two items we'd like to bring to the attention here. Well, one is the signage on the top left that you're seeing on the screen, and then the signage that Tim referenced at the top of the elevator. The signage is designed to be lit, probably top lit, with additional lighting. But these are the locations of the signage that we believe would direct people from Georgia Avenue entering the Walter Reed campus to the new hardware store itself. Next slide, please. This exhibit highlights where the signage would be, but also shows the relative view as you're entering off of Georgia Avenue onto Butternut. The photograph at the bottom right is showing the playground to the right. Again, you can see that the black fencing that we intend to use on our project. But you can also see highlighted on the building where the signage would be for the new hardware store. And then on the photo in the upper right corner, you can see the location looking towards where the elevator would be, where the signage would be located. We've drawn that on the exhibit as well, so that it would be clear that you'd be seeing it from the parking area and from the playground as well. Next slide, please. These are existing photos of the building. I'm not going to spend time on these. There are no changes that from the previous submission that we've had. Next slide, please. And again, photos from the Great Lawn. We have been very careful to make sure that the view and the building on the west side of the building, where you view it from the Great Lawn, it maintains its traditional scope and value and characteristics. So next slide, please. Sarah?
Sure. I think I was just gonna bring this up if there were questions on the preservation plan. I think the remainder of the slides were kind of our appendix. Was there anything else, Worries, that you wanted to specifically address? Or did they get mixed up?
Not at this time, if we wanted to open it
Okay.
up to questions.
So I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay.
Then if there's questions, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from board members?
Chair, just a quick question for I think Sarah. When you're looking at the cornice with the wood cornice cladding with the built-in gutter at the base of the roof where it comes in, did you notice any additional deterioration on the inside of the building or anything backing up into the attic area that might cause structural issues?
The interior was actually in pretty good condition. It's being used right now as a office for the contractors at a nearby project, but there were a couple locations where the plaster walls, especially I think it was at one corner on the east side where you can see there's some water getting in, but that was really the only interior condition that we flagged.
Okay. And then the turquoise you note as a coating deterioration. In one of the photographs, it looks like there had been some rot or like some of the wood material might also be rotten. I would expect that too, sort of at the base where it meets the building, right, from being saturated and dried so many times that the wood might deteriorate eventually as well. So you're planning for some epoxy repair of that, or I guess it's for you and Maurice. What do you? It didn't really state clearly for that. You talked about repair of the porches and things like that, but this is a prominent architectural feature. So I just wondered what you're thinking about in terms of the repair for that around the entire perimeter of the building.
So I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to ask, was that specifically on the porch, the front porch?
No, I'm asking about the entire cornice line where the built-in gutter is around
got
the
it.
entire perimeter of the building, because it's noted in turquoise as a paint failure, right? It's a coating failure.
Yeah, there's some rot as well.
But clearly, when you look at some of the photographs that you provided us, and when I was at the site, it's been a while since I've been there. Maybe it was the first month that you presented this case. I can't remember when it was. I went to go look at it, but I haven't been there for a couple of months to look at it. But the wood is clearly pretty deteriorated where it meets the masonry, just from being wet and dry so often.
The intent where there is significant wood degradation, especially at the cornice, is to replace and repair that. There's also a gutter in a few locations where it's highlighted in blue there. So the intent is to obviously prevent any water infiltration that has happened in the building, and to repair those cornices as best as possible to maintain the historic character of the building. But yes, there could be some epoxy and some painting as well that's required to return that to its original character. So that's the design intent and highlighted in the preservation plan.
Any other comments, or I'm sorry, questions? Did you have any follow-ups, Gretchen? Any follow-ups, Gretchen? Can't tell if you're frozen. Okay, all right, great, thanks. Anyone else? Okay. We don't have anyone registered to speak on this application today, so if there are no other questions from the board, then we would be ready to deliberate. If board members are, I'll ask that we turn on our cameras again. Would anyone like to begin deliberation by sharing your thoughts?
I don't see any reason not to support the staff report, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Matt, do you
I
agree
agree.
with the signage on the elevator tower not being as functional or appropriate? 'Cause that's something we're trying to sort of de-emphasize. I also think it's pretty high once you get into the parking area. I think you need that signage to just be lower and a little more smaller scale so you know where to go to enter the store, right?
Yeah, I think that's good advice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Then I will make a motion that we support the staff report and ask for a second.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 And the motion carries. Thank you all. We've reached our break for the day. We're about an hour behind now. Do we want to take 30 minutes still or 15? I don't know
20.
about you guys. I
How about
already ate.
20.
Okay.
Okay, 20 is good.
15 or
20.
20. If we
Okay.
you know.
Okay, so we'll come back at 1:23.
Great.
All right. See you all then. It's now 1:23, and we're ready to resume our afternoon hearings for the day. We're going to begin the afternoon in the Anacostia Historic District, first with 1254 to 1258 Talbert Street Southeast and 1309 to 1313 Morris Road Southeast. Amania, would you like to make your presentation first?
Yes, I will. Good afternoon, board. We are returning to HPRB with the first case in Anacostia, 1254 through 1250 Talbert Street, and behind it, 1309 through 1313 Morris Road Southeast. The Solo Investment Group, with plans by Ronnie McGee and Associates, seeks a review of a conceptual plans for the construction of 6 multi-unit townhomes on vacant lots in the Anacostia Historic District. To the east of Martin Luther King Avenue is Talbert Street. It extends up a steep hill and is lined with detached and row homes constructed between 1890 and 1936. The construction between 1920 and 1940 includes a few examples of colonial revival and craftsman style bungalows, typical of the working class housing for the area. The multi-story mixed-use buildings constructed within the past 5 years also line Morris Road at its intersection with Martin Luther King. On the north side is level, while the topography on the south side, where the buildings will be, rises above the street grade and is retained by concrete and stone walls along a sidewalk. So this plan calls for the construction of 3 3-story multi-unit townhomes on Talbert Street and 3 4-story townhomes behind it on Morris Road. The height of the Talbert Street properties will be approximately 36 feet, while the Morris Road properties will be 44 feet. The construction on Morris Road would have a mansard style upper roof and a bay projection with a full-length porch at the ground level. For Talbot Street, the site is composed of a shed dormer set in with a mansard roof with a full hip porch roofs. The concept notes that they will have 4-inch sidings with 2/2 windows and 4-inch wood casing. They talk the mansard edge trim is featuring shallow wood trim cornice elements, and the side elevations are blank with the siding proposed. The drawings of the rear elevations have not really been provided. And then there's just general landscaping and site details at the moment. The Morris Street townhomes have a less historic context. The taller buildings may be accommodated into the hillside, as with the new construction buildings beside it. The proposal can be enhanced by redesigning the facade with more of a flat front instead of with the bay component, kind of complicating the different styles on the property. The height of the 4th floor should be reduced to make it proper attic story proportionally. The proposed Talbert Street townhomes have more of a historic context. Therefore, the property lies next to a adjacent to a contributing bungalow. And our guidelines state that an addition is to comply with the legal setback requirements, and a new building should respect the setbacks established by the buildings on the street. HBO recommends that the front yard setbacks of the new buildings be more in line with those adjacent buildings. For both Morris and Talbert proposals, the height of the new construction should be adjusted by reducing the height of the 4th floor. The side elevations will be visible from the street and need to be further refined, as well as the primary elevations should continue to introduce details such as the trim, porch, and railing elements, and additional detailing for the landscaping and street view perspective should be included. HBO is recommending the board support the general massing of the project to return with revisions addressing our comments above. At this time, I'll let the applicant discuss the project as well as their engagement with the community. The ANC did provide a letter in March of 2023 when they had both, when the project had gone to the board. I don't know if that one made it back into the box for this session, but I'll have Bruce send it over right now, generally discussing their opposition to the proposals, dealing with general conversations about the grading and the safety of the property, which I'll let the applicant discuss at this time. And then I'll be here to answer, of course, any other questions that you have.
Great, thanks, Amania.
Can you hear me? Go ahead, Monique. Sorry.
Good morning, or good afternoon, sorry.
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, board. This is Ronnie McGee of Principal R. McGee and Associates Architects. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I think, let's see, I think Sergio, you're going to run the screen. Is that the way it works? Or how do we work this? I can't.
Staff will advance the screen. Just let us know when you're ready.
Okay, so let's stay on this for a second. So the current layout of the scheme allows for, shows the houses sort of step back to follow the same street setback for each house as it moves upward on Talbot Street. We actually have a comment about that. We actually got a suggestion to Imani to change that based on her suggestions. And I want to thank Imani for her help in moving this forward in terms of getting a better, more appropriate scheme for the neighborhood. So I'm gonna start with Morris Road first. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So this slide actually shows, it's not quite exactly what's going on. So if you look at the bottom right-hand photo, that is the apartment building that sits on top of all of the what look like row houses, where you see the number 3 right there. So all those houses are pretty much gone, and that apartment building takes over that site. And there's a 18-foot retaining wall that brings it down to the street. So that's right. And if you look at that shot, in the center of that photo at the bottom, that clump of trees that ends the street is where our site is. So this is the context of our site. On the right side, there's some, again, like somebody said, some contributing frame row houses with siding and trim and gable roofs on the right side. But as you look up and down the street on Morris, there's apartment buildings like the one you see in number 4, which I think recently had a fire the other day, and a number of buildings of that vernacular, 40s, 50s, 60s buildings like that. So that's the context that Morris Road is on. However, walking the site extensively, looking around the vernacular and the multiplicity of styles and types that are in this neighborhood, a lot of contributing buildings. There are many, many styles and types, farmhouse types, there are row houses, there are 2- and 3-story row houses, there are apartment buildings, lots of context. We chose the context of the buildings to the right, you see in 3 as our vernacular, to try to bring back some of the style and flavor of the original neighborhood, but still achieve the owner's goals of getting the townhouse in there. These are all flats, all 6 flats. There'll be 2 homes, 2 families in each house. So next slide. So on Morris Road, this is more context photos again. 9 mimics that shot again. There's lots of 3- and 4-story buildings that are next to the site on Morris Road, up the street, down the street. There are some buildings that are, again, houses that are almost like manor houses that occupy a single lot. The house that's next door to the 6-unit complex actually extends from Talbot down to Morris. They're actually owned from Talbot to Morris. And the original house on this lot owned the lot from Talbot to Morris too, and it's been subdivided based on zoning approval, which the ANC supported at that time, to subdivide it into six separate lots. So that's the proposal here, is to develop the 2, one vernacular, more a little bit more modernized, but still using the same vernacular of the historic district, and then Talbot a little more scaled in size to the houses that are on this side of the street. So 2 different directions for both sets of houses. Next slide. Thank you. I think the first shot was Talbot Street. This is Morris again. This shows some of the houses that are more related to Morris. You can see the different vernacular there. Lots of brick apartment buildings and row houses that are there. Some vernacular buildings that are like on 6 and on, like I said, on the left side of 3 that are the kind of style that we're sort of mimicking. So we did not go back to a brick style like some of these 50s and 60s buildings. So next slide. I'll get back to the top slides and then I want to go through Morris first. So this is very light, but so the scheme at Morris, this is the 4-story scheme. The height should be around 42 to 44 feet maximum from the building measuring point when we finish grading the front. Now Morris Road is down. Morris Road is down. We have many steps down to get down to Morris Road, which is at 80 feet. But we expect to grade up to about 2 to 4 feet from the porch level, which will leave us from the dirt at the front of the building at about a 42 to 44 foot level. That's the top of the top part of the roof on the Morris Street elevation. We have a shed roof there, and we have a bay. I know Monia is lobbying to not have the bay. We think the bay adds some character because lots of the buildings in this neighborhood have a lot of different roof and shapes to the facades, different projections and other things. We want to kind of show that kind of detail in there. It'll be siding. It has a vertical piece that at each corner. As she mentioned, since it's a row house type setup, there's no major detail on either side between on the visible side on the left. But we have a porch that we expect to have a wooden, rail with porch posts and treatment and detail that matches up with the best examples of the quality of the vernacular of this particular neighborhood. So you can see the sort of blow up detail of that bay and that side. We're trying to bring back some of the same detailing in the neighborhood, which was Monty and I worked on and talked about. So if you can continue on, this is Morris again. This is a shot of Morris as it's proposed, basically siding on the visible sides. You see the apartment building to the left there. Now, it doesn't quite do justice to the apartment building. It is got a 18 foot retaining wall straight up, and then it goes up four stories plus to the top. Now, we've received a lot of feedback from the neighbors about this apartment building is pretty much vacant because of leaking and structural damage. And the neighbors, rightly so, were very concerned about any new construction in the neighborhood and about how that building is going to be handled. If it's going to be repaired, torn down, whatever. It hasn't been cited as creating runoff problems for the neighbors that I know of, but they're expecting, they don't want the neighbors that have lived in that building for a number of years to be, or they don't want our building to mimic what happens to those neighbors in the sense that the building falls apart and they're left with this eyesore, perhaps a vacant building for years to be left in place. So our owner, Same, is committed to doing a quality construction, as you see here. So we're more concerned about how they handle that building too, in terms of what they do and how they take care of it. But the slopes here are very steep, and it slopes toward our building. It slopes down from our building to the next property. It slopes down from here to Morris Road. So we have this civil engineer has put forward in the ANC and other meetings, and the structural engineer has put forward comments about how we would handle the structural conditions of the building next door in terms of the pressure it puts on our building and in the drainage. So that would be part of the stormwater management MOs that we put forward in the final drawings. But at this point, we're trying to get the concept approved and move on from there. But there have been comments and elements put forward in ANC meetings about how they would handle that. Obviously, the neighbors want to see proof is in the pudding. We're trying to get the scheme developed, and the next step would be to come up with site plan and other further building plans. So let's see, next slide is, let's go back to the front for a second for Talbot, if we're going to do both at the same time, right, the front for a second. So all the way to slide 2, if you don't mind. Thank you. One more, 2 more back, I think. We show the site again.
Ronnie, I'm sorry, which slide?
Slide number 2 shows the imprint of the neighborhood with the site defined. Slide number 2. One more back, I think.
This one here.
This one, yes. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
How you doing, Steve, first of all? So
Real good. Keep going.
So the farmhouse occupies, as I said, front to back, Talbot to Morris, and obviously Mount Vernon Street. So it's almost like a manor house. And the original house on the site was a single house on, I think, the same lot, same kind of lot. So the owner wants to put these 6 houses in there. So what we showed in the scheme that you see is them set back equally from Morris Street, from Talbot Street, from Talbot Street. We're proposing to reverse that. There's a slide that we can show you at the end how we're going to do that, but so that it will not impinge on the house that's occupies the full manor type lot as much, and that we would the footprint would be approximately where the original house is. We have to maintain a 20-foot setback from the dividing line between the lots, so we would maintain that, and the houses would then sort of, as you come down Talbot Street, you'd be able to see that house better. Wouldn't, like in our scheme that we show on the first slide, it sort of follows the street at that angle, which would block the manor house. So we actually, we talked to Monty, talked about moving those back. That's what we're looking at. So the other houses on the block go back and forth how they relate to Talbot. So there's lots of setbacks of different levels and shapes and sizes. You can see on the left side down there, the single family homes on there, single family detached are set back pretty far. The house next to ours is set back pretty far. The row houses and the other houses that go up Talbot Street are closer to the street. And we're suggesting 22 feet back from Talbot Street as the front of our porch, which we can show you. And like I said, it's not in the set you have. We have a sketch to do what we can work out if you delegate it to staff. So next slide. Next slide. So again, this is Talbot Street elevations. This is photos, different types of houses. The home in slide 2 shows how far it's set back in the sort of greenery. It's a 2-story house with a tall gable roof. Many of the buildings on the street are 2 stories with a gable. There's some 2- and 3-story apartments in the same up the street a little bit further up. But a lot of brick structures. But a lot of them are these sort of single family separate homes, like the one in number 7, something like that. So again, that's where we took our precedence from. So next slide. Next slide. So again, looking at Talbot Street, see a significantly lower height. We got the same sort of shed roof there, siding, the same sort of shroud around the windows that we saw in some of the better designed recent and older houses. A lot of the new ones, of course, had no trim or anything around it at all. We wanted to get back to the sort of original porch on this house. Again, setting that sort of precedent that's established on many of the farmhouses and vernacular houses in the neighborhood that have porches and steps up to them. So if you look at both Morris and Talbot, the grade slopes so steeply that, the varying height of the building measuring point, this house would be 34 feet or 3 inches with a 3 or 4 foot height going up to the first floor. There is the opportunity to push the house a little bit in the ground. There's the opportunity to take a little bit off the attic, as Monty suggests, to get it down below that. We can work that out in details with the money as we go forward. Right here, we're showing it at 34 feet 3 inches, and we're saying that the Morrisville house is 42 to 44 based on where the grade ends up. But again, we can talk about how we can, if that attic is pressed, we can take a little bit out of that. But the idea is to try to keep the same floor at this point. But I understand what she's talking about. So next slide. Next slide. So look at the Talbot Street. So these are the Talbot Street elevations. And as you see, they slope forward a few feet as they come down the street to match the same depth on the street on Talbot Street. What we're going to do is we were proposing reversing that. So the house on your far right would be the furthest out, but we're limited by our setback in the rear yard. So we'll probably end up with the houses being in line, same way Morris is. We don't have a lot of room in the back we have a 20-foot, just the house that would sit the furthest out, the one on the right, would be 22 feet back, which is about, where it is here. And then the others would be basically in line. So you wouldn't have this staggered effect. You have the straight line effect. And again, we have sketches of that we can show that didn't make it into this presentation. So next slide. So again, before you go to that, this is good right here. This shows the context of the apartment building on the left of Morris and the other houses on the right. And this shows the farmhouse, the single-family residence on the left, and the apartment building on the right of Talbot Street. And across the street, directly across from Talbot, there are these 2-story, 2.5-story gabled single-family houses, which again, we're taking a lot of our trim vernacular from. So this is the kind of effect you would have right here. And you can see Morris has tremendous amount of steps going up to the point, but the measuring point there, we're looking at being higher than we showed in the other, so it'd probably 42 feet, and 42 to 43 at the max, 44. So that's the kind of numbers we're talking about. So this is the kind of context that we have on either side. So next slide. There's a section that didn't make it in here. There's a section slide to show the steepness of the slide. There it is. Sorry. There it is. So that's the kind of arrangement from one side to the other. Morris on the right side and Talbot on the left. That's the kind of slope that we're up against on both these houses. And again, it slopes away from the picture plane significantly also, very treed and green site. And then there's some, I think the apartment building that is in the background of Morris doesn't have a retaining wall on the southern face, I don't think, that it's in somewhere behind the greenery. But it's part of the reason why it has structural problems and other stuff. I don't know anything about the construction of that building, but I think they've actually vacated, everybody's out of that building right now. So we have a significant problem up above Morris. So we had at the NC meeting, the structural engineer show up and talk about the structural activity we have to make at our foundation to deal with the fact we have this taller building that puts pressure. Its load puts pressure on our foundation. So we are going to have to account for that in the Morris Road project. So saying the owner has really anticipated the idea that, at the point starting this project, that apartment building was occupied. So we didn't have the total problem we have now, but the fact that it's vacant, it might end up being condemned and all that, that's a problem for down the road. But at this point, we're dealing with the fact that something will be there and that the Morris Road project will have to have structural and stormwater management elements in it that protect it and the downstream neighbors from what happens on that apartment building. So that's what we tried to maintain in the meeting. Obviously, we can't solve that project's problem. So again, in the rear, there'll be porches in the back and access to the upper level. So there'll be stairs down to grade in the backyard. We're not showing them here. But the idea is to be from the second floor to be access down to grade in Morris. And it's again, 2 families in Talbot too. So we have to be access from a half floor up down to grade. So both all would have access back down to grade on both these houses. So that's really our presentation. I'm trying to think of anything else I missed here. And I guess we'll take questions and comments from the board. I don't know, Sam, did you have anything to add, Mr. Owner? Can you unmute? Because you said he couldn't unmute for no reason. Maybe he cannot. So anyway, thank you very much for the time, and we'd love to hear your comments and respond.
Thank you for your presentation. Does the board have any questions? Any questions? I know you mentioned your meeting with the ANC. We just received their letter today in opposition to your submission. I assume you knew they were not supporting, and the reason why.
But they didn't cite preservation reasons. They cited more logistical and structural and stormwater management reasons. They didn't cite.
There was one, the incompatibility comment with the historic district. So if I go back to it. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to address, I don't believe they're here to speak. I don't have them registered, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to address
the
comments.
I don't have that letter, so I don't have a copy.
You don't have the letter? Oh, okay.
I don't have the letter. So if you read the comments.
Sure, let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. So what they said in their letter, they voted 6 votes for no and 1 abstention to not support the concept design for the following reasons. The developer has not provided sufficient understanding of the land, soil condition, or a commitment to undertaking needed land and soil assessments to ensure that any construction will be secure, safe, sound, and built for the elevation. And I know you mentioned some of that, so I wasn't sure if you had addressed this with them.
They brought it up in
This
the
letter
meeting.
appears to be very old.
Right, we discussed that in the meeting.
Okay.
And the structural engineer was, same structural engineer was there. We have stormwater management. We suggested that all DC projects have to meet stormwater management requirements. We didn't have stormwater management plans because we don't have a concept approval at this point. So the next step we said would be provide that to assuage that particular issue. It has to be solved. Okay, so
sure.
So I mean, this is a steep slope, man. If there's nothing above us and no problem above us, we have to solve that. So we told them that would be forthcoming.
Okay.
It seemed like in that meeting they were more up in arms with the idea that anything would be built there, much less anything that met stormwater management requirements. So we weren't able to get them to wait and see how the plans would work out in terms of stormwater management. They just said they thought that, I guess, leaving it fallow was their point right now, because they have, it's the buffer between the downstream house and the upstream problem at this point.
Sure. So the next comment was about not having demonstrated an appreciation for the community's concerns and recommendations, particularly as it relates to site safety. The third was the development does not fit within the character of historic Anacostia and the historic guidelines. And the fourth was on the bedroom square footage being small and limiting for a family. So obviously that's not a historic preservation concern. But I wasn't sure, given the date of this letter, if you had addressed all of these comments with them and if they ever took a further vote on this.
I don't think so. Again, I probably can't speak, but we had meetings with them, and it seems that there was not a middle ground anywhere other than, I mean, if we're going to do stormwater management analysis before, a permit could be issued, I'm not sure what they wanted us to do between submitting a concept design and getting into the next phase. So I'm not sure how we would handle it at this point. I'd talk to you if there's any other way to handle it, but it seemed like they were more against, like I said, safety issues, concerned about, they even broached concerns about whether, if these started to fall apart, would he abandon them, so on and so forth. And he had talked to me about potentially retaining ownership of one or have, other things like that. But I don't think we can solve that concern without further engineering analysis at this point that would be part of the beginning of the project. So, I mean, we can commit to presenting the stormwater management elements to the neighborhood after we start the process of designing that, after the owner pushes forward with that. But at this point, we're trying to get concept approval to even put B6 here to determine what that storm management might look like. So.
Okay. When was your last meeting with them?
I don't have that, probably several months back. We missed the last presentation opportunity before that one, so.
Okay, this letter is from March, so that's why I'm asking all of these questions about.
Probably around that time.
Engaged with them since then and.
I have not met with them since then, no.
Okay, so you have?
Have not met with them since then.
Not since March.
We met up to that, and we met during the meeting, talked during the meeting, that's all at this point so far.
Okay. All right. Did you have a question, Gretchen?
Hi, Ronnie. How are you?
How are you doing? How are you doing? Very well. Very well.
See you. Good to see you. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about any conversations you've had with historic Anacostia. I don't see anybody on to speak about it in the future, but I know they're really active with the group, and I wondered if you had any conversations with them and if you could let us know what those were.
I have to admit, I haven't tried to talk to them in this round. After we had the first round, I sent multiple images and things to them and didn't hear anything back. I asked them what was the concern. They did show up at the ANC hearing and say that there was some problem, but they did not respond to any of our, documented requests. We've dealt with Gretchen, not Gretchen, we dealt with the guy that was the contact now multiple times on projects. I wasn't sure what the issue was, why we didn't hear back. They didn't cite, she cited some concerns, but nothing to us what we sent her. So I don't have any specifics to say, okay, we'll change this or do that. We don't have any of that. So again, we'll work with them. We'll work with, Mania to work out the details. But I was surprised not to hear back from them after sending out emails to them about this. So I think they were listening more to the fact that the neighborhood was against this for the storm management, safety, soil analysis, those kind of things. Reasons mostly. That's what came up mostly at the meeting, and she did voice support that was something she's concerned about also. So, but again, we worked very hard to look for a vernacular and a style that brought this back. You can look around the neighborhood there and see what's being built, and multiplicity of things being built. Since the historic district's been expanded, some of those would not have been allowed that way, but there's a tremendous number of sort of really low-level design, townhomes being built. So we felt like this is a significant advance on that, to go back to the vernacular that might have developed here, using the same style and things. I mean, there's plenty of examples to make this a brick building, a simple same sort of, there's multiple, 2 and 2.5 story and 3 story row houses that go all around there. They'll go 3 or 4, and then there'll be a farmhouse, 6, 7, a farm like that. There's all that vernacular all around the site with the slopes and the tree areas that are here. We felt like this is a reasonable modern interpretation of the right way this might have gone if this was designed for this site. So we feel like we're willing to work with and anybody that has comments. The porches, the siding can match up the size of windows, the types of windows. This will not be an example of any of the houses and buildings built here in the last 5 years. All the others definitely go to a different vernacular. We're trying to show some respect for the vernacular in the neighborhood. So that's kind of where we are on it.
And then Ronnie, I know it's early in the project too, but have you started to think about heating and cooling and ventilating? Are you anticipating any tips or anything on the roof, condensing units, that kind of thing?
You broke up a little bit, Gretchen, but at this point, no, we have not. At this point, we wanted to have some access to the roof for the tenants. We haven't figured out how we're going to do that yet, whether that's going to be available or not. There is, photovoltaics could be in the mix. I guess nowadays a flat photovoltaic system is accepted by historic preservation. I'm assuming not anything that would be visible from the street. So we hadn't considered that yet. That's probably something we work out with the staff if we get approval. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Sorry, my staff members texting me saying we met with the community on July 12th too. I'm not sure that's after.
Okay. Okay, so you have met with them since this letter was sent?
Since that letter, yeah, so.
Okay. Great. They didn't take further action, another vote on this?
I guess not. Did they, sorry, I don't know who's not here, I was asking, did they table it? For some reason, we didn't get anything official back from them other than that earlier letter, so.
Okay. Great. Then, if there are no additional questions from the board, we can turn back to you, Ronnie, and the applicant for any closing you'd like to make if you.
Yeah, Maya, were you able to put that last sketch in there? Or not? Were you able to get access to that? We can show you a share screen where we're planning to, how we're planning to change the footprint here, or is that not?
Yeah, Steve can put it on the slide.
Right. So we're looking at trying to reverse this. Let's see if I can. So see, you see how the view shed opens up. So more than likely, 1254's 20-foot setback is going to pull those two buildings forward. So we'll have, if we have a slight ziggurating effect there, setback effect, we may get it. The more likely scenario is that they'll be aligned like Morris, but the front of that porch will align with the edge of we're trying to align it with the edge of the house down the road there, the farmhouse type structure, so that it would, as you come down Talbot, you can see that house the normal way you would see it. It wouldn't be blocked by 1258. That's where we want to go with this in plans.
So are you saying the orientation of these?
Right, if you look at the
houses has
original,
changed?
right, if you look at the one that's in the set right now, if you can go back to that slide.
Yeah,
one.
the rendering makes it look like they're orthogonal
Right,
to the.
right. This is the set that you have, where it follows the street, the setback as dictated in the zoning, like this. And if you go back to that last slide again, we reversed that based on some of Mania's comments to push it back. Now, the situation is that after looking at the zoning requirements, you probably have to pull 54 and 56 forward some, so you won't get it to be ziggurated back. But at worst case scenario, they'll be aligned like 1258. So we have a sketch of that, but that's not in the set at all. So we're sort of looking at how we can satisfy the zoning requirement for a 20-foot setback in the rear, meet the 22-foot setback in the front. The most likely scenario is 1254 will be back about 30 feet, 1256 about 20 some feet, and then 2058 will be 22 feet back, which is what was on the zoning order. So they'll be aligned, but they will be set back further from Talbot so that the farmhouse will be more visible. That's where we're going with the.
Okay, so you don't have a site plan that shows the current orientation and the relationship to the neighboring building?
I think we do, but let's say, Sergio, if Sergio, you can you show your screen, Sergio? I don't know if you can or not. Maybe you can on this. We just completed it a few days back after we checked the zoning. I can send it to you right after this if you like, but it basically shows the houses will be in line with basically what 1258 is. So all of them will be aligned, and the street fronts will be flat at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. So that, Amania, that addresses one of your comments in your evaluation.
Yes, yes. So that was one that Ronnie had worked on and sent to try to come back with a solution for that comment.
Okay.
And based on the other comment about height, we have, the opportunity to take, but first of all, the measuring point is a little lower now based on how we looked at it. So it's a couple feet lower, the measuring point is. The physical height, we're talking about taking a foot or so out of that too. So we can work that out in the measure. I don't want to get into detail about that right now, because that's not something you would agree to. But we can work on the heights to get it down a little bit lower, if that's the focus of the board. So.
Okay. And any other questions from the board or clarifications that are necessary? Okay. Amania, were you in the last ANC presentation?
I wasn't in the meeting per se, but I did get a lot of comments in March from the ANC speaking towards their concerns about the project and, that they felt strongly about it. So that doesn't seem to have changed. I haven't heard that they've felt differently, or, anything more than what they've already stated in their presentation. In their letter.
So the March scheme may have been the earlier scheme in my end, before we came on board, I believe. This July scheme was this presentation. So
I know that once they saw the scheme that was going to go before the board in March. They were not sold on it, and had provided emails and comments on them,
Okay.
noted in the letter so far. And then for HAPS, I know that Greta Fuller had slightly mentioned the new updated project. I don't want to put words in her mouth or anything, but it wasn't in opposition or in support, just reiterating the comments that they had about the structure and the compatibility to the contributing houses on Talbot Street was a concern. And of course, the height is always something that they feel should be addressed.
Or so the height on Talbert.
Yeah.
And was it the materiality as well?
That one, well, they always have
Or
a comment on material. That's why I said I don't want to speak for them. These are definitely general comments that they have about new construction projects, which is the materiality, the height, the scale, and as well as how compatible it is to the property. I haven't heard any updates to their concerns about the project that they had seen in March, was a bit more flat and not as defined. So I do feel that this does address some of the concerns that they had, but I'm not going to speak for the community in saying that they feel comfortable with this or not.
Okay, the height of these has not been adjusted since your staff report, just the setback and orientation. Is that correct?
Correct.
The materials and the siding and all that is the same from the previous one.
It's what?
The siding, the trim, the window types, all that is the same from the previous one. Other the setbacks changed, and we looked at the ability to get the height down some.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ronnie. That's helpful. Thank you, Amania. Right, there are no witnesses registered to testify on this case, so if we don't have any comments or, I'm sorry, questions at this point, then we would be ready to deliberate.
I'll start if you'd like, Chair. I
Sure.
I agree with some of the design comments in the staff report. I think it needs to be simplified. It is really odd that there's nobody here from the community to speak on this, given the history of the site. And so I had asked staff to just double check back with ANC and the community groups that they feel like they've been able to have the dialogue and keep them informed as this project goes forward and moves. And I think there's some really interesting opportunities for integration of sustainable solutions that could be subsidized by the district. There's some really interesting things they have going on for photovoltaics and for groundwater management, stormwater management that might be available to the group. So I'd encourage them to do that. Although it doesn't have a direct link to preservation, it is an important part of preservation and adaptive reuse and infill construction.
Okay. Thank you, Gretchen. That all makes sense to me. Any other comments from anyone? I share your concerns about the lack of updated community input, and would like to see us get that, or at least give the ANC and HAPS an opportunity to weigh in on how this has progressed. I think getting them an update and us an updated site plan would be helpful to convey the relationship. And I think, understanding that the board still has concerns about the materiality and detailing. I would expect HAPS does as well, since nothing has changed since they last saw it and they expressed concerns. So I would say that closer work with staff and HAPS would certainly be recommended before coming back to us. But I would like to see this come back once we either get further input or at least make sure that we allow them the opportunity for further input. They could decide that they don't want to take further action, but I think we owe it to them to make sure they have the opportunity. Does anyone else have any other comments? Okay. So we won't take a vote on this today. I do think that the changes that you made to the orientation and setbacks is highly improved over what we see in front of us right now. So thank you for taking that into consideration as you've moved forward. But we look forward to seeing this come back to us.
Thank you. I guess I want to hear any of the board's comments about the materiality, rather than go back to community with no comments from the board on that, because we have materials that are the vernacular of the area. So I'm curious to see what, I mean, it could be details taken care of, but if siding and wood siding or, you know, in the windows, the 202 windows is, I mean, where does the board, do you have any comment on that right now about where we're going to go with that?
Yeah, I think there, I would think certainly being consistent with the staff report, simplification was the one thing Gretchen mentioned. I know that HAPS is going to have a lot to say about that, so I would recommend working with staff and HAPS before going back to the ANC. They tend to have less comments on architecture, but maybe that's changed with the new ANC. HAPS will definitely have comments. So I would recommend that in addition to what's in the staff report.
We'll try again to put it in front of them.
Okay, all right. Yeah, meeting with Greta and Camille should definitely help you advance in the right direction.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, have a great day.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Good seeing you. Okay, all right, bye-bye.
All right. We're ready to move on with our next application, also in Anacostia Historic District at 1519 W Street Southeast.
Yes. So this has been a little bit of a more difficult project. This is 1519 W Street Southeast. It is returning to the board as a revised concept for a two-story addition at the rear of a house in Anacostia District. The building is a one-story brick house built in 1933, featuring a simple Tudor revival elements such as a steep front gable roof. The flat facade features a small projecting entrance bay with a steep gable roof and 3 historic wood windows. The building is uniquely situated on a double width lot on a raised berm set back from the street. The revised concept or the revised proposal calls for partial demolition of the existing roof and construction of the second-story addition that would engage the steep roof with like 2 very large shed dormers that project rearward of the main block. These will be set back by 12 feet and extend past the rear by 10 feet. The addition would be set behind the existing chimney. So that one is going to be set additionally almost 14 feet back from the facade and retain the profile of the side gable with the dormer. And the addition is proposed to be clad in either shingles or metal paneling as typical seen around the area. The wood windows on the front facade will be repaired and existing windows along the side elevations to be replaced. The board had asked the applicant to consider alternate designs. In most instances, Rear additions are the best way to add additional extra space. The majority of the proposals follow an approach that retains significant architectural features, including the mass and fabric of the primary roof, and is subordinate to the new construction. The they utilizing appropriate materials and compatible fenestration is also viewed by the board. Upward additions on a one-story uh, historic building is more challenging as it affects character of defining features such as the height and the roof line and massing. Um, for this property, there's limiting circumstances for the addition on top of a building. Um, and there have been limited circumstances where achieving additions on a top building could be achieved, whether they're invisible or not prominently visible from the public street. For the case here, the form of the addition is different from that of the roof as it alters. If the addition were to be as tall as proposed, there's an opportunity to add more towards the rear of the block, taking advantage of the first floor area without markedly affecting the mass and character of the construction. So the project has been working, and the applicant has been working with me to try to figure out a way to meet their clients' request of having an open rear yard concept with a patio, while also being able to attain additional square footage within the house. In order to do that, they have tried a way to place the addition on the house that is compatible in a way that shows it as a dormer or as a feature that is typically seen in the historic district, setting it back on the visible portion, so from the street, so that it's not um, taking it's not as apparent from the front that the side gables and the character defining features of the buildings are being interrupted, while also providing a new character to their rear yacht. This is still difficult because it has the applications of altering a historic building roof line. And so it's not exactly as the board had requested, and we're asking that it's revised a bit to better reframe the roof form and retain the roof form. There's a lot of demolition in order to be able to add the dormers. So exploring a more rearward addition is more appropriate. However, they are seeking guidance from the board on their proposal and how to best meet HPRB standards while also giving the client a rear yard that is usable and a home that is also compatible with their needs. So I will let the applicant explain their design and their revision, and here to answer questions as needed.
Okay, thanks, Amania. You can proceed to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Amania. You can go to the next slide. Just wanted to make one point. The existing building is a two-story structure, and we are proposing an addition at the second story. So there are two stories currently. We can go to the next slide. Just wanted to talk through the feed. So yes, we presented in June and got some helpful feedback from the board. Design needs to respect and not alter the existing dormer gable on the east roof side, and the addition to be subordinate to the existing structure. And so we'll show some diagrams that show where we were and the adaptations that we've made. But I think it's important to note we also reached out and had a really productive meeting with the members of HAPS to talk through the addition and made some significant alterations to the proposal to make them feel more comfortable and to meet their needs. We received unanimous support from ANC when we presented originally. I believe you have that letter. And then we also have 3 letters of support from neighbors. And then in addition to that, as Amania has suggested, we've been working with her quite a bit to get this where it needs to be. So just want to make sure that those that information, hopefully you have that kind of documentation, but let us know if we need to submit that. The next slide, please. Context, I think everyone's familiar with the site. One of the things that we're dealing with is water, and we'll talk about that in relationship to the proposed addition, that this property is on the downward slope and does get a lot of groundwater. And so that is contributing to the decisions that we're making related to our rear yard addition. Next slide, please. Just some photos. We included a photo of the back on the left, sorry, on the right side. You can kind of see the yard there, and it's hard to tell in this photograph, but there is quite a bit of a slope behind us, and grade continues to kind of go down to the back of this house and into the basement. There's some water issues. Next slide, please. Also, just context that we'll use these views in later drawings to help explain what's visible. I think view 1 is the view that most are concerned about, is a portion of the addition will be seen from view 1 in the back of the house. Otherwise, largely invisible or hard to see. Next slide, please. Existing plans, basement level on the right, first floor in the middle, and just showing the existing second floor. It has a little bit less than 500 square feet of floor space, and less than that is at 7 feet. So it's a very small existing floor plate, but there is a second floor, and the owner is hoping to utilize that as much as possible. Next slide, please. The items that we want to make sure we're communicating on behalf of the owner and kind of the goals for the project. The clients would like to have 3 equal-sized bedrooms and a primary suite on a single level. They have 3 boys that are quite young, and they purchased this house. The house currently is, in need of quite a bit of repair, and so they're on board for a pretty extensive renovation and addition, but they bought the house with the idea that they could have bedrooms on a single level for security, safety, and comfort. The addition, their hope is that the addition can use as much of the existing floor plate of the second floor as possible. And after we've been working with them and understanding more about the site and some of the conditions, and with the rain that we've been getting, that the design minimizes additional foundations on the site. So we and that kind of has two reasons. One is just minimizing impact with groundwater as it comes down to the back of the house, and projecting a second floor will actually help protect that area from groundwater. There's also an existing entrance to the basement, which they hope to maintain. And so additions on the rear that are not visible from the street are challenging in terms of disrupting that. Next slide, please. This is just giving the idea about program and part of this strategy. The diagram, the plan on the left shows, if we could use the entire second floor without headroom being an issue, we could fit all of the program desired at one level. Headroom obviously causes an issue with that. So we've been adjusting this diagram to make better use of space and the existing context. Next slide.
Just to give, I don't think we showed this image before, but this is really helpful when we talked with HAPS about what the existing second floor is like. It's currently about 14 feet wide, and on, you know, a zone of either side of that is under 7 feet. But that's the existing second floor with a stair at the back. Next slide, please. So the simple proposal in the back of the house is to raise the roof to meet minimal headroom requirements and make better use of that existing floor plate. Next slide, please. Just wanted to talk about the groundwater issue in the basement. So there is quite a bit of water affecting the rear foundation. We want to make sure we shore that up and take care of that, abate that situation as it currently stands, but adding additional foundations to the back might cause a challenge from a structural stability standpoint, and also, as I mentioned before, would affect access from the existing rear door to the basement. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of an overview. Upper left, we presented to HPRB back in June. Got some comments about the addition did not necessarily have to be symmetrical and should kind of recede from the existing gable. And so the upper right shows that adaptation of moving the addition further back on the second floor and increasing the distance from new work to the existing roof in the front, so decreasing visibility. After HAPS, one of the things that HAPS recommended is that we study the relationship of the visible addition on in this drawing on the left side bottom. So you can see there's two variations at the bottom where the side wall of the addition in one instance is sort of set back from the existing roof line, and in another instance is aligned with the roof line. You will see both of these as we move forward. The client is comfortable with either one. There seemed to be some debate from HPO about which one they liked or would approve, but we are comfortable with either one, so we have both as we move forward. But it was something that came up after meeting with HAPS, and I think was a helpful piece of feedback. Next slide, please. So here you can see the proposed axon massing with the dormer pushed back and respecting and not modifying the existing gable roof. Next slide, please. And then you can see that variation of setting it back a little bit to let the existing roof kind of complete itself from the side. Next slide, please. From the rear, you can see, so in this view, you can see there's a new covered outdoor space below the addition. And this is also to help protect and kind of stave off some of that water that might be penetrating the basement below. But we are still maintaining the entrance to the basement at the left side of the new proposed stairs. All of this is largely not visible from the street, but we wanted to show that and show the rationale behind that. Next slide, please. There you can see just that slight adjustment set that addition back a little bit from the side of the building. Next slide, please. Plans are relatively unchanged with the exception of some adaptations on the east side of level 2, where we're adjusting bathroom sizes and locations to accommodate headroom height, but also stay beyond and back from the existing gable. Next slide, please. And then you can see the new proposed roof and the projection in the rear, also showing its relationship to the existing gable as well. Next slide, please. From the front and side elevations, you can see the proposed addition the roof line maintains the existing peak of the roof, but then moves up to establish code minimum 7 foot at the end so that we have enough headroom space to occupy the floor plate. Next slide, please. And from the rear and west side, which is sort of less, west side's less visible, so that maintains a setback not as great as the one on the east. Next slide, please. Here you can see a cross section of the existing existing house with the second floor and then the proposed addition. Next slide, please. And a cross section or a longitudinal section through the house as well. Next slide, please. So some street views, and we've added more at the request of HAP so that there's more kind of clarity on on view 1 and its visibility. Next slide, please. So here you can see we've added some additional views. So sorry, if you don't mind going back. So one of the questions was, from this view, can you see the property or the proposed addition? And you can see a little bit in view 2 of a little small portion of the new dormer being proposed in the back, but otherwise it's largely invisible from any of these views. Next slide shows we did a few more views between view 1 and view 2 to make sure that we were, seeing when and where you could see it. And so, again, view A, largely not visible. View B, you do see the addition, a small portion of the addition, but it is subordinate to the existing gable and existing roof. And view C, you can see it as well. Next slide, please. And then just a comparison, our view versus the photographs, just to kind of make folks comfortable with how we're looking at this and building it. We're showing the trees as kind of wireframe so you can see all of the architecture. And there will be some revisions to the landscape so that the house will be more visible. So it'll be somewhere in between what you're seeing here. Next slide, please. And then looking at that same view B larger. Next slide, please. And then we wanted to also show the variation. So here you can see that slight adjustment. Next slide, please. Same view from the corner. Next slide, please. That slight adjustment to the dormer. Next slide. And then from the sidewalk. Next slide, please. Yep, you can see the relationship of those two. Okay, next slide. And then from the rear, all of this obviously not visible from public space. And then just looking at some from a material standpoint and thinking about roofs and dormers, this is some houses that are within walking distance of the house, and that there is a variety of material. There's a variety of the way in which dormers are treated. We are showing some options on how we plan to proceed, but feedback is welcome. But I think we've got a couple strategies that we'd like to pursue, pick one and work with it. So on the far left, you see just picking up on the metal panel materiality that does exist in the neighborhood, that it would be a singular all one material design. And so you can see the left diagram shows metal panel roof and walls. In the middle, we're proposing a shingle roof and then a vertical siding, something that's kind of simple and creates a backdrop that's not standing out as it creates a backdrop to the existing building and the existing slate roof. And then the image on the right, also looking at shingle and then a bigger, so this would be a panel like a cement board panel. So something larger, but also just less lines, a kind of simpler volume. One of the things we are talking to a few contractors about is reusing the existing slate roof material where possible. So we have enough material. Well, based on our current looking at quantities, it's possible we could have enough material to do a portion of the roof, and we would want to utilize that slate if we could. I think, is that it? Or next slide, one more slide. Yeah, just looking at from the street, that material kind of applied in a concept for both metal panel, shingle roof with vertical siding, or shingle roof with larger panels. That concludes my presentation. I know Raimi, our client, he texted me and he is on the call and would like to be able to speak if that's possible.
It is. In the interest of time, if there's something he wants to add beyond what we heard at the last hearing to talk about the revisions, that's great. We just would ask that we not be repetitive.
Sure.
And it should be relevant to historic preservation. Just, I understand the challenges that they're facing, but we are the Historic Preservation Review Board, so.
Understood. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what the content of what Brian is planning on saying, but
I think I see him.
okay.
You just have to unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if that's him. I don't know. Oh, okay. Then you can turn off your camera.
Okay.
All right. All right. So, yeah, then maybe Juliana, you need to elevate him so he can speak.
Chair Heath, I can definitely do that. Can you remind me how their name appears?
I don't know.
Sorry.
Mark, can you help her with that?
Yes. His name is Raimi, Raimi, first name, and then last name Gbadamosi is spelled Gbadamosi.
I'm not seeing anyone listed.
But maybe it's coming up with his phone number, or no.
I thought I saw him in the attendees portion at the bottom.
Let me take another look.
Okay.
While you look for him, if I could just ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
So I understand you've set this back and maybe you've adjusted the depth of the addition relative to the roof plane since the last presentation. But it largely, the form of this is the same. And I think we expressed some concern about the form of this addition at the last hearing. And you've described it as a dormer. I think, if I'm hearing you correctly, it is not a dormer. It's a roof. And I'm wondering, in your exploration post the last board meeting, did you look at any other forms for this, that this roof could take? Whether it's, possibly going a little higher, or doing something that extends back in the same plane as the existing roof that does actually incorporate dormers. So you might get a little bit more head clearance. I'm just wondering what you've begun to explore prior to seeing this.
Yeah, no, that's two responses. One easy one, yes. We did look at some other roof forms, and we did actually look at that idea of dormer. We took it quite seriously and looked at the idea of creating dormer, and you're right, it's we're calling it, and maybe the dormer piece has been kind of carried over from some discussions with staff HPO, but we did look at making an actual dormer that was lower than the roof line and back from the existing wall of the existing structure. Kind of at, doing that, knowing that the client was not as excited about those studies, but we did that for the purposes of, working with HAPS and also with HPO staff. We showed that in an interim meeting with HPO with this kind of lower roof line, and they did not think that was the right direction to go, and in fact suggested that we move back to kind of what you're looking at today. In terms
Marnique, I have the exact sentiments you had about questions. Mark, did you ever look at a solution that just took the existing roof and just extended it straight back and put a very large dormer on either side of it?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
I mean, this is unnaturally complicated, I think. And I think if it just used the existing roof forms there and you could build some rather large dormers to get the floor space you want, it could be a lot simpler, I think, and much more compatible.
It seems that way. It is and that was one of the reasons and I appreciate the feedback. It was one of the reasons I showed some of the existing floor plate imagery and plans. Adding small dormers doesn't do a lot, or adding dormers in general. Like, you kind of, to make it usable and functional to fit all those pieces in, like it's challenging to the dormer does detract in making it work. And in fact, we felt made it more complicated, because then you've got the kind of extrusion of the existing roof and then this new dormer on top. And the thought of trying to match at the same plane, like, we're extending a slate roof. And so this is a slate roof that's decades old. And so the thought of like matching that material in a coplanar way seemed challenging to us. And so making a distinction between the old and new seemed like the appropriate response.
Well, the only thing I would say, that all seems horribly rational. The only thing I would say is, when you have the building's only going to give you so much. I mean, that's one of the challenges here. It's not a big building. And I can appreciate trying to get room up on the second floor and to have this as much yard space as possible, which is, I think, one of your operating design principles that your clients want. Yeah. I would submit that maybe one of those things has to give. That it might well be that the problem of keeping the footprint more or less open at the first floor and having as much square footage on that level might be mutually exclusive, and maybe a hard trick to pull off, because I think I agree with Marnique. This is not appreciably different than what we saw last time. It's really pretty much the same things. A couple of things have slid back, but it's pretty much the same, at least in my way of looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been, I think what we were hearing from you is this question of, could it be, doesn't have to be the same on both sides. And so we really took this side of the addition and studied it, and, obviously worked with all the different constituents to get consensus. And it is, there's some variations to how the plans work, and the massing is, it is more subordinate than it was.
Okay.
One man convinced, Matt.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, it just seems to me that
I guess
all the rear yard space and doing that at the second floor, it just seems admirable but difficult.
Yeah, and that was the other piece that I wanted to make sure I explained, is like, in the back, that because there's been a lot of like, why aren't you making a 2-story addition in the back of this house? And I hope we've been clear about like why that isn't the right solution for this house from a usable standpoint and some of the existing conditions. But I think the other thing that we need to make like this is looking at this, we've been really trying to be very transparent about what is visible from public space and what is the effect here. And you know, I think if they could go back a few slides to look at the existing condition. Keep going. Yeah, like one of these. You know, this is a little tiny piece of the back of this house that I feel like is getting a lot of scrutiny because we're showing it as closely and we're kind of zeroing in on it. But in terms of the effect of on public space and on the view, you know, what
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you could say is if the houses next to it were closer together, the view maybe wouldn't be an issue. But we do spend a lot of time looking at what is visible from the public realm on many, you know, houses in historic districts.
Yes. And this is the little slice that we're talking about. And so it has meaningful impact on, you know, what the owner can do.
I mean, I'd be interested to hear what my colleagues think, but you know, the question in architecture in many cases is, what does the building give you? You know, what does the existing building give you to work with?
Yeah. Manya, I assume this is a contributing building. Your staff report didn't specifically, but it is, right?
Yes.
I assumed that. Yeah, I would love to see more studies of other roof forms, because this one I just don't see how it's at all compatible, no matter how far you shift it back. Even if you were to shift it off of the roof itself and just add it to the back, it's the form that just feels so foreign. And there have to be other ways. I mean, in my mind, I'm imagining more ways. I'm not drawing anything. There may be others who are sketching over this as we speak. But that's why I asked the question of what else you studied, because I think it would be helpful to show some of that to the board.
Well, you might have to reprogram the house a little bit based on, you know, I know the clients have a certain need in things. I totally agree with Marnique. You may have to go back and reprogram some of this in terms of where things are and how the second floor works. If for example, you know, you have to go to something that we would deem more compatible, but it might have less space on the second floor, for example.
Yeah, I mean, that was also part of the submission is, you know, explaining when Raimi and Ashley purchased this home, I think they were looking at an outdated map because this just got recently added to the historic within the boundary. It's a beautiful little house built in 1933. It's very different from every other house that is, you know, historic in Anacostia. And so, you know, if you look at it from the historic Anacostia guidelines, it's not it doesn't, the guidelines don't really speak to this particular property. It's unique. And so in their mind, they were going to be able to use the whole floor initially. And, you know, I think we've been trying to work with them and manage expectations about what can happen here. But just to give some background about where we were and where we are, I guess my point is like, this is a small slice of view from public space. And, you know, swinging up a roof in a neighborhood like where houses like this exist is a pretty common response, as opposed to just specifically being a dormer.
Does anyone else have any questions on this?
Well, this is not a question. This is me rhyming better machine.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't know whether what I'm going to state will be any type of repetition. Oh, I guess I turn my camera on.
It's fine, just you can speak.
Okay. So, you know, I mean, there are a number of things. You know, it is interesting listening to everyone speak about our needs. And, you know, Mark has already laid those out. But, I mean, there are a few things I made my notes. I'll just stick to those. I mean, it is important to us that we maintain the integrity of the building. A number of things are being stated that, you know, in the end, will not maintain that integrity. I'm not an architect, I'm an artist, and I'm the chair of the art here at Howard. And so I do have some investment in maintaining what I perceive to be the integrity of the building. No, I'm really pleased to say that working with L Studio has been great because they do have some history working with historical buildings. And as Mark already said, we've been through a number of scenarios about what is possible. It is important to us that, you know, we pay attention to the historic nature of the neighborhood. And this has been part of, you know, our discussions around the solutions that have come forth. You know, as I said, I don't know what was said before, and I do not want to repeat anything. You know, being about 500 meters from Frederick Douglass's house, I know comes with, you know, some restrictions and limitations. But even the slide that you see at the moment, in reality, there are trees that will block this view from sight. We also, for our own particular desires and needs with regards to our yard, we also intend to plant trees. And I know that trees may not, in the end, solve long-term problems, but the fact is, you know, view has been raised before. And I just like to state that it is one thing to see the drawings, another thing to see it in reality. You know, I dwell in this house at the moment, so I know what these things are. So I know that, as you said, time is of the essence, so I will stop.
Sure. So, yeah, I think we've heard you all as the applicant talk about your needs, but unfortunately that is not the purview of this body. And so we are not here to talk about your needs. We're here to talk about what we believe to be a compatible addition to this house and what's most appropriate for this house in this context. We do not consider trees as, you know, blocking the view. They change with seasons, they change over time. So that is not, you know, as Matt said, if the houses on either side of you were closer to you, that serves as a reasonable barrier for view shed to your house, but a tree does not. And so this is the kind of context that we're considering as we evaluate this.
Well, may I ask you a question then? Is that possible? You know, at the moment, the proposal is going to change the building, as I mentioned before, the integrity of the building, much less than what I've heard repeated, putting up a completely new structure at the back of the house. So if this is going to change the integrity of the building less, and so, you know, I wonder, and I really am curious here, what, you know, the arguments will be.
I think you would hear from each of us that adding on to the back doesn't change the integrity of the building less than what you're proposing now. You're then adding on to the back, you're maintaining the integrity of the existing structure. So I think, Gretchen, did you have a question? I think you'll hear more about this as we deliberate. I don't think doesn't sound like we're ready to make a decision on this quite yet. So I think you'll hear more about this and the perspective of the board as we move into our deliberation, which probably is now, unless anyone has any other questions. Okay. Seeing no other questions. And your opportunity to speak goes away once we deliberate, just so you understand. This is just discussion for the board.
I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm curious to hear from others what your thoughts are on this. As I said earlier, I still find this to not be so different than what we saw the last time, which was, to my perspective, not compatible at the time. It still is not compatible, even if you shift it. And I think, rather than just deny this, I would rather allow the applicant time to come up with another solution that is more in keeping with what the board has recommended. Unfortunately, that may not be the ideal direction for the client, but I think there's got to be a solution that achieves a compromise. And there are definitely other solutions here that could be compatible.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the visibility from the street is one thing, but also the fact that the forms that are introduced are aggressively sort of at odds with the existing house tends to exacerbate what you see with the views. And I think that's a little bit, I think that's strange. I think that we have an architect trying to satisfy programmatic needs of a client, which need to be rethought, I think, which has to do with how much of the ground plane the building can occupy to satisfy those program needs and how much of the second floor can occupy. I think you're right, Marty. Something's got to give here. And try as they may, trying to satisfy all those programmatic needs on the second floor here is yielding something that, at least from my way of thinking, is certainly not compatible. And it sounds like from what we've heard feedback from the architect, if you began to trim that down, then the program wouldn't be compatible at the second floor as well. So I think there's some reconsideration that would be helpful in terms of the program. The rear yard of this house seems reasonably generous for a house of this size. And, living in a house with a very small rear yard, I know it's desirable to have a larger one, but I think that might be a discussion that the client and the architect have about just how much of the rear yard they can use to satisfy their program needs.
Yeah, I don't have much meaningful sort of context to lend, Madam Chair. I'm conflicted about this because I feel like, yeah, to me, the easy answer would be to just go to the rear. And so it's difficult to sort of understand. Well, I shouldn't say that. I understand the balance of the owners trying to achieve a certain thing. But I too sort of have issues with the way this looks aesthetically. And I agree that it's not compatible. It's unfortunate that they sort of ruled out exploring the rear. Yeah, I was conflicted, so that's why I didn't say much. I was conflicted.
Gretchen, did you want to add anything? Okay, all right. Then I think, like as I said earlier, I would rather not take a vote on this and deny the application at this point, but rather give them one last shot at coming up with something that responds to the board's comments, and staff for that matter. I think staff was recommending denial at this point, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've said quite a bit today. We'll ask the applicant to go back and work with staff and the owner and apps and come back to us when you're ready. All right. Thanks all. Thanks, Amadia.
Well, I got one more.
You do. Let's go.
Okay, so this is also a returning project to the Anacostia, and this project actually 2100 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, technically 12, or I guess that's the technical, and then the non-technical would be 1221 V Street Southeast. Is a returning concept to construct senior apartments at the rear of a 4-story 90s office building at 2100 Martin Luther King Avenue. A version of the proposal was approved by the board in 2017. The concept has since been modified to eliminate east wing, a 2-story structure on 2 small lots, and reduces the above ground construction with landscaping on a green roof covering an underground garage. The proposal now calls for the construction of a 3-story multifamily building with a penthouse, and it's to be constructed over the underground garage. The proposed building shows shallow bays and pavilions. The walls are proposed to be faced in brick with precast concrete, and there's approximately 6-foot yard, front yard with a low iron fence, and some general proposed paving was removed. The building has improved in terms of compatibility with its surrounding buildings. While they're still reading as distinct building types, it better relates to the 2-story buildings on V Street and mediates between them and the taller 2100 MLK. There, in further refinement, the visual prominence of the rooftop mechanical screening should be minimized. The drawings indicate the size and location will be depicted on what's likely to be seen. So that there's some refinements that are needed in permitting. However, all rooftop apparatuses should be low as possible, and the screening should be conceivably lower than, slightly lower than the units themselves. The brick color is only suggested and by the renderings, and the window units are not yet as detailed. They will be continuing to coordinate with staff as they update their permit sets, and even if the windows are aluminum or clad, they should have traditional profiling. Double gang windows, of course, should have their mullions with the provided depth to us. We recommend that the board, HPO recommends that the board approve the concept as consistent with the purposes of HPR or our preservation law, and delegates to staff for further review of the project on the condition of the application revised to address the comments above. We brought this project back to the board on agenda so that the applicant could be able to walk through some specific comments that the board had on their project and answer and clarify some of their proposed detailing that they had shown in their project. And so I will turn it over to, I believe Gerard's on the line for his presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. And then will I share my screen or you're going to present on your screen?
You can't share, so just tell us when to advance and staff will advance.
Okay, so as she was mentioning, the last time our presentation was provided, it wasn't entirely clear the scope of the project. So we want to come back and try to explain a little bit on what has changed from the original design. So essentially, we're not doing the townhomes, which you'll see is this gray box here. So the plans were approved. Let me back up a second. So 2100 Martin Luther King was a building built by Donahue Peebles many years ago. Actually, it was his first building, actually. Currently, the parking lot, we've been looking at developing it as affordable housing. So the presentation you see here, the design of the building you see here is that it is an affordable housing building. In a previous iteration, it actually had an apartment building with townhomes adjacent. We're no longer proposing the townhomes. It's actually instead going to be a grass yard adjacent to the building. So as you see in this image, there's a building, and then to the left here is the gray box. That's just going to be a yard that's landscaped going over the parking garage. If you could click to the next page. Here's a elevated shot of what the yard looks like. I don't know. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but you could see there's a tree there, right? That sits in the yard. There's two lots there, two rectangles you can see in the middle there. Those two rectangles are two lots, two tax lots. That's where we're going to have the yard. What people will do is they'll be able to drive around the back and then drive down into the garage, which is existing there now. We'll just have a landscape yard with trees and plants and some chairs and lights. So try to make it a little more clear this time, because in the last renderings you couldn't really see that. See, the driveway is to the left here to drive onto the property, to loop around into the basement garage. The new building is there. You can see to the left it says building on top of the roof, and then to the right of that, where you see this kind of this dotted rectangle shape, is actually the new addition that is the yard that's over the garage. Next page. Here are some shots where you can see what the ground floor looks like, what the cellar looks like, the second and third floor. Second and third floor, essentially identical floor plans. We'll have amenity space on the first floor for the residents, as well as 3 apartments. There'll be an elevator and stair that takes you to the basement as well as up to the roof. And then the cellar is pretty straightforward. Click on the next one, please. Here you can see kind of the overall site plan. You can see 2100 Martin Luther King to the left. You can see the driveway coming through the middle there. You can see our building, the new building we are going to build, and then the yard, which is directly adjacent to the right there. Next slide. Here you can see as the driveway drives down into the basement, what it looks like in the cellar. It's just going to be some, utility space and bike parking spaces. Nothing much in the basement. Next slide, please. Here's some elevated, design drawings on the first floor, which had some dimensions. You can see what the names of the rooms are. Pretty straightforward. Again, you can see kind of where the yard will sit to the right there. You can see kind of the L shape of the yard, and you can see the gray driveway, which drives down into the basement. So again, like this time, we want to try to give a little bit more color on exactly what is going on with the site. I mean, I think this is actually a good image here, that you see the apartment building, right, with the apartment units. You see the driveway to the left. You see the entrance down to the garage in the dark gray, and then you can see the L-shaped yard that sits over it there. And there's a couple of parking spaces in the bottom right here. You can see a couple of on-grade parking, but this is essentially the lot of the property.
I'm having a hard time following you. So You're describing the lot to the right of this building as the yard.
Yes.
There's also a garage, right? So is
It's
the,
a underground garage.
okay, so all of that is underground parking?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so that underground parking, does it cover the entire lot or is it? Because I
More or
see
less.
another, like an L-shaped, something that has some sort of fill over it. Is that showing
That's the
us the
yard.
grass? Okay, so that's the grass area. And then the pink rectangle is what?
The pink rectangle?
It kind of looks a little pinkish on my screen. I don't know. Maybe it's gray, but
Yeah, it's like a dark gray.
yeah, it looks a little pinkish on my screen. But anyway, the darker rectangle, that's,
Basically, that's when it starts to slope downwards.
so that's the drive aisle.
Yep.
So you come in to the left of the building,
Yes.
turn,
Come down.
and then you go down where that ramp, where the rectangle is. But there's
Yes.
some parking spaces at grade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. They're very faint also, so that's part of the reason I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding what I'm looking at. Okay, got it. Okay, I think I'm clear. You can keep going. Thank you.
Awesome. All good. All good. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good picture, right? Where the building is, where the drive aisle is, where the neighboring building is, where they ramp down. So that dark box that she just mentioned, that is basically when it drops off and it drops into the basement. And then the light gray, which sits right above it, is, a grass yard that's on grade there to the street. Next slide. Here's a roof plan, pretty straightforward, nothing crazy. It's not a very big building. We're gonna have exactly 21 units. So it's not a very big building, probably won't be a usable roof, probably it's too small. Next slide, please. Here you can see some elevations of what the building looks like. You could see in the bottom image, you see where that ramp down to the basement happens, and you can see the yard coming up above it, right? That, hopefully this gives a little more color on what's going on. So you're gonna have a yard that's sitting over, you're gonna have the driveway that drives underneath. And then, you got, of course, the street side to the right there. Next slide, please. Here is an image looking at, I guess if you're standing on the side of the yard on the west side of the building, you can see there, looking from the west direction, and then you can also see standing from the back of the building, looking at the south elevation, or basically the back of the building. Next slide, please. Here you can see in the section cuts how there's apartment building up above for 3 floors, and then a cellar level down below. You can see it connects to 2100 Martin Luther King on the left-hand side. And then you can see on the south section or building section number 2, you can see, basically we have some cellar space, some utility space in the basement, elevator shaft going from roof to basement. Next slide, please. Similar information, 3 levels, cellar floor below. Next slide, please. And these just a few details. This isn't the most important piece. And that's basically it. I mean, the rest of these we provided our set of approved plans, so you can see exactly what we presented to the city and what was approved. The elevation essentially looks like this. This is roughly the color we're thinking. We're open to your suggestions, but this design was approved previously, as was mentioned earlier. So I literally haven't changed the design at all on the exterior. One thing we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure that it's not a chain link fence, but a white picket fence or some sort of color that we all agree on. You can see that section cut again here on the east elevation. You can see the garage and the planted park area that sits up above it. Next slide. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Nope.
Okay. We don't have anyone registered to speak on this application either.
No, just me.
Yeah, no, I was talking about witness testimony, but yes. So if there are no questions from the board, we could be ready to deliberate. All of my questions were answered during the presentation when I interrupted him. So thank you for that. But I mean, to me, this is a fairly simple, straightforward project. I have no issues with it.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So then I will make a motion that we support the concept presented and ask for a second.
I'll second it.
All right, thanks. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Anyone opposed? Great, so the motion carries. Thank you. Thanks for your clear presentation.
Thank you.
Great. We are moving to the Capitol Hill Historic District now. 621 Maryland Avenue Northeast, Moira. Do you want to make your presentation?
Hello, Chair Heath. Yes, I will make two housekeeping points and then my presentation, if that's all right. One, the homeowner is not able to attend. Their designer had planned to, but as we're running a bit behind schedule, I'm not sure that she'll be able to. So if Juliana sees her join, maybe to let us know, but I've been updating her through the day. Then the other housekeeping item is that
Matt, can we ask you to mute? If you can mute, thank you. Okay, sorry about that, Moira.
No, that's all right. The other housekeeping item is just that when I was looking back through the box today, I didn't see the ANC's letter. I wasn't sure if the board had seen it. If you want me to read it into the record, I have it pulled up. So with all that being said, I'll just run quickly through some of my staff report. So beyond the description of the building, important context is that in 2006, a visible rooftop structure was erected, and then eventually a partially retroactive modified permit, which I've not been able to pull the drawings for, was approved for a roof deck with some caveats about railings that had been erected to be visible being removed. So a non-visible roof deck was approved. In April of this year, we received a report of a visible roof deck at the property. And so my report sort of documents in a couple of ways in how this roof deck may differ from what was previously approved and permitted. So in evaluating what is currently in place, the board does not generally find visible roof decks to be compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District. This roof deck is visible from multiple points along the street, and different components of the roof deck are visible. And so the staff recommendation is that the visible portions of the roof deck and the covered structure be found incompatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District, which is in line with several previous board findings. And that the applicant be encouraged to further revise so that it could be reviewed administratively as a non-visible roof deck.
Thank you, Moira. We do have an ANC letter in the file from, looks like it was added September 21st, and it's the ANC's resolution opposing this concept. So I assume that's correct.
Correct. That's what I have.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that was received.
Okay. Yes, we have it.
And then I don't know if Olivia says she has dialed in. So maybe there is a phone number that's a call-in user that we could bump up.
I can see one call-in number in the attendee list. I'll just check to verify that it's Olivia.
I couldn't quite hear you, Juliana. Are you asking me to
No,
double
she's,
check that?
she's checking to see
Okay.
that it's Olivia.
Okay. I can see that Beth Purcell is on. I'm assuming it's for this
okay.
case. I don't know if we want to give Olivia another minute, maybe.
Yeah, let's hear from Ms. Purcell. I did not have her registered, but would happily hear from her. We do have her letter. So while we wait, if Ms. Purcell wants to give her testimony.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, board members. This is Beth Purcell. I'm testifying on behalf of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. The applicants seek retroactive approval for several elements that are visible from public space, replacement and enlargement of a roof deck, a rooftop structure with an awning, and a line of planters along the parapet. All these are visible from public space. Basically, we agree with the staff report. We would also point out that the board has stated publicly on several occasions, including earlier today, that street trees are inherently temporary and they do not solve visibility problems. We believe this project is not compatible with the Capitol Hill Historic District because of the visibility. We agree with the staff that the scope of the roof deck should be reduced, the roof structure eliminated, the planters and forward stairs removed, and a lumber mock-up erected to test visibility from the outer point of the roof deck railing. And thank you for considering our comments.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Purcell from the board? If not, it looks like Olivia is now on.
Juliana, Olivia has emailed me that she's calling in from a number that ends in 1999.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I believe
That was a good year.
added Olivia to the participant list.
Friends definitely would agree.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. I'm so sorry for these issues. I'm not seeing Olivia. I do see a call-in user. Let me requesting that she unmute herself. Olivia, if you can hear us, I think you might need to unmute yourself. You've been moved to a panelist position. There we go. Say
Good
something.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for getting me on this call. Pretty much everything's been kind of answered. My client has spoken about the tree that was there initially. I know the board does not consider trees as part of the design in any way. His basic stance is that the structure's been there for about 16 years. He informed me that he got the permit in 2007. That's permit number B101912. He did not tell me that structure was built in 2006. He said it was built in 2007. And he just feels that it's been there for 16 years. The visibility was increased because the tree was removed. He is willing to lower the roof structure, but he would like to keep the roof deck. That's basically what he wanted me to say today.
So the roof structure and also the planter boxes and everything that is visible in front of that correct?
Yes, the planters, yes, he's willing to remove the planters as well. But he just wants to know if he's able to modify the roof structure, if he can keep it, if it's able to be modified in some way.
Okay.
That it's not visible.
Right. Okay, so we can discuss that as a board. Right. Any questions for the applicant from board members? Okay. Great. So then turn back to the board. There's no one else other than Ms. Purcell for us to hear from as witness testimony. So we can deliberate on this if the board is ready. It's always unfortunate to have these kinds of applications come to us that are after the fact, but in this case, I certainly think that removing the pergola, the trellis structure that's so visible in this view, is my recommendation, along with the planter boxes, the visible additions that are here on the roof. It seems that the rest of the rooftop, the platform itself, the railings are set back far enough that they would not be visible. So long as that is the case, I have no problems keeping the roof deck itself.
Would the pergola could be moved back, right? I mean,
It could, certainly. I think, the real issue here is its visibility, but where it is currently is not compatible. So that is an option. I would accept. Yeah. All right. Any other thoughts?
I just wanted to concur with the idea that, the property owner gaining access to their roof is totally fine. Obviously, it's the visibility of the pergola roof that's the issue. It could be moved back, it could be removed. There are options.
Yeah. I think it would be a bit tricky if it gets moved back, just because the roof deck steps up.
Right.
At least a little. So they just need to confirm with a flag test that it's still not visible once it steps back.
It's a design problem.
Right, absolutely, yes. All right, so then I will make a motion that we deny the pergola in its current position, but allow the roof deck with its platform and railings, and that the applicant could be allowed to move this back so long as it or anything else that they add is not visible. And I'll ask for a second.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Andrew. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. So the motion carries.
May I ask a clarifying question, Chair Heath?
Yes.
Earlier, you had said something about the existing railings maybe not being visible. It's hard to understand that with the planters at the front. Am I correct in understanding that even existing components before the pergola is moved back, if when the planters are removed, those turn out to be visible, they should also be pushed back? Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, I think just generally, as you work through this with the applicant, Moira, the issue is visibility. So,
agreed.
Yeah.
Understood and agreed.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's keep moving. Next, Mount Pleasant Historic District, 1819 Kenyon Street.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why this application is on the agenda rather than the consent calendar is two things. One is we understood that there might be some opposition to the idea of extending extending the rear addition when it's reconstructed. With regard to that, the Historic Preservation Office has no objection. We think that it's compatible, even if it is a slightly larger and a contemporary expression. We think it's still subordinate to the main block of the building. The second thing is I wanted to get a sense of the board's feeling toward adding a pergola to a roof deck that is sort of in the center of all the series of additions behind the building. One thing I've noted over the years in Mount Pleasant is that the kind of chaos of the alleyscape often comes down to the kind of deck appurtenances such as privacy fences and pergolas, the sort of thing that you normally expect to be standing on the ground. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant.
All right, can everybody hear me? I hope.
We can, yes.
Okay. Hi, this is Eric Hoffman. I'm the architect for the applicant. Thank you, Tim. Can we get the presentation up, please?
Yeah, what I'll say before you start
Sure.
is I don't believe we have any opposition. I haven't seen any in the file. I don't have anybody registered to speak on this. So as Tim said, you were in position for consent. I think the biggest issue that Tim has raised is the pergola at the back. The board has reviewed what you sent. So rather than have you go through a full presentation,
Sure.
I will ask the board if there are questions first. And then if we want to talk about the pergola, I think we could probably expedite this.
But the pergola does not sit right on the common, on the rear property line, right?
That's correct. It's about 20 feet rearward of the alley line.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could go to the plan, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Uh-huh.
I mean, typically, if I'm understanding what Tim was saying, typically when we have issues with these, maybe sometimes they're on the rear property line there. Is that, or is it just the idea of the pergola, Tim, that you were referring to? Is there a location issue with this or not?
Or is it more of a visibility from the alley issue?
Yeah.
It's visibility from the alley. It's just largely whether such things belong. Those are the things that tend to stick out, sort of literally when you go down the alleys. The kind of porcupine character of.
Well, to cut to the chase here, I have no problem with this, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I don't either. If it were visible from the front, it would be a whole different story, but the visibility from the alley to me is less of an issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Full visibility from the alley. Okay. So, does anyone else have other questions about this? All right. Then I'm going to cut to the chase and make a motion that we support the concept.
Second.
Okay. Great. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Great. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Well, it's
Thanks.
the best kind because the drawings speak for themselves.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
If they didn't, this would not have been as easy. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome. Thank you all.
All right. Okay. Whoa, we are 1 minute behind, 2 minutes now behind schedule. So Washington Heights Historic District at 1836, 1840 Colorama Road.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Ann Brockett. And congratulations on catching up on the schedule. That was quite a feat.
Yes.
I am presenting this case for the contract purchaser, Patrick Bloom of PT Bloom's Development, who is working with architect Jonathan Kuhn. And they are seeking the board's review to add above and behind an existing building that reads as two separate buildings at 1836 and 1840 Calorama Road. The buildings have a really interesting history. The 1840 Calorama is a row house, a one of three built in 1912, designed by Nicholas Haller. There we go. And the smaller two-story building next to it that sticks out a little was built in 1923. And 1840 was occupied immediately upon its completion by the Washington Montessori School, which was founded by Alexander Graham Bell and his wife, Mabel Bell. It's the second oldest known Montessori school in the country. And the Bells, in fact, founded the first one in Canada. They operated the school first out of their house and then moved into this row house, and in 23 built the addition next door to house an exercise space and playroom. The entire property has been used throughout its history for educational purposes, although it has been vacant for several years. So what we're looking at today is a proposal to add to both buildings above and behind. 3 floors are proposed to be added on top of 1836. That's the shorter building. The 2 lower floors would be in line with the facade of 1840 and therefore set back from the underlying school building. The topmost, or 5th floor, is set back approximately 10 more feet, and then it continues across the roof to 1840. At 1840, the rear slope of the mansard would be removed to create a walled roof deck between the addition and the mansard. The rear, as you'll see, is symmetrically arranged with sliding doors and balconies that feed into a projecting center stair. And the rear yard, which has no connection to the alley currently, would be excavated to grade to provide 6 parking spaces with a central stair leading down from the elevated backyard. At the front, the changes proposed would be converting a window to a door in the front bay, closing the existing door into the side of the school building, creating and altering openings underneath the porch, replacing all windows, and repairing the damaged brick at 1836. The applicant has worked with the HPO staff over the past month plus to revise the design to be more compatible, but several aspects of the design still warrant the board's consideration. In terms of demolition, the proposal seeks to remove most of the structure at 1836, including the interior floor slabs, the rear wall, and most likely a good portion of the roof. The structural report, which was submitted, was prepared after a visual inspection of the property. Its purpose was to, quote, evaluate the current conditions of the structural components accessible to us and general building structure for its feasibility to the proposed use. As far as staff knows, there were no tests conducted to assess the current stability, and the evaluation was based on whether or not the existing building could support what's being proposed, not necessarily its condition to be repaired or to support something different or something smaller. So we, if these floor slabs and roof are to be removed, the question would come up of how do we conserve the front elevation of the building and its brick facade. While the revisions that have been made over the time we've been working with the applicants have retreated from the initial submission, calling for the total removal and reconstruction of the facade, it really is necessary to understand that we understand the process for completing this proposed demolition scope as a whole, and how that will work without demolishing the facade as well. At 1840, the amount of structural demolition is a bit unclear. The plans state that the joists will be retained to the extent possible, but with the removal of the rear walls, some of the party walls, and the staircase, as well as the insertion of 2 new stairs and an elevator, the degree to which the historic property will retain its structural integrity is unclear and needs evaluation. Regarding the roof addition, the HPO staff takes no issue with the proposal to add 2 stories to 1836, and it really is compatible in the given context. However, a third story would make this the tallest building on the block, a full floor taller than 1834. In addition, the manner in which the proposed fifth floor crosses through the parapet and onto the roof of 1840 results in an awkward and visible intersection between old and new. The addition itself will also be visible, albeit minimally, over the roofline of 1840. Where HBRB has approved additions on top of historic row houses, they're generally set back so as not to occupy the majority of the roof and also not to be visible. Regarding the rear addition, HPO takes no issue with the addition, but finds that the design of both the staircases warrant further attention. They're not particularly compatible with the way historic rears work. And I should say that the alley itself is not a particularly distinctive alley and is not particularly intact, but I would ask that the board take a look at the rear staircases. Regarding the front, the changes that are proposed to the front elevation and yard conflict with several elements of the board's guidelines for basement entrances, including not installing entrances through a projecting bay, having only one lead walk to serve the main entrance, and that entrance stairs and porches should not be altered to accommodate new entrances. So in summary, we are recommending that the board evaluate whether the amount of demolition proposed is permissible given the conditions cited in the engineering report, find the concept of a two-story addition on 1836 compatible with revisions to the entry sequence and fenestration, to direct the applicant to lower or set back the roof addition on 1840 to not be visible from Calorama Road, to find the rear addition on both buildings compatible with revisions to the stairs, and to request scale drawings of all rooftop mechanical equipment and meters. Because I believe there are zoning issues, I have also included that any board decision should not be construed as support for or opposition to any necessary zoning relief. With that, I know I glossed over a lot, so I am available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Anne. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Anne, for your description. And hopefully we can kind of ease some of those comments and concerns that you had. I wanted to start by introducing myself. My name's Patrick Bloomfield, PT Blooms Development. I'll be representing on behalf of my team. And then Jonathan Kuhn of Jonathan JK Architecture will be kind of stepping in to explain the more intricate details. So, going to the kind of support of the neighborhood and adjacent neighbors, we've already received a 6-0 vote of approval from the ANC based on the design, which was much more modern at the time, and we've kind of made it blend in more with the neighborhood. We also have been working very closely with the adjacent neighbors, one of which is 1834, Paul and Jeffrey, who have both been residents of the neighborhood for the last 28 years. They have noted that they, support the overall exterior and encourage support of HBRB. They also wanted to make sure they brought up because they, at the time they were pretty adamant. They didn't really like the setback of the existing, of the stories above 1836. They would prefer they be closer up. After hearing Anne's concern about that and shifting the building back so it aligned with the face of 1840, we found it to work actually better with the layouts, and so we eventually went that route. But they wanted to point out that in all 28 years, at no time was that ever used as an outside playground because it was unsafe due to water damage. That's some of our concern that we'll address here on the demo scope. Next slide. So I wanted to give kind of a summary of the preservation and how we're kind of blending into details of the neighborhood, kind of a high level overview. We'll be restoring the masonry exterior walls and the front exterior of both structures. 1840 is in rather good condition. We'll probably just do light point up and keep that raw brick exposed. The 2 stories at 1836, which is the 2-story structure to the left, does have brick peeling off the face of it. But originally our design intent was to reface all that brick. After further consultation with Ann, we decided to restore that brick. So, there is a superficial layer behind that of 2 widths of brick that we should be able to, reattach where it's falling off the top of, I guess you would call that a parapet under the metal rail. And then we'll do a color match on the brick to make sure that that's, the intention is for that to, be exposed raw brick as well. You'll notice there's also a kind of a spandrel panel that does the opposite of what's typical. It kind of protrudes out 1 inch. So we have the inverse of that. We're trying to match that detail on the upper addition to kind of break up some of that flat wall above the, the 4 stories windows. Then we wanted to make sure that we were picking up on some very important details in the neighborhood, and there's evidence throughout the street and throughout the neighborhood of the use of Juliet balconies. Several locations, which will come up later in this presentation, where it's a French door condition with cast iron railings across the front, which I think, really this is kind of a modern take on how that would present in the neighborhood. We also have done, after consultation with Ann, and maybe there's some aspects of our original submission that were unclear, but as for 1840 in terms of the preservation, if you could go to the next slide, I'll explain kind of what we're doing. So originally this party wall, which you'll see in the center that separates between 1836 and 1840, originally we had taken that back much further. So now we've designed our stair cord to kind of go right down the center. So it kind of divides each side of a double stair core shaft. So we're able to preserve that. It'll become a unique feature within the stair core itself. And that carries all the way back to the beginning of the dogleg. So from that point to the north, while there is an existing stairwell, it's fairly short. We can sister those beams with new TGIs to meet the new code and modern standard, and preserve the floor joists within that building all the way up until the rear wall is removed. So a substantial portion of that structure is being preserved. The only portion that we're removing from the framing aspect is the upper 4th floor, as you would call it, behind the mansard. We'd be removing a portion of the rafters to create some space to pull back that penthouse deck. And then the back side of the building has actually become, a nest for vultures. And if there's substantial water damage in the backside of 1840 that would render those really unusable. We provided pictures in the package for that. Now, one thing that was unclear is from our existing notes, from our previous notes, was what we intend to do with the concrete structure at 1836. Now, our evaluation initially, I think there was some terminology that was incorrect when he was, drafting that structural report. We are using visual evidence that, the bottom of the slab, the beams that support that slab are completely rusted and falling apart. I do think that the roof may be in better condition. It's really hard to start stripping, all of those multiple layers of roofing that went on top of it, including some that, HBO, I think, contracted someone to come do. And there's a lien against the property, as it relates to some of these historic improvements. It's really hard to see the condition without seeing both sides of the slab. So I think, our intent is to preserve both slabs. And I think some more explanation, more exploration will need to be had to confirm that. But I think some of it was a little misleading early on the first level, because there was some wood sheathing on top of the concrete deck. And, I thought that was the deck deflecting. After further exploration, we found that it was just wood sheathing on top of it. So I think it's a lot more stable than we had previously thought. But until we really start opening it up, and as a contract purchaser, I can't just start cutting things open the way I would once I own the property. So I think they're preservable, and we've worked on a condition where we can adjust the floor heights in there to be more compatible and integrate a roof deck on top of there with some sleepers to bring it up to the correct level of the floor that's adjacent to it. So right now we're showing that the roof and the level below that is being preserved. We're replacing, and fixing the brick in the front, and we're sistering the joists in the existing 1840 structure. Next slide. And I think, is this slide 5? Yeah, if you could go back one more, sorry. So, yeah, right there. Jonathan, do you want to go ahead and step in here?
Sure. Yes. Hi, I'm Jonathan Kuhn, the architect, as Pat had mentioned, working with him on development of the project and the drawings for today's presentation. Thank you all for the considerations, and obviously we've been working close with you to go through some of this. So we wanted to touch on some of the things that we've labeled here in the presentation really as the street architectural details. Pat already touched on the Juliet balconies, and here we've integrated a few photos of properties that are along Kalorama that have the Juliet balconies. So there is some precedent, that would lend to being consistent with some of the language along the block. It also goes along with the equal spacing, the alignments and stacking over the lower floors of the existing, the 2 stories. And along those lines as well, and I know you made a comment of, about that hierarchy. And, what we're suggesting here and proposing is, the existing where you have these 5 pairs of casement windows across the existing 2 floors. Those 2 floors also of the building project out, and they're actually, it's actually out beyond 1840. As we know, the second and what we'll call the 3rd and 4th floor that we're proposing step back and do align with the main body and face of 1840, and then the uppermost floor stepping back again. So we're using that to provide some of the hierarchy that you're speaking to, but also the windows, the way they're breaking down. You're going from 5 at the first 2 floors to 3, and then the uppermost floors going down to 2. So representing some of that, and similar to seeing like the 2 dormers at 1840, we had the 2 doors at the upper portion of 1836. So we're at least in our mind, you're hoping that this contributes to some of that similar language that's true on the block and goes back to classical architecture as a base and middle and top of the building. Pat touched a little bit on the railings. Just to kind of reiterate that with the Juliet balconies that we see, in some of the other examples and precedents along the way. I'd also, point out the proposed at the 3rd and 4th floor, we were making efforts to get floor alignments, but that also included getting window head alignments. So to continue that, the consistency on the block, even to 1842 and 44 and down the block, the grade stays pretty consistent. So you're seeing those alignments, and we're continuing it here at 1836. We are taking a little different approach, but that's in part picking up off of the language and the style of the building in 1836, the existing, which, even though it was built only 11 or 12 years after 1840, there was obviously a little bit of a shift in the architectural style. It's more modern, clearly the flat roof, the windows, all of that. So we're picking up off of language and precedent off of buildings along the block, but, also in the context of our property as well. Yeah, I think we've touched on everything. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Sorry. Yeah, I think the first comment here is about the demolition. This is, further talking about the fenestration at the new addition, which I've spoke to, and, talking to the last slide where we had the elevations in front of us. We can go to the next slide, please. And then here at the rear of the building, what we wanted to point out, there's, and Anne touched on this in her report, there is an existing exterior stair, and we're taking that kind of same precedent of the existing and using that same idea here at the rear of the building. We've centered it to the building, setting up a very symmetrical rear elevation and facade. The stair is masked to some degree, and differently at different floors. At the lowest level, it's integrated because the base of the building comes out, plus how it integrates with the grade, so it's masked there. And then as you can see in the elevation there to the right, we have balconies that, wing it to both sides, that provides, set up some of the language. The railings of the balconies would be the same, consistent with the stair. So we did take some efforts to integrate it into the back of the building instead of it looking like something that was just tacked on. Next slide. The front entry. Yeah, so again, here we spent some time looking up and down the block. Understand the guidelines for front entrances. I've worked in many of the historic districts across the city, and sometimes including these entrances. In Kalorama Road, we feel offers up a mix and a lot of examples of different entrances at different locations, but including at bays, like the photo, especially on the right, where it's in a bay that's really centered on the building. It's a very symmetrical building. The example on the left is one that you see often, and there are other examples of this on Kalorama where you have what is more of a main stair going up to an entrance on an elevated level, and then an entrance at the grade level. There's even a gate taking you in, and that engages at a bay there as well. But what we wanted to point out here for the proposed is where we're setting the entrance into the building, even though it would be considered a bay air projection at 1840, the bay only projects about 18 inches at most, different than the two examples that we have up here, the photos to the right. And additionally, where that entrance is proposed is sitting back. You have the stair in the front porch of 1840, plus the existing building at 1836, the ground floor and the second floor that both come forward. So that entrance is really tucked back, and we feel screened from many views except from when you get right in front of it. So we just felt, in this case, that we're not drawing attention to that entrance. There are the physical aspects of the structure. They're both structures that really mask it and screen it. So it's much more discreet. And again, given the bay condition that we feel isn't, the strongest point of the facade, again, unlike the photo on the right, it would allow to mark the entrance there.
I'd like to add something to that. It's also interesting working with really two different building types and blending them together and trying to figure out an efficient way to tackle the core area for that building, and how to delegate, and or delegate's probably the wrong term, but how to efficiently provide access to units, common stairs, elevator shafts. And the challenge here is that the entrance to 1840 is on the right side, and the entrance to 1836 is on the right side of a side, but it also projects well past the massing of the rest of the building. So in order to, equally distribute into each unit on either side of the structure, we need to have a centered location. There's really not an opportunity to do that on the second floor. It really needs to be done at the first. And so utilizing an existing window opening and creating a taller door to allow that access creates the more efficient, common area that we need for the structure.
We can go to the next slide, please. So the penthouse addition, what we're showing here is a close-up. You saw the rendering on the left is more from the street side. We're showing a little more close-up, and on the right-hand side, a building section, cutting through the area. So here, what we're wanting to point out or demonstrate a few different things, and there was one thing in the report, and I apologize. I think when our last conversation we had when we were talking about the mansard roof at 1840, we were looking at Google Earth views where we could see the backside of the mansard. It really, the front goes up and it almost returns back down almost immediately. So we're able to keep that intact. But just to take a step further on this and talking about this upper floor addition, again, touched on a little bit like kind of the hierarchy of the building and how that ties to fenestration, but also there's, in my mind anyways, there's some consistency here that even though at 1840 and many of the other row structures along the block on both sides, you may refer to them as a 4-story, but the mansard with the dormers almost implies a 5th story. And there are some examples, more so on the other side of the street at 1837, 1843, 45, and 47 that all have true 5th floors. So there's the building height and the physical characteristics of a lot of the structures along Kalorama are in this height, and there are some that are actually taller than this. So we're, 1840, we have the penthouse and it's set back, and it was already pointed out in our rendering here to the left, it's not even visible. And it's masked not only by the mansard roof of itself, but of the neighboring structures. And where we've circled there on the left-hand side, there is this, this architectural feature here at the parapet or the party wall and parapet that even masks it farther, from that left side or approach. We feel that upper addition at 1836, setting it back, like we've discussed, it's beyond the mansard of 1840, is really not that visible. And I believe you stated that yourself, and in the report, it's minimally visible. And where it is that little bit is really coming from the eastern, if you're coming from the eastern, traveling west along Kalorama until it opens up, that you're even able to get a glimpse of it. Because coming from the west, heading east, again, the kind of the rhythm of all the row structures along there and where they sit, and because it sits back, it's really not visible. There is a tree, and I know I was listening, and it was pointed out, in the last presentation that obviously trees can come and go, but there is a tree in front of 1834. So if you're coming down the road, it masks this upper floor as well.
Can we go back to the original, the massing rendering on the cover here? I just wanted to point something out. I'll go one more. Yeah, there we go. So one other thing I wanted to point out is that we could of course extend that parapet wall on that, on that upper floor up to the top height of the mansard. We could certainly do that. I don't think it would look good. I think it'll look very clunky. And the way we have it drawn now really allows for a very casual transition from the shorter 1834 structure up to the taller buildings. And so I think it really adds to the aesthetics of the structure versus trying to recreate a mansard in a more modern take on other projects or other neighborhood properties that we're trying to pull characteristics from. So I just wanted to make sure we pointed that out as to why we thought that was important. And I think Jonathan, is that it for our presentation? You have anything
Yeah, I
else you
think
want to add?
that was all my notes and everything I covered. Did we get to the last slide? Sorry. We could go. Yes. And then the next group are the set of drawings that we had presented and submitted to Historic for today.
So we'd like to open it up for questions for anyone who'd like to ask.
Okay, thanks. Do board members have any questions? Any questions at this time? If not, I'd like to shift to testimony. We have one person who's registered to speak. That's Dennis James, president of Kalorama Citizens Association.
Good afternoon. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Dennis James. I'm currently president of Kalorama Citizens. And we petitioned for this historic district and did all the research that was done back in the day, along with Kalorama Triangle, which was done about 20 years before that. I've lived on this same block since 1971, and I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the buildings. You've seen the letter of the KCA, which was approved by our executive committee. Among the things that didn't really get mentioned very much in the discussion so far is the size of the windows that would go on 1836 on the addition. They're massively out of scale. I just got to point that out. They make, the building, the windows in 1840 just look utterly tiny next to them. While I understand that it's often a typical thing to make an addition look somewhat different than the original structure, got to remember that the 1836 building was not built as a residence, it was built as a school. And the windows, therefore, that exist are on the lower levels, are different to maximize the light that was, I think, intended for the school children and to make their space pleasant. But, the scale of the upper windows that are projected, that are proposed, just far too large, out of keeping with the windows on the surrounding buildings, and particularly the row of 3, 1840, 42, and 44. Also, front decks or porches are not something that you see on the block like this, or like the way they're built to be that. Admittedly, I'm looking right at 1834 now, and I see that it's got this sort of railing, but I don't know that it's used as a porch. Anyway, it just would be a real intrusion, I believe, into the way we live in our buildings here on the block. And the Juliet windows, I don't understand that. The buildings that were shown as examples, were they built that way originally? When did that happen? Was it in the architect's plans as an original item, or was it something that was done before it became a historic district? That's something I don't have the ability to look up. Perhaps somebody on the HPO staff might be interested in that question. It's just a lot of building to be added to the block, and the height is a big problem. The applicant, I know this is not a zoning place to discuss zoning, but the rear, there is zoning relief sought for what they wish to do in the rear. And I think that even though he's got a nice letter from the owners of 1834, got to consider the effect that precedent has, and that would be, enlarging rear additions to the point where they cast shade and take away the feeling of a backyard, of a typical backyard. That's part of the historic district too. Although I understand it's not as important as the facades. So anyway, I appreciate the chance to speak. I just think it's worth mentioning that the entry for 9 of the 10 units will be at the basement level in a kind of a odd arrangement on how you get into the building, when there's the front entry steps will be just for one unit. Just that doesn't seem like a very good design. This is all about packing in as much as you can into a space, as opposed to good design. I think I'll leave it there. I appreciate the chance to speak.
If you don't mind, I'd love to respond to that. It's an interesting situation you have where you have a school building that's 2 stories tall that really reads like almost a full glass across the bottom floor, with mullions that divide the window sashes that are about 4 to 5 inches wide. So standing back and looking at that, it almost appears as this one big piece of glass. In fact, we thought they were sliders that would open up all the way. So part of our design was reducing that to have that effect of larger fenestration on the lower 2 floors, and then creating 18-inch spaces in between the windows on the upper floors. We believe, and we've seen this not just in this neighborhood, but all across DC, in these kind of French door Juliet balconies, that they are part of the historic character of those buildings. They're not add-ons. From what we can gather, I think if they were add-ons, they'd be clear. The outdoor space that's in the front of the building was created by the request of the setback from HPO. So, we could pull that building all the way out to the face, but again, this is at an odd intersection of the block where everything to the left of us, which is 1834, is, at the property line, and then everything to the right of us, really, which is the right half of our project, 1840, steps back about 9 foot 9 inches. So, our design is a blend and meshing of 2 blocks. So it's really a challenge for that to work. And I think we've taken aspects from the neighborhood with the Juliet and the French doors. We've taken aspects from the school where it allows more light into those lower 2 floors, and kind of transitioning that to the upper levels to allow an opportunity to kind of have that more commercial look blended into a residential design. And then I would caution you to refer to this as a cellar. Our grade at the front of the building is 8 feet off the ground. That's a first floor. So the challenge on this block is that we don't have 4 or 5 feet of retaining wall that sticks up and creates a cellar condition, which is one of the reasons we had to pursue some relief. It was really the result of where the position was on the building, and then how that grade affects us in the front, because we weren't able to pick up free FAR, and we opted to go with larger units instead of trying to squeeze in 20 units to push the density envelope. We thought that this neighborhood would want more desirable, larger flats that would allow many of the older neighborhood residents and families to either have a child or to age in place with the ability to have the elevator. One thing I'd like to mention on the relief we're seeking is that the only floor that sticks past the by right scenario of 60% lot occupancy is the first level, which doesn't even come above the fence line. So all the rest of the floors above that fence line are within the 60% by right. And so I don't think we're creating any dangerous precedents by what we're asking for.
Right. Does the board have any questions? I didn't get a chance to ask if the board had any questions for Mr. James, who spoke from Kalorama Citizens Association, but if we do, let me know. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Then are we ready to deliberate? If so, we'll get cameras back on. Anyone want to start?
I'll start.
Uh-oh, Gretchen, I think you froze. Try again. Yeah, you're breaking up. Try again.
How about now?
That's better.
Okay. I'll start. I said.
Oh.
Otherwise, somebody else will start. Am I still breaking up?
You're breaking up again. Yeah, try with your camera off, maybe that.
Any better with? Yeah, is that any better?
Yes, it is for now.
Turn it back on after I say what I have to say, and I'll do like a badly used movie or something, I guess. I agree with the I think this design.
Okay. You're still breaking up. We heard you agree with the staff report.
I feel like this building, can you hear me say that?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like it needs to either be a beautiful, simple, modern building or a contextual building, and it's neither. If it's going to be a contextual building, the porch needs to be down at the first floor, allowing for a garden apartment only above, not a 2-story porch that's similar to the other porches in the entrances of the building. But I agree with the staff report. I think this building either needs to be a modern building or it needs to be a contextual compatible solution. And it's trying to do both, and it's doing neither well. And it needs to shift in its design. I'm not convinced that I think the change in the floor levels or the window heights is a challenge. That's a design challenge that you need to take on because of the variety that consists within the row. And I think that some of the examples are not appropriate because they don't fit the context of the immediate context of the site. So that's what I initially think. I'll let the others talk, and then I'll call back in to see if my connection can improve.
Okay,
So
it got better as you were talking.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much support the staff report. I do think the building, I guess it's 1836 on that street, I think it's a bit of an outlier, is it not? I mean, everything else has a kind of Victorian bay window kind of character to it. And this is almost, almost arts and crafts. The 1836 is almost arts and crafts or early Frank Lloyd Wright with the horizontal windows and things like that. And what's a little bit funny to me about it is that it seems to read as a kind of industrial building above there. And if and I'm trying to look at it on Google Earth, I can't see it very well because there's a big tree in the way here. But if I read that correctly, I don't know that, I think you could have large windows like that. I'm not sure I agree with the resident who testified, although he's very articulate. I think you could have large openings, but I think the way that they would be detailed to relate to the rest of the building would be different. Right now they read as big industrial sash openings, but when I actually start to look at the bottom of the building and look at the way that works, it almost reads like a kind of Frank Lloyd Wrightian sort of, either that or somebody like Dudok, one of the Dutch guys in the 1920s and stuff. People like that, because the window surrounds are that make them look horizontal and things like that. And the building is a serious outlier in, I think, the context of that street. So I think some reflection upon that would be helpful. I don't know that there's anything else on the street like that with these large horizontal openings. So I think there's some thought to be put into that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was feeling that the windows, the size of the windows felt right, but I agree. It's the industrial character of them right now that feels incompatible, not necessarily the scale or size of them, particularly given and actually looking at that photograph, the expanse of windows doesn't read quite as large in reality as it does in this drawing.
Well, if you look too,
see a lot more verticals in the way it's detailed.
Marnie, the other thing that helps, right, I agree with you. There would be more intervening verticals in the windows. And also, I think there are precast surrounds around these openings.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And that's a kind of interesting thing as well. So, obviously, those are all things to be taken into consideration. It really looks like something that might have been, 1910, 1920, related to early Rite or some of the people that were practicing in Holland or Belgium at that point in time, almost an arts and crafts kind of flavor to it, particularly with the windows arranged the way they are. Henry Van de Velde comes to mind, people like that. So I think there's some reflection there that would be helpful.
Yeah, agree. What do you all think about the extent of demolition? That's the one thing in the staff report that was left open to us. Are you all okay with it?
No, I think it's too much.
Okay. All right.
I'm not convinced by the report that they got either. And it sounds like from their testimony that they are no longer convinced by it either.
Okay. All right, then, given that, it's hard to say that we could approve this, given the extent of demolition. I don't know how you all feel about this, but we could say that we support 2 stories on 1836, and a lower and setback roof addition on 1840, consistent with the staff report. The rear additions on both are fine with revisions to stairs. So the last 4 comments in the staff report we support. We'd like to see further revisions to the windows of 1836 so that they appear less industrial and more in the character of the existing building. And we'd like to see revisions to the drawings to reflect less demolition. But I feel like given that last piece particularly, I'd like to see this come back.
I think it needs to come back. I felt like also from the type of testimony that we received that there's a lot of pushback against what I feel like staff is giving them good direction. There's a lot of pushback against staff to work to modify the solution to fit. I feel like they have an idea of what they want and they're trying to make it happen rather than to work with a compatible solution given the existing conditions and the context of the historic district.
Right. I do want to note that we have the AMC's letter of support in the file, along with the other letters and testimony from Colorado Citizens Association. So, so then with that, we'll ask that the applicant make the requested revisions and come back to the board for further review.
Meaning, Chair Heath, that we would not vote this time, and we'll give them a chance to do an update, or?
I think so. That's what I was recommending.
Okay.
Because I think it's hard to approve part of this when the extent of demolition is in question.
Yeah.
Well, may I speak to that? Because we addressed all the.
No. Yeah, this is just for deliberation. So you can follow up with staff following our deliberation.
I'm glad to give them a chance. This is part of what I meant about the tenor of the tone that we heard in the testimony. Is that the applicants feel like they've done everything they can with the recommendations from staff, but I have no issue giving them another opportunity to look at this critically and revise it based on the appropriate direction that staff is giving them to do this. And I would just say that I don't think it's a tweak or a minor shift in adding more vertical mullions between the windows or window units or trim around the windows. This is a pretty substantial redesign effort to be more compatible with what staff is asking to have done.
Yes, agree.
And staff is asking for that to be done, I think, appropriately to be compatible within the historic district. If they're looking to be a solution that is contextual, meaning that it's not contextual with the majority of the period of the architecture on the street, but could be compatible with, contextual with the existing school design. I agree with Matt, is more contemporary, but still within the period of significance for the DuPont Circle Historic District. Or it could be a beautiful, sensitive, very simple, modern structure too, that serves as sort of a backdrop modern structure.
Support that. All right. Any other comments before we close this hearing? Any other comments from the board? All right, then thank you. We're ready to proceed with our last application, Cleveland Park Historic District at 3515 Wisconsin Avenue.
Okay, we started with Cleveland Park and we're ending with Cleveland Park.
Full circle.
Full circle, yes. This is a project involving the Washington International, I'm sorry, it's not the Washington International, the Washington School for Ballet at the corner of Porter and Wisconsin in the Cleveland Park Historic District. The site is composed of 3 non-contributing buildings. There's a little confusion about that because the Office of Planning's map did not identify one of the buildings as non-contributing, but the nomination for the historic district clearly calls out all properties on this site as non-contributing. The 3 buildings are an old 1915 house, which was excluded as a contributing building due to a loss of integrity. It has lost its porch. A lot of its window openings have been changed out. A lot of interior demolition. And then it also includes 2 purpose-built classroom buildings, buildings B and building C. Building C came through the historic preservation review process back in 1995. The proposal is to demolish building A and replace it with a new purpose-built classroom and studio building, and to finally unify what has always been sort of a polyglot of buildings co-joined together that frankly have never had sort of the street presence that this institution deserves. So the proposal is to replace building A with a building of roughly the same size and footprint. It will be pulled forward slightly towards Wisconsin Avenue. Some site changes will be made to remove a circular driveway and improve the site circulation through the property. And to provide a new face, there will also be an alteration made to building B to remove a redundant exterior or a stair that's on the front of the building. And then to unify the elevations with new cladding. We think the Historic Preservation Office believes that the overall proposal is a huge improvement for the facility and compatible with the character of the historic district. The only aspect of it that we're asking the applicants to continue studying is some of the material choices. The new refaced buildings would be clad in a combination of fiber cement panel and EIFS with a storefront glazing system. EIFS has not traditionally been a material that the board has approved for primary elevations in historic districts, other than for things like penthouses. Something like a true stucco or an alternative material might be a better and more compatible and authentic material choice for the historic district. But we think that's something that could be worked out at the staff level. So we are recommending approval of the concept and delegation of final construction approval to the staff. And I'll turn it over to the applicants. I believe there's an ANC resolution in the record recommending support. And I don't believe we had anybody else registered other than the applicants on this case.
Yeah, I don't see anyone registered, so,
Madam Chair, just
Yes.
one, I have a hard stop at about 5. So
Okay.
I don't know if it's possible for the applicant to, get us in there before that or whatever, but I just wanted to let you know.
Steve, is there any
for me?
No, not yet. Almost. But Steve,
I'm
is
so
there?
sorry. My
No, if you could pause. Steve, was there any reason that you didn't consider this for consent?
It was a major alteration to the buildings, and we also didn't know the extent of community interest in it at the time that we scheduled it. We thought there might have been people that wanted to testify, but we've received, as I said, ANC support and support from the Cleveland Park Arc. So if the board wants to move it to consent, you certainly could, or we could just quickly go through the presentation and collect any comments that you have on it.
Okay. Do board members have any questions based on what we've reviewed?
No.
Okay.
No.
Great. Then, or is there any particular piece of this that you feel you'd like to hear the applicant present on? Otherwise, we could handle this as consent.
Well, I only had one comment, which is
Okay.
whether or not the building needed to be all white. That was my only question. I mean, the existing complex is, well, I guess part of it's gray, I suppose. That was my only question. It's not a major issue for me. I just sort of was interested, but the existing complex up there is, I spent many hours there waiting outside for my daughter to come out, and quite familiar with it, but that's the only issue, and it's a very minor issue for me.
I interpreted this to be just a mural. I wasn't sure if it was intended to be gray or not, but we can let the applicant answer that question.
Maybe the applicant could talk about the design of the facade and the exterior, the geometry.
That would be helpful. Just a few minutes on that would be helpful.
Great. Okay, so if the applicant could just make a very focused, not really a presentation, but just speak, you could just speak to the questions that the board has asked concerning the facade.
This is Sarah Gorbanian with Smith Group, and Bettina, are you on the line? Not hearing it. So, Steve, we have added those slides that specifically focus on the finishes.
Yes, here, I believe.
It does, Steve, also, it does look like Bettina's on the phone, but she's muted.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Bettina is the design architect for.
You're breaking up.
I'll speak to it.
Sarah. Yeah, we only heard part of that, Sarah. It looks like Bettina is on now and unmuted.
Yes.
So if you want to answer.
It sounds like she's not able to unmute herself.
No, I'm unmuted.
She's not muted. Yeah, she's not muted.
Okay. Yes, I can address this. And I want to point out that we're still early in the process, and we are planning on really getting into the material decisions as the project moves along. The ballet, currently the facilities are basically a stucco-clad facility that relates to the very neighbor on Porter Street that is also a white-clad, stucco-clad building. So white or light colors seemed somewhat natural in its current location, but we are, as we move forward, we'll really review this in more detail. The idea really was for the exterior development to make the building a little bit more playful, but still respect the volumes and the massing of the neighboring single family houses. So we were really interested in breaking up the mass of the building, also as it was presenting itself to Wisconsin Avenue. And that is part of the reason why we see these different masses that are developing along the street. We also wanted to make sure that, it really is a facility that speaks about what's happening inside by providing more storefront that allows views into the building and allows views to the upper left-hand located volume, which is the really the heart of the new addition, the large studio space on the second floor. For the center part, that is really building B, where the mural is. That again is more of a placeholder at this point. We are working with the ballet on providing that part of the facade a little bit more definition. But it was really more of a centering and grounding part of the composition. We can surely address if the material choices for that part of the building that's currently a stucco-clad facade. So I'm not sure if that was addressing or is addressing the questions of the board.
Did that address your facade questions, both Gretchen and Matt? Or did you have follow-ups?
No, I think that's helpful. I mean, working further with staff to address that, I think it's a good idea. It wouldn't be abnormal for us to agree to that.
Yeah, certainly. Okay.
I'm fine too. I would hate for the wall that's serving as the sign for the Washington Ballet to have some kind of control joint or expansion joint, like somewhere randomly in the middle of there. It needs to be one, if it's going to be a sign, it needs to be one contiguous singular plane, not something with some kind of disguised, MSIL joint or something in there too. That would be a real shame.
Yes, there was.
That's not so much a preservation issue.
Yes. Yeah. About preserving it for the future.
I guess, yeah.
Okay, then I will make a motion that we support the concept with the additional comment offered by Board Member Failer. Recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Great. So any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 All right. That's everyone. So the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to everyone for your participation today. We made it through before 5
And
o'clock.
we do not have a meeting next week.
No, that was the benefit of our marathon session today. So
Great.
thank you all for hanging in there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
right.
Chair, for keeping us on schedule.
Sure. We'll see you next month.
Righty.
Bye.
Bye.